He spent his entire life fighting to save humanity, only to lose in the end anyway. Zephyr was humanity's last warrior. He fought completely alone against the strongest god that had ever existed, and when he realized victory was impossible, he literally blew himself up just to rip off one of the god's hands. The guy looked at a god and said, "If I'm going down, you're coming with me." The craziest part? That was the first time that monster had ever been injured after destroying hundreds of worlds. You'd think that would be the end, but that's not quite how it goes. The gods who abandoned humanity were in the audience the whole time, watching everything as if it were a UFC event at the White House. Instead of rewarding him for saving the world, they basically said, "That fight was fun, go do it again," without even asking whether he wanted to or not. They sent him 10 years into the past, but there's one detail: he doesn't return as the strongest human alive. He wakes up as a slave in a ruined temple, getting bullied by the other slaves. I think this might be the biggest nerf in history, and somehow things get even weirder. The temple literally forces magical debts onto people. If you owe money and try to escape, your heart simply stops. Imagine your bank installing a self-destruct button inside your chest. As if that wasn't insane enough, the temple even allows people to sell their own organs in exchange for loans. Totally normal business practices, apparently. "Here, take my left liver. I'd like some dinner."
Why you bully me?
But our protagonist doesn't panic. Instead, he discovers one of the most overpowered abilities imaginable. However, every time he gets stronger, a god literally shows up to collect the payment. Not metaphorically. A real debt collector from the heavens appears, ready to beat him into the ground. This man has to worry about taxes collected by the gods themselves, and if he lets his mana drop to 0, all the damage he blocked hits his body all at once. One mistake, and he explodes. But Zephyr isn't the kind of protagonist who plays fair. He scams the gods, manipulates everyone around him, steals monster corpses. He convinces powerful people to help him without them realizing they're being used. He even tricks one of the Demon Lord's strongest followers into believing they're on the same side.
Why are you gay?
The guy is the Bernie Madoff of Manhwa. Meanwhile, the man who trained him in his past life, the ones who destroyed humanity, and a legendary treasure powerful enough to change the future, they're all waiting for him. This time, he already knows exactly what's going to happen. The only question is, can someone who already failed once really rewrite the future? To understand how this absolute psychopath ended up fighting gods, scamming temples, and making heavenly debt collectors furious, we need to go back to where it all began. Right after he woke up as a slave, a group of slave bullies is standing nearby, and a small boy is shaking on the ground after a beating. One look at their cruel faces and the symbol on their clothes, and the protagonist realizes he really is back 10 years when he was 20. This was the time he refused to live as a temple slave, and while they keep picking on him, their supervisor calls them back to work. They leave, but not before warning Zephyr not to try that again. He doesn't waste time on trash like them. MC grabs a pickaxe and gets ready to blend in, then notices the same little boy thanking him from the ground. He doesn't recognize the kid and walks right past, focused on bigger things. What matters now are the perks Mercedes said he'd get after going back. As the boy returns to work, Zephyr stays still and activates the perks. Power rushes through him, and he can barely believe Mercedes really gave him something this strong. Later, the other slaves are stunned to see him working at crazy speed, filling bags in only minutes. He set a new pace, and now the others know they can't take it easy either. Zephyr is still excited about what happened earlier. When the perks unlocked, a flood of information hit his mind and gave him a sharp headache. But the pain quickly turns into excitement when he sees several rare high-level skills and items appear for free. Lost in thought, he fails to notice the mining boss walking over. Thinking Zephyr is slacking off on day 1, the supervisor starts yelling. When the protagonist doesn't answer, the man gets even madder and lifts his whip to teach him a lesson, only for MC to catch it barehanded in midair. He calmly gives it back and the shaken supervisor actually apologizes. Then Zephyr goes back to work, quietly surprised by how sharp his reflexes and battle sense still are. The whip didn't even leave a mark. That's his first perk. It blocks small physical damage. It takes effort to use, but it's already helping. Even after a full day in the mine, he doesn't feel tired. By nightfall, Zephyr has gained 9 perks total, each one bringing him closer to his old power. But first, he has another goal. After filling dozens of bags in just a few hours, he amazes the supervisor, who announces his team took first place. When the rankings are read, the small boy from earlier is shocked to learn he was on the protagonist's team. The protagonist is just as surprised and realizes their lives are about to cross again. The bully team goes quiet while the rest of the rankings are announced. The boss reminds everyone that the last place team gets less bread and that food goes to the top teams instead. After that, he orders all the slaves to pray to Arya, their goddess of light. Everyone immediately starts praying. Zephyr does too, because he knows Arya is one of the 3 supreme gods and the strongest moneylender. Most of the slaves are people who lost their homes or adventurers crushed by temple debt. The slave mark on all of them, including MC, makes escape impossible. Try to run without permission and your heart stops. So his goal is simple: pay off his debt and get out fast. Not only for revenge on the Demon Lord, but also to protect someone precious to him, Altair Justina Cayenne. That evening, the slaves gather in the market to rest, and Zephyr quickly sees how overpriced everything is. While he's thinking, the little boy from his team offers to buy him a beer to thank him for saving him earlier. It's all the money the kid has, but he still wants to repay him. He adds that their team usually comes in last because they're weak, and today was their first time taking first thanks to him. That makes Zephyr understand the bullying for what it really is. If one member gets targeted and weakened, the whole team suffers and drops in rank. Still, the protagonist gently turns the boy down, thinking he'd only slow him down. Instead, he goes to the bartender and asks for recovery water, which catches the man off guard. It's expensive, so the bartender tells him to just heal naturally. But MC puts down 1.5 gold coins and asks to borrow the rest. The kid is stunned, because they're already in debt and new loans come with brutal interest. Zephyr brushes it off, sure he can repay it, and drinks the recovery water right away. It restores stamina, and if you drink enough, it can raise mana a little. Usually the effect is tiny, unless you use a lot. But he has a rare perk that boosts potion effects by 500%, so even a little works wonders. He knows mining will never make him real money, so he decides to drink as many potions as he can to train his body and get stronger. Once he feels ready, he tells the mine boss he heard strange noises deeper inside, maybe monsters, and suggests sending the hunting team. He knows exactly why. Dungeons are where the real money is. Monsters are born from twisted mana, and naturally attack humans, so they were long seen as a threat, but people eventually noticed their value. Their mana stones and even their bones can be used as rare materials. And the places they gather, dungeons went from dangers to valuable resources. Those dungeons are dealt with by hunting teams, made up of enslaved fighters picked for combat skill. Since the work is deadly, they're paid well and get bonuses for results. Zephyr wonders why someone trained as an adventurer was stuck in the mines. He's sure there's a reason. Then the shopkeeper cuts in and says the protagonist has hit his borrowing limit. MC thinks he may have to steal for more money. But then a priestess shows up with a darker option, sell his organs to the temple, which buys fresh ones for research. She gives him the contract and says the surgery can be cancelled if he pays the loan in time. While everyone around him is horrified, he agrees and asks for more recovery water. The shopkeeper reluctantly gives it to him, though not without a warning. Zephyr drinks the bottles down and decides his body now meets the needed condition. While he's doing that, Goat, the recon team leader, walks over to ask if the protagonist is the guide they were told about. He says yes and mentions his mana detection, a skill that lets him sense a wide area, perfect for moving through dark dungeons without being noticed. Goat is pleased since it means they won't need a night vision potion, and the team gets ready to head out. Zephyr is handed gear and told to follow. Dale comments on his strange abilities, but Goat shuts that down fast. As they move, MC studies the group. Two faces are unfamiliar, but one stands out. That man joined the hunting team only after this dungeon was cleared, which means he knows 2 of them won't come back alive. Now he starts thinking about how to use that knowledge. The team reaches the dungeon entrance, where a young boy greets them. He ties a thin magic thread around Zephyr's wrist and links it to the others. If someone dies, the thread snaps and the base knows to send backup. Even though this is only scouting, the boy still tells them to be careful. Inside, 2 torch-carrying monsters roam the dungeon, distracted by falling stones. Goat and Dale rush them and kill them fast. Zephyr notes that the recon team's job is to gather info and measure monster activity. After that, a strike team usually comes in to finish things. Still, scouts sometimes clear a dungeon themselves if it looks manageable. Goat checks the corpses and says they must be leftovers from an earlier attack elsewhere in the mine. Dale agrees and thinks they just killed the last of them. The protagonist knows better. The recon team isn't just for scouting, they're experienced fighters too. Goat suggests they finish the rest on their own, but Dale pushes back, saying Zephyr is only carrying supplies and can't be treated like a real fighter. Trying to calm things down, Marco asks whether Goat actually has a plan worth hearing. That makes him grin and tell MC to pull something out. MC opens his bag and shows moonbush leaves and berries. Mixed with certain monster droppings, they give off a smell like a female kobold and heat, drawing nearby creatures from far away. The trap works perfectly. One monster catches the scent, rushes in blindly, and gets killed at once. Goat loves the result and basks in the praise while the others joke about his sudden brilliance. What they don't know is that Zephyr came up with the plan. In his first life, after he was moved to the hunting team, he worked under Goat in this same unit. Goat always wanted fame, but never really got it. Knowing that, the protagonist spoke to him before the team meeting and told him the dungeon ahead only had a few stray kobolds and was mostly empty. He lied and said he was on the recon team and found that out himself. Zephyr also laid out a solid plan, enough to make Goat think they could clear the dungeon without help. He said that because sharing such an easy dungeon with the rest of the squad would be a waste. Goat, hungry for praise, loved that the new recruit was handing him the credit. MC was even offering moonbushes, which were rare and hard to find. He also knew one word from Goat could get him into the hunting team, which might explain why the boy was trying so hard. Goat wasn't easy to win over, but that much credit was too good to pass up. Back in the present, Goat kills the last kobold. Still, the weak mana stones they gather leave him disappointed. At the same time, Zephyr checks the path ahead and signals that it's safe. But while Dale looks around, he spots kobold bones scattered in a way that feels wrong, like someone placed them there. As he leans in to inspect the bones, a giant hand bursts from the cave, grabs him and slams him hard into the wall. Marco instantly charges his hammer with mana. He looks calm, but inside he's terrified, with no idea what kind of monster is hiding in there. He raises a mana shield and starts bragging about how tough it is, but before he can finish, the monster's tail whips out and blasts him away. The sheer force of that hit shocks Got, especially after he sees the tail. A second later, it smashes into him too. Outside, the small boy watching the team through the magic threads feels 3 of them snap at once. He immediately knows something went horribly wrong in the cave. Inside, Got is still breathing, but his shoulder is badly hurt. Zephyr steps in front of him. He used Wall of Iron to take most of the monster's attack, but even then, some of it still got through to Got, showing just how strong this thing is. As the protagonist weighs their options, the monster finally comes out of the shadows. Its limp prey hangs in its grip, and then Zephyr understands, this isn't a normal beast. It raises other monsters, lures them in with safety, then eats them once they're grown. MC quickly takes Got's spear, then he activates Perk 3, gathering a ball of energy in his hand, and asks what part of the monster it wants him to kill. The perk, Silver Key, works like a personal storage space. From it, Zephyr pulls out a cloth and some dragonweed. Got can only stare, confused by what the boy is doing. But he stays calm, wraps the cloth around his hand, and tightens his grip on the spear. Even hurt, Got feels a burst of pride. He doesn't want to hide behind a miner. Before he can move though, the monster uses its fear skill, a roaring shockwave that freezes him where he stands. That instant, he remembers something an old soldier told him long ago. The man had faced a fully grown monster once, and an entire village stood frozen in terror, unable even to blink, just waiting to die, and now it's happening again. But then Got watches in disbelief as Zephyr moves. The boy isn't frozen at all. He rushes in, circling the monster with speed and control, slipping past its heavy attacks with practiced footwork. The protagonist used Dragonweed with his boosting perk to cancel the fear effect, but his only attack perk costs too much mana, so he can't use it now. Instead, he coats the spear with a deadly poison, strong enough for a monster like this. It came from Fade, an old friend from Zephyr's past life, who spent his whole life making potions, poisons, and every kind of mixture. To MC's surprise, Fade gave all of them to him, saying the world was nearing its end and someone had to use them. If they could save even a few people, Fade said, that would be enough. Remembering those words, he lunges and drives the poison spear into the monster, then cuts across one of its arms. He knows the poison well. Once it gets into the blood, it starts eating the target from the inside. In 3 minutes, it spreads through the whole body. Now Zephyr just has to stay alive until it works. But before he can move again, the tail snaps out and hits him, smashing him into the cave wall. The beast rushes him right away, jaws wide, trying to swallow him whole. On instinct, Zephyr grabs the last vial of poison and throws it straight into its mouth. Then he slashes hard across its face, aiming at the mouth. The monster howls in pain and starts to falter, with only 1 minute left before the poison finishes the job. The protagonist knows he can't dodge forever. Now he has 2 choices: hold out until the poison drops it, or bring it down himself. As he moves to attack again, the monster swings its tail, but Zephyr reacts fast and catches it. He hangs on as he's lifted over the monster's head. Once he's above it, he drops down and drives the spear into its eye. The shaft snaps on impact, and Zephyr keeps going with the broken spear and his knife, stabbing it again and again. The monster thrashes wildly in agony. As it jerks around, MC clings to the knife stuck in its eye. He knows he can't let go yet. It still needs one last hit, so he leaps onto its head once more. After drinking several recovery potions and boosting himself with his effectiveness perk, he pours all his power into his fist and brings it down with everything he has. Watching all this, Goat finally understands he was wrong. With talent like this, the new guy is sure to rise fast. Still, Zephyr is only a minor, and he needed Goat's help to enter the dungeon. As Goat thinks on that, he stands over him and asks to talk. Deep in the jungle, a blonde man is wounded and surrounded by suspicious men. He begs for his life, swearing he doesn't serve the demon lord. One man, marked with a cross on his forehead, signals to his huge teammate. Without a word, the big man crushes the blonde man's skull. Then the corpse starts twitching. A centipede crawls out of the body. The marked man reacts at once and cuts it in half. After that, he says the centipede carried the demon lord's mark, proving the man they killed really was an infiltrator. Later, he brings the centipede to Matthias, but Matthias isn't impressed. 7 people died on this mission, and he wants to know if exposing one spy was worth it. The marked man doesn't back down. He reminds Matthias the raid is only a month away, and says if they don't clear the Temple of Spies now, the whole thing could fall apart. Matthias thinks it over, then agrees to talk to the haunting squad and calm things down. Even so, he warns the man not to make him look bad again. Back at the Department of Human Resources, Goat submits a recommendation to move Zephyr into the haunting squad. The priestess approves it, but warns that if the recruit fails, the blame is theirs. Sure of the protagonist's talent, Goat accepts that risk. He knows if the boy does well, the credit will come to him. As he walks off, he thinks back to the last day in the dungeon, when they killed the monster. Goat could hardly believe it when Zephyr asked him to forget the whole fight and act like he never saw the monster. The boy planned to leave the kobold bodies for the report, but he wanted the giant monster's corpse for himself. As a temple slave, MC wasn't allowed to keep mana stones or monster parts, so he meant to sell the corpse in secret. Got thought that was impossible. A standby unit outside was there to stop theft like that, and a cleanup team would later search the dungeon for anything left behind. But Zephyr had one more card to play. his inventory perk. With a calm motion, he stored the giant monster's body inside it, right in front of Got. Got was speechless. The corpse vanished completely. No blood, no body, nothing. Then Zephyr made him an offer. He'd clear 3 more dungeons for Got, and Got could keep all the loot. In return, he only had to stay quiet. Now Got is seriously thinking it over. If he keeps clearing dungeons for him, Got can take the credit as squad leader. Their recon unit gets into dungeons before anyone else, and if a small team can clear them alone, Got will look like an amazing leader, maybe enough to earn a promotion. Meanwhile, Zephyr is thinking about selling the monster corpse to pay his debts and leave the temple as soon as he can. Then he remembers something important. Soon the temple knights will go on a major raid, and during it they're supposed to find a rare, powerful item. That gives the protagonist a new goal. He plans to join the raid and take that item for himself, hoping it's the key to his freedom. Sometime later, his transfer is done and MC officially joins the hunting team. As they leave, he remembers that in his past life he only joined after the raid list was announced. That list was always picked from the hunting team, the top 20 talents, or people with strong connections. Zephyr already knows what he wants to do, but the timing has to be perfect. They reach the armory, and Got shows him around before leaving to check on his teammates in the hospital. While Got is speaking, the same suspicious group from the forest shows up. The second he sees them, he lowers his head and nervously tells the protagonist to do the same. As they walk by, everyone bows without a word. But when they pass Zephyr, the marked leader suddenly senses something and is caught off guard, yet he keeps moving. After they're gone, Got explains they're official inquisitors, people nobody dares to challenge. He tells MC to be careful around them. They can call anyone a heretic and get away with it. Their leader Sahak is the worst of them. Called the Mad Hound, he loves killing, and Got warns Zephyr to stay away from him. But right then, Sahak suddenly calls out to them and Got almost loses it. Sahak starts walking straight toward them. Pointing at him, he dismissively asks about the minor. Then he throws back his cape and demands to know the protagonist role. Before Zephyr can answer, Got quickly cuts in and says MC is on his team. Sahak shuts him up right away, making it clear he doesn't care what Got thinks. The pressure spikes as Sahak's killing intent fills the air and Got starts shaking. Zephyr, though, stays totally calm. That alone grabs Sahak's attention. It doesn't fit someone who looks like a rough temple miner. Sahak starts thinking this boy may be much stronger than he seems. If that's true, sending him to the mines instead of the hunting squad makes no sense. Strong recruits are usually caught early by the aptitude test and sent to elite units. Something isn't right. A moment later, Sahak signals his men and they surround Zephyr on all sides. Even after noticing his strength, Sahak stays sure of himself. He trusts his squad and steps in, demanding the truth with a warning not to lie. But the protagonist sees through him right away. With his men closing in, Sahak accuses MC of serving the Demon Lord. That question sends Zephyr's mind back to the past. He knows far more about the Demon Lord's followers than most people do. They betrayed humanity in the Great War and helped bring its ruin. But these days, most lower ranks just know them as a dangerous cult against the Orthodox faith. While he is thinking, Sahak says he has a special sense that lets him detect the Demon Lord's followers. Right now, that instinct is telling him the protagonist is dangerous. With a dark look, he starts the interrogation. He names himself an agent of the Inquisitors, and the mood turns heavy. Zephyr still doesn't react. Instead, he calmly suggests they continue somewhere private, which catches Sahak off guard. Then he quietly adds that too many people are watching, and it'll get awkward once he starts beating him down. Sahak is furious, but he keeps it together. He can't believe Zephyr could actually beat him. With one sharp move, he and his team activate a powerful skill. A huge triangular field rises around MC, trapping him inside. It's the Red Field, a battlefield skill that greatly boosts the caster and his allies. He doesn't panic, he takes a fighting stance, strange and hard to read, and it throws Sahak off for a second. Still, the Mad Hound charges in, trusting his invisibility and the Red Field's power. He leaps forward with a storm of knife attacks. Zephyr slips past every strike with ease, staying just out of reach while landing clean counters. Surprised and annoyed, Sahak tries to slide in low and tackle him. But the instant he hits, it feels like he's slammed into solid steel. For the first time, Sahak knows he misjudged his enemy. Zephyr answers with a sudden flurry of heavy blows, and everyone lands. Sahak crashes to the ground, unconscious or maybe worse. Before the protagonist can even reset, a spiked mace comes flying at him and he barely blocks it in time. The hit still drives him backward. He quickly realizes it's the tank from Sahak's group, swinging that huge weapon with raw force. Zephyr throws out a taunt, clearly trying to rile him up. It works. The tank whips his mace with so much power that it tears up the road, sending rock everywhere. God is still standing there in shock, unable to believe Zephyr dropped Sahak so easily with that strange fighting style. He also sees that even against the tank's heavy, reckless swings, MC keeps dodging with smooth precision. That gives God some hope. If he crushes Sahak's whole squad, maybe none of this comes back on him as his supposed leader. But that hope fades when someone points out the protagonist has only been dodging and 5 minutes have already passed. Inside the Red Field, Sahak's squad keeps getting stronger the longer the fight lasts. Soon enough, Zephyr feels it too. The tank's chained attacks are getting faster and heavier and MC starts having trouble keeping up. Then Sahak suddenly reappears and cuts across his back in a surprise strike. He's giving off a brutal killing aura now, clearly still in the fight. Burning with cold rage, he launches a high-speed assault, blurring around Zephyr and slashing from every angle. For a moment, it looks like Sahak has taken control. He moves in for a final finishing blow, but just as he closes in, the protagonist barely catches him and smashes his head into the ground. Before Sahak can recover, Zephyr drives a knee into him again, overpowering him with pure strength. Battered and bleeding, Sahak finally understands the truth. Even with all his buffs, he never stood a chance. MC coolly mocks him, saying if he wanted to show off his speed, he should have waited until the tank wore him down first. That sets the bald tank off. He tightens the chains wrapped around Zephyr and tries to overpower him. He doesn't give in. He pulls back against the chains and taunts the tank, calling him too scared to fight up close. As he says it, he pours mana into his arms and uses a basic enhancement spell, Power Boost. With that burst of strength, he yanks the chains so hard they fly out of the tank's hands. The force sends the tank crashing into a wall, and everyone goes silent. On the ground, Sahak crawls toward him, shaken and desperate, asking who he really is. But Zephyr only smirks and walks off, reminding him that interrogation is supposed to be his job. From a nearby window, a red-haired man watches it all without being noticed, clearly impressed by the protagonist's power. He quietly wonders if this boy was sent by their master. The crowd can hardly believe what they just saw. Sahak, their feared leader, beaten by a rookie. As Zephyr walks away, Sahak can only scream after him, refusing to accept the loss. MC, on the other hand, feels relieved. The first step of his plan worked. Now he just has to wait for the right person to hear about it. But as he keeps walking, a strange feeling suddenly hits him. His body starts shaking, and he quickly understands why. It's mana freeze, the shutdown that happens when your mana runs dry. Using Power Boost drained him completely and left him wide open. He realizes his body still isn't strong enough and needs work. After collapsing, Zephyr looks up, and the world above him warps as a giant figure appears. It calls itself Spirit Shylock, agent of Ursa, the god of debt. Ursa sent it to collect payment for the Wall of Iron skill he used. The protagonist knows that skill well. It gave him a huge edge in the fight, but it comes with a brutal cost. Once the user's mana hits 0, all the damage blocked during the spell comes crashing down at once. A lot of people died from that drawback. Ursa's spell is a double-edged blade that feeds on human despair. As Zephyr struggles, Ursa watches with cruel delight, enjoying every second. Meanwhile, Shylock starts adding up all the damage MC stored, getting ready to release it in one hit. Completely drained, Zephyr can only wait as the countdown keeps ticking. He tries to move, but his body won't listen. In one last effort, he tears the wraps off his hands and reveals a hidden recovery potion. With the countdown almost over, he manages to drink the mana potion just in time. That tiny surge gives him 1 point of mana, just enough to stop the debt collection before it hits. Shylock vanishes at once and the danger passes. Zephyr exhales, knowing he escaped for now, but only for now. He survives by a split second and smirks at the sky, like he's mocking Ursa for underestimating him. After all, the protagonist is a survivor. In his past life, he lived through humanity's fall, so he already knows how to beat Wall of Iron. Never let your mana drop to 0. As long as even a little remains, the spell can't collect. He remembers that in his last life, Wall of Iron was a purple tier skill worth 500 gold, way beyond what he could pay now. Still, the god handed it to him for their own amusement, so Zephyr thanks them with a middle finger. That only makes the god even angrier. Later, MC wakes up confused. He's tied to a bed, a priestess standing beside him while 2 large men bring over torture tools. He looks around nervously as the priestess calmly explains he's in their workshop because the loan he took from the shop came due an hour ago. Then her face turns cold. She grabs a large knife and says he took out several loans with collateral, skipped every interest payment and never meant to pay them back. Holding the blade inches from him, she demands an explanation. Zephyr knows this is serious. If he uses mana, Shylock will come right back, so his only choice is to talk his way out. He quickly begs for more time and promises to repay everything next week. The priestess doesn't budge. She says they'll take his wages, but he still owes the shop loan plus interest. And right now, there's no way he can pay it. Then she gives the command. One of the big men grabs Zephyr's arm. She coldly says they'll take a finger first, just to teach him a lesson. The thug lifts the knife and brings it down at his hand. At the last second, the protagonist blurts something out in panic. Whatever he says makes her stop the men at once. Her face changes from fury to stunned disbelief. She can't believe Zephyr knows that. The 2 men just stand there, shocked, until she snaps and orders them out immediately. They leave without arguing. As soon as they're gone, she leans in and demands to know how he learned that name. Zephyr pushes even harder and calls her the monster breaker, White Rose. He knows her hidden identity. White Rose, the broker tied to the underworld who moves monster corpses and stolen goods. MC knows cheap gear won't be enough if he wants to keep exploring dungeons, so he decides to use her connections. With a smug smile, he thanks her for bringing him here and says he has a business deal for her. In another room, Sahak wakes up burning with anger. He can't accept that a kid embarrassed him that badly. He swears that if they meet again, he'll kill Zephyr. His outburst catches the attention of a red-haired man who calls over to him. The moment Sahak sees him, he stiffens and forces out a respectful greeting. The man only smiles. He calmly tells the healers he'll handle Sahak himself. As they leave, he brings up Sahak's recent fight. Sahak realizes what's coming and tries to apologize. He doesn't get the chance. The red-haired man suddenly jams a knife into his mouth and holds it there. Seething with disgust, he scolds Sahak for failing Inquisitor Matthias's order. Now the whole thing has turned into a public disgrace and he's furious. Without warning, he slices Sahak across the face. In a cold voice, he reminds him that talent and promise mean nothing if he's become a burden. After 6 months, Saoz has only killed 2 Demon Lord worshippers and his superiors are out of patience. Losing to a boy made Inquisitor Matthias look even worse. Hearing that, Saoz drops to the floor and begs for one more chance. The red-haired man gives him one condition: kill the boy who beat him. Only then will they think about his future. Sadak understands the threat right away. If he fails, he'll lose the red uniform and the power that comes with it. Before leaving, the man drops a glowing purple orb in front of him and says it may help. Sadak recognizes it instantly. The orb carries the clear energy of a Demon Lord worshipper. He's shaken, but the red-haired man doesn't care. He leaves the choice to Sadak: use it and accept the risk, or walk away and lose everything. After the door shuts, Sadak stares at the orb, haunted by all the slaves he killed while hiding behind his authority. If he loses that red uniform, he's finished. He'll be a slave again, and this time no one will spare him. Everything he fought for will disappear. Desperate and enraged, Sadak grabs the purple orb and decides to use it, laughing like a madman as he clutches it. Outside, the red-haired man smiles. This is exactly what he wanted. He tells his subordinate to watch Sadak closely, since the real plan was always to use him as a distraction. From his reports, Sadak's recklessness has already pulled attention away, and even the Temple Knight's leader has relaxed. Ned plans to use that opening to intercept the item, kill the head of the order, and help a Demon Lord worshipper take over the temple. His name is Ned Stryer, an imposter and a hidden disciple of the Demon Lord worshippers. Still, Ned is wary of everything that's been happening, so he also orders an investigation into Zephyr. He recognized the martial art he used, a style known only to their master and that master's disciples. Ned starts to wonder if the protagonist was sent by the master to help them. But since the matter is so secret, he decides to test the boy through Sadak first. If MC fails, Ned will kill him himself. Back with the priestess, Zephyr catches her off guard by showing her the monster corpse he brought from the dungeon. Her caution quickly turns into interest, as she admires the quality of it. But he asks for a lot in return. Items worth 5,000 gold, about the value of 3 Predator-class corpses like this one. He confidently says he'll bring all 3 within 3 weeks. Then he pauses and says he has one more favor to ask. After recovering, Zephyr meets up with his teammates for a relaxed get-together. There, Goto goes over the team again to make everyone's role clear. First is Marco, the tanker. Then comes Dale, the swordsman. Last, he introduces Zephyr, but the mood is tense, and Goto notices it right away. Most of that discomfort is aimed at the protagonist. No one's even touching the food, which says a lot. Seeing how awkward it is, MC decides to lighten things up. He pulls out a luxury bottle of wine, and everyone immediately pays attention. He says he got it from White Rose and pours a glass for each of them. That small move wins the group over. Their view of him softens, and Zephyr knows they'll now be more open to helping him smuggle monster corpses. Whatever their differences, they're tied together now. He already knew Gote from his past life, but Marco and Dale weren't alive this far in that timeline. That makes him wary. He still doesn't know if they'll help him or become people he has to get rid of later. He also knows people usually like whoever gives them what they want. And if someone wants status, the trick is making them feel important. Still, Zephyr can't move forward with someone who openly hates him. For this team, that person is Dale. After a while, Goldie explains their next mission and stresses how important it is. If they pull it off, they could get promoted. He tells everyone to treat the new member with respect and reminds them they need to work together. Not everyone agrees. Dale gets especially annoyed because Goldie made the call without asking the rest of them. He even questions whether Zephyr really killed the Predator or if Goldie just got fooled. That starts an argument. Marco, the bigger one, steps in and shuts it down. He says they should go along with it for now since the reward will still be split 3 ways. Even then, Dale can't bring himself to trust the protagonist. He feels sure the boy will cause trouble, and if Zephyr is trying to fool them, the dungeon will expose him soon enough. With the plan decided, the team heads to Edoran, a town built into the side of a mountain. The team is amazed. They've never seen a place like it. Goldie explains that the caves go much deeper than expected, with rooms and living spaces inside. Temple sent workers and injured adventurers used to stay there, but that time is over. Now it's basically become a ruined monster nest. Inside, the tunnels are packed with thick spider webs. Zephyr stays cautious and turns on mana perception, a skill that lets him sense creatures and objects filled with mana without touching them. Using it, he carefully leads the team through the webs. After a tense trip, they get back out, and MC says he detected a steel spider inside. Right away, he starts explaining how to deal with it. His plan is to sneak into the nest, use a paralysis potion on the baby spiders, and wait for the parent to return and see them dead, pushing it into a reckless state. As Zephyr explains, Dale raises an objection. Even with 4 people, he doesn't think they can beat a steel spider. Its shell is tough as steel, so swords barely work. On top of that, steel spiders breed fast and can build a swarm, making their nest even deadlier. Dale says they should ask the temple for help, but Zephyr casually tells him to take it easy. He says he can wipe out the nest by himself. That kind of confidence only makes Dale trust him less. He says he killed a predator, humiliated Sahak, and now claims he can beat a steel spider alone. To Dale, none of it adds up. Then Dale has a thought. If the protagonist is lying, maybe this dungeon isn't even that dangerous. If so, going in with him could be the best way to expose him. But as they move deeper inside, Dale accidentally touches a strand of web and gets stuck. As he struggles to get free, he sees dozens of spiderlings rushing out of the dark straight toward him. Zephyr moves at once. He yanks Dale away from the web and steps in front of the swarm. Then he blocks the spiderlings with his own arm. They bite down on MC, but their fangs can't break his skin. Not bothered at all. He mocks the spiderlings and smashes them into the ground. Dale is stunned by both his power and how calm he is. Zephyr quickly calls everyone into position to face the rest of the swarm. He'd already told them to wrap their weapons in their capes, knowing normal blades would get stuck in the webs. The plan works. Even with webs clinging to the weapons, they can still swing them. Dale and Goat fight the monsters while pushing them into one area. The idea is simple. Once the spiderlings are grouped together, Zephyr will wipe them out in one strike, and everything goes just as planned. With one huge swing, he destroys the whole swarm. When it's over, the group is left drained from the fight. Dale has a deep cut on his arm and feels hurt in more ways than one. He hates that he had to rely on him to save him. Then, to his surprise, Zephyr hands him a recovery potion right away. Watching that, Dale realizes the protagonist must have known what was happening the whole time, even the moment he got caught in the web, all because of mana perception. Quietly, he feels ashamed. MC just tells him it's fine and warns him not to make the same mistake again. At the same time, he starts looking at Dale with a little more respect. In his past life, the protagonist had to teach people with no talent, so Dale's focus and discipline stand out right away. Zephyr knows Dale still doesn't fully trust him, but he also knows that once this dungeon is done, those doubts should fade on their own. Before long, they reach the spider nest and use the paralyzing potion. To their surprise, it works just like MC said, making the fight much easier. They also follow his tip to strike the spiders' bellies, since those are softer than their steel-like backs. When Dale tries it and sees it work, he's shocked again by how much he knows. Dale drives his blade into one of the spiders, and the others jump in to finish it off. They cheer for taking one down, then freeze when they realize Zephyr has already killed hundreds by himself. After stepping down from the pile of corpses, the protagonist casually tells them to rest for a bit. Still out of breath, Marco can't stop wondering where MC came from and who could have trained someone like him. That makes Zephyr think back to the mysterious man who trained him in a cave long ago. But when that memory comes back, his face hardens. He pushes the thought away and changes the subject, reminding them only the boss room is left. That instantly fires the group up for the last battle. While they wait for his next order, he walks over to a spider's corpse and pulls off its sharp legs. Then he suddenly tells the others to leave, saying he'll handle the rest alone. The order leaves everyone stunned, and Goat isn't nearly as driven as the others, especially not Dale. More than anything, he just wants to stay alive. If that means picking the safest option and listening to whoever holds power, that's exactly what he'll do, and it's why he's survived this long. So when Zephyr tells them to go, Goat agrees right away. Sure, it's the smart move. In his mind, they'd only hold the protagonist back. Marco refuses though, saying they're already at the final step. That rattles Goat, and he gets even more nervous when Dale sides with Marco, arguing that more people means a better shot at killing the monster. Goat starts sweating, quietly hoping Zephyr will force them to leave. But instead of sending them away, MC gives them each a job. After a short talk, he heads deeper into the dungeon alone, moving with total confidence. Soon he reaches the queen spider's spawning chamber. Her guardian spiders wait nearby, each protecting its own web-covered lair. As Zephyr steps closer, every spider notices him, but he stays calm. He knows they won't move unless he crosses into the lair. Each one guards. Then the protagonist pulls out bags of plain flour and throws them at the webs. The bags burst open on impact, filling the air with powder and blinding the spiders. It works. In the confusion, Zephyr lifts his crossbow and shoots the queen. The bolt doesn't hurt her much, but it sparks, and that spark ignites the flour in the air. A huge dust explosion tears through the chamber. Zephyr immediately runs, knowing the blast wasn't enough to kill the spiders. As he escapes, some of the guardians chase him. Without slowing down, he fires poison arrows behind him, dropping one of them. But another guardian keeps coming, closing the gap as MC rounds a corner, only for the spider to slam into a thick wall of web. Earlier, he had told the team to set web traps in certain spots using sacks of spider silk. When Goat doubted that webs could stop spiders, he explained they get stuck too if they don't have the special liquid their bodies make. After giving them the sacks, he made it clear this was the only way to handle so many spiders at once. Now, after the explosion dried up that protective liquid, the chasing spider gets trapped in the web. Zephyr instantly pulls out the spider claws and cuts the trapped guardian down in one strike. Only one guardian is left. But then the queen suddenly rushes out with a piercing screech. She charges after the protagonist as he races for the cave exit, where the rest of the team is waiting in formation. Right as Zephyr reaches the exit, the queen spits a stream of deadly acid at him. From his past life, he knows even one drop can melt flesh and kill on contact. Remembering that, he dives through the entrance just in time. But the queen doesn't let up. She bursts out after him, spraying venom everywhere. The moment she appears, the others snap into position. Holding the spider claws tight, Zephyr rushes straight at her. He cuts across her back and lands in front of her, making himself the main target. His plan is simple: keep her eyes on him, so the others get chances to attack. The queen screams even louder, furious from the hit, but Zephyr doesn't budge. He knows he's the only one who can face her directly, and while he holds her there, the others get ready to strike from a safer distance. Everyone holds firm, except Gate, who trembles at the sight of the monster. The rest are nervous too, torn between going all in or holding back. Dale feels it the most. His mind goes back to all the times the hunter team mocked and humiliated them. They treated them like trash, nothing more than weak information gatherers, and never missed a chance to put them down. But Dale is done taking that. They've come too far to shrink back now. So he commits fully. Marco reaches the same choice. Before, they never would have dared fight a monster like this. But Zephyr changed everything. Every time they trusted him, it paid off. Because of that, Marco throws himself into the battle too. Goat, on the other hand, gets upset that no one is listening to him. But with Dale and Marco already set on fighting, he has no choice but to join in. Together, they focus on the damaged part of the spider's armor. As they attack from different sides, they remember Zephyr's instructions. Aim for the middle of the legs where the nerves run. He also told them to coat their weapons with tranquilizer. Dale follows that advice, and it works, but right after he lands a hit, he realizes the monster is about to attack him from behind. MC is already moving. He drops in from above and strikes the spider mid-attack, cutting it off. He looks completely in control, openly daring the monster to focus on him instead. The enraged spider turns all its fury on Zephyr. Still, he blocks every blow without fail. Dale can barely believe it. He is so fast and he handles the monster's rage like it's nothing. Dale remembers how worried they were before the fight and how Zephyr promised they'd be fine, that the queen would barely pay attention to them because she'd be blinded by rage over her burned eggs. Watching this now, Dale knows the protagonist was right. MC had also warned them that the safest place is near the queen's back legs. Because she lays eggs in a tight spawning space, she's gotten used to barely using her rear limbs. Now Dale sees it for himself. She's mostly attacking with the front half of her body, just like he said. That makes Dale wonder if the protagonist has fought monsters like this before. It also becomes clear that the protagonist was only holding the line so they could get the tranquilizer into her. He planned to handle the rest himself. With that in mind, they all strike from every side and drive their weapons into her body. But Got's spear gets lodged in one of the spider's legs, and before he can yank it free, she lifts him into the air. The queen lets out a horrible scream and thrashes violently, swinging at Zephyr while Goat is slammed hard to the ground. Mad over the loss of her eggs, the queen boils with rage, and when her claws aren't enough, she starts building venom to melt them down with poison. Before she can spit it, MC rushes in and drives his hand deep into her abdomen. He grabs the venom gland and rips it out with all his strength. Then he pulls off his belt and wraps the gland tight, sealing it so she can't use it for at least a few minutes. Without pausing, he jumps onto her body, launches himself upward, and smashes a brutal kick into her skull. The impact cracks her head. When he lands, he stays calm and ready, knowing they can win if everyone keeps working together. When the spider drops, the group bursts into cheers. Dale still can't believe they really beat the queen spider, and he turns to Zephyr for answers. Then it hits him. He let them be the ones to defeat her. He guided them, protected them, and set everything up so they could land the final blow. That realization hits hard. Hunting under a leader like the protagonist feels completely different. For the first time, Dale thinks maybe he really could become someone like MC if he keeps following him. Meanwhile, Zephyr is already thinking about which corpses to take back as an offering to White Rose. But his thoughts are cut off when Dale calls to him, proudly showing the resting spot he set up and telling him to take a break. He says they'll handle the rest. To his surprise, Dale starts openly praising him and even offers to cut up the corpses, make him comfortable, and finish the leftover work. Hearing that, the protagonist realizes his mana is almost drained anyway, and taking their help will also save him from dealing with Ursa later. As he watches them work, he comes to a new thought. His teammates really aren't bad. Then his face turns serious again. He knows they still won't be enough if he ends up facing someone from his past life. His current gear and stats aren't enough either, so he needs a real long-term plan. Later, he brings the Predator's corpse to the priestess, and she's clearly impressed. She even offers him extra inventory space as a reward. But while Zephyr stands there, he quietly notices shady deals happening in the temple in broad daylight. By now, he no longer believes temples are as holy as they pretend to be. The temples take donations from believers, then use that money not just to fight monsters, but to grow their power and build cities around themselves. Those offerings aren't only about faith, they're the cost of protection, and temple knights don't guard people for free. Still, MC knows that kind of safety won't last. In the future, even money won't be enough to keep your children safe. Later, in private, the priestess tells Zephyr the monster corpse sold for a good amount, and praises how capable he is. He ignores the flattery and asks the only thing he cares about, how much debt is left. She says he's cleared 48% of it so far. On top of that, the temple will claim 20% as its cut. Then she recalls another favor she arranged for him, lab cleaning duty. That means he can use the lab equipment after everyone leaves, as long as he cleans up afterward. The protagonist is pleased since that's way better than sneaking in. Then someone walks up and calls for the priestess. Both of them turn, and the moment Zephyr sees the man, he goes still. It's Ned, an Inquisitor agent MC knew in his past life. The priestess lightly jokes that maybe Ned came to borrow money or ask her out, but she already knows why he's really here. He came because of him. After all, he beat Sahak, and Ned is Sahak's superior. To her, it's reckless and insulting that he'd confront her client right in front of her. So she tries to calm things down and politely send Ned away. Instead, he says Zephyr's name out loud and casually invites them both for tea. With a crazed look, he asks the protagonist if he knows Sahak. MC answers flatly that he knows no one by that name. They lock eyes, and the tension turns heavy. Mana erupts from both of them, filling the air with crushing pressure. The priestess starts shaking as that force digs into her skin. In that instant, she realizes Zephyr may be as strong as a temple slave, or even stronger. Ned feels it too, standing only a few steps away. Mana gathers in his fingers as he gets ready to fight, wanting to see what he can really do. Right before they collide, the priestess activates the slave mark spell. It forces them both to stop. The spell only affects slaves marked by the temple, and it slams into both of them so hard they drop to their knees. The priestess marches up and smacks Zephyr across the face, without hesitation. Then she grabs his collar, drags him off, and scolds him for almost getting himself killed. As she pulls him away, she throws Ned a cold warning. The boy is hers to deal with, and if he tries anything again, she'll kill him. Once they're alone, she tells Zephyr the truth. Ned is a dangerous liar, basically a demon in human skin. No one has ever beaten him. Everyone who tried died. The protagonist finds that speech dull, which annoys her enough to yell that he's her biggest source of income. But when she notices the bruise rising on his cheek from her slap, her voice softens, and she reaches toward it with a little guilt. MC brushes her hand away and says that wasn't a real fight. Deep down, though, he knows Ned came fully ready and was trying to provoke one. Without another word, Zephyr heads for the lab. Before he goes, he quietly asks the priestess for one favor. Back on temple grounds, Ned dusts off his clothes while still feeling the force of the slave mark spell. Ned was never truly a temple slave. He was only there because his master ordered it, and he's always hated the temple and the people in it. Even so, he obeyed, no matter how sick it made him feel. Still, one thing shocked him. His master revealed that 2 demon lord worshippers who had snuck into the temple as priests were already executed. The rest had gone into hiding because security got tighter, so the only path left into the temple was through the slave mark. His master explained that the priests of light barely watched marked slaves, since they thought those people were easy to control. So Ned was ordered to keep pretending to be a temple slave, infiltrate the Temple of Light, and steal the reward from the raid dungeon. Ned accepted right away. Now he knows they've already found a way to shut down the slave mark, and he's sure the priests of light have no idea. They just need to wait until the temple weakens, and the priests are brought to their knees. Far from there, in a ruined fortress, a group of outlaws repairs their fences. Then one of them calls everyone to eat, and the workers gather around a worn table. Over a tiny meal, they talk about being too poor to pay for temple protection, which is why they have to defend the place themselves. While they eat, the guard spots someone coming from the temple. It's Sahak. As soon as he enters, he asks how many people live there. A worker nervously says 50. That answer makes Sahak grin like a madman. Without warning, he lifts a strange flute-like tool and plays a chilling note. At once, a monster erupts from the ground and skewers the workers without mercy. This is Sahak's new power, and it's horrifying. With it, he's sure that boy will never shame him again. As Sahak laughs wildly, the creature tears through the fortress, devouring the rest of the workers one after another. That night in the Temple of Light, Zephyr works in the lab, mixing and boiling materials with the queen spider's poison. He's making a deadly fade mixture he calls the King of Poisons. For this, he has taken over the priestess's room because he suspects Ned's underling might show up and ruin his work. She didn't like the idea at first, but he talked her into lending him the space. As she studies his blueprint, she can't figure out what he's trying to make. Meanwhile, Zephyr carves careful lines into a piece of arcanwood and smashes it with a mana-filled punch. The larger pieces snap away, leaving several small, even sticks behind. The priestess is both impressed and confused, so he explains they're needles like the ones used in Eastern medicine. He plans to dip the tips in poison and leave them there for 10 minutes. After that, he says the needles will be able to kill almost anything with very little effort. No one ever thought they'd end up depending on poison after the demon lord's attack, especially after the gods abandoned them. With that in mind, Zephyr starts pushing the poison needles into his own body. The toxin spreads through his veins almost at once, and the pain makes him shake. Alarmed, the priestess moves toward him, but he lifts a hand and stops her. She remembers his warning. No matter what happens, don't panic. Just do the task he signals for. She still has no idea what he's really planning, but Zephyr does. He wants to strengthen himself. He knows that under the right conditions, 2 poisons can cancel each other out and turn into medicine or even a potion that boosts stats. The problem is that these toxins are unstable, brutal, and impossible to predict. The pain drives his body to the edge, but the protagonist knows this is his only path forward. He moves mana through himself to control the damage inside and maybe raise his level. This is a test. Will the method heal him, or will his body break apart like glass? Even so, Zephyr knows this pain is nothing compared to what the Demon Lord once put him through. As he focuses, the mana flow steadies. The dark color in his veins starts fading back to normal. The priestess is stunned, but she remembers his earlier order when he gives the sign. she must drive the last poison needle into his head. That moment comes, and despite her fear, she does as told, forcing the needle in with shaking hands. Hours later, deep in the forest near the Temple of Light, a beam from a slave mark shoots into the sky in a bright flash. On the ground, hunters run for their lives as a herd of monstrous ostriches chases them. They curse the recon team for getting the number of nests wrong. Luckily, they already fired a flare to call for help, but the stampede is faster than anyone expected. As the hunters argue, the monsters catch them and rip through the group one by one. The leader is the only one left, and he knows the temple is still at least 20 minutes away. Things look hopeless. He's knocked to the ground, staring up as a huge ostrich raises its razor beak to finish him. But just before it strikes, a dagger cuts through the air and pierces its neck. The beast drops dead at once. The leader is stunned, then even more shocked when Zephyr crashes down nearby with a heavy impact. The instant he lands, all the monstrous ostriches rush at him. MC, now far stronger, tears through them with ease. He destroys the whole flock like it's nothing, aiming for their necks with ruthless accuracy. Then with one burst of mana, he fires multiple projectiles that punch through every throat and kill the creatures instantly. The leader just stands there, unable to understand how one person, even temple backup, could do all that alone. Before he can speak, Zephyr asks where the nest is. Still dazed, the leader points it out. Without a word, he disappears in a single leap, leaving behind a crushing aura and a deep sense of awe that weighs on the hunter captain. Then the man suddenly regrets not warning Zephyr that the nest is extremely dangerous. As he curses himself for forgetting, a blast shakes the forest, followed by more explosions and the sound of the ground cracking open. To his complete disbelief, Zephyr returns moments later, dragging the severed head of the boss monster behind him. Even after that battle, he looks calm, almost at ease. The poison needles seem to have doubled his strength and numbed his pain, but the protagonist knows his next problem is equipment. He needs better gear, and first he has to find somewhere to forge it or get it made. As he thinks about what to do next, he fires a green flare to show the emergency is over. Far away in the dungeon, Saha keeps slaughtering everything in his path, waiting until he crosses paths with Zephyr again. A few days later, Matthias, the senior inquisitor, talks with Lucius, commander of the Temple Knights, about the report that a slave wiped out a pack of monstrous ostriches and even their 100-foot leader. They think he may have done it on purpose to prove he deserves a spot in the coming raid. Matthias wants the slave questioned, but Lucius says not yet. Matthias argues that's risky. If the slave serves demon lord worshippers, he could ruin the whole mission. Lucius has another plan. Take people like that on the raid, then deal with them there instead of letting them cause trouble somewhere else. Even after more than 20 years as friends, Matthias can't agree with that. Then Lucius takes him down into the tower basement and opens a huge sealed door. Matthias is left speechless when he sees Michael's legendary heavenly lance and shield. He can barely believe it. Until now, those relics only existed to him in books. Lucius says that after 10 years, they finally have a real shot at clearing the dungeon. He adds that with these weapons, he'll be almost impossible to stop in the raid. The next morning, back at the slave quarters, Zephyr's hunting group finishes a brutal training session and notices the area has gotten way more crowded. Marco says the extra people are slaves trying to grab one of the last raid spots. Maybe 2 or 3 are still open. While they talk, the priestess suddenly steps out of their room and walks past. Everyone quickly bows, and after she's gone, some of them quietly ask why she was in their quarters at all. A moment later, their worst guess turns out to be right, when they notice Zephyr inside the room wearing a gold ring. They just stare, unable to figure out how he got something like that from the priestess. MC acts like it's nothing, but he knows it's much more than a nice accessory. It's the Ring of Purification, a relic that improves mana flow and boosts magic defense. She handed it over after his upgrade session and hinted she owns more items that could raise his stats even further. That makes Zephyr suspect she's driven by profit. Meanwhile, the priestess heads back to her room, deep in thought. She's thinking about Persephone, the fallen assassin guild famous for using poison to power themselves up and kill targets. Zephyr's hunting skill and poison-based growth make her wonder if he once belonged to them. She remembers the guild collapsed years ago from infighting, but rumors say rich people still search for their poison and any survivors. Keeping him close could make her a lot of money. If she outfits him well, he could become extremely valuable. But first she has to find the right gear for him. The protagonist, reading where her thoughts are going, is a little surprised she guessed he might be tied to an assassin group. Still, he sees an advantage. If she spreads that rumor, the person he's after might come looking for him. Back with the hunting team, Dot is freaking out over Zephyr's game. He actually got a ring from the priestess. The others are just as shocked, but before MC can bring up the dungeon, someone slams on the door. Dale checks it and finds a note pinned there with a knife. It's an official order telling them to leave at once and report on the situation. The group is confused. Who sends an official notice like that, especially one stamped by the hunting team? Zephyr checks it too and recognizes the handwriting right away. It's Ned's. The moment he understands that, he gets excited and takes it as a direct challenge. Without delay, he rushes out, cutting through the woods at high speed while thinking about the upcoming raid. This won't be some normal mission. It's set in the Tomb of the Fallen Princess, a giant ruin from an ancient kingdom. The place is insanely hard, and in over 10 years no one has reached the boss room. To join the raid, you have to be either a slave assigned to a priest or one of the top hunters. Zephyr knows his team won't climb that high in time, so he's counting on Ned. Since Ned serves directly under Matthias, he has enough pull to get someone added. The protagonist wants his recommendation. He's pretty sure Ned wants to test him anyway, and may even suspect he's an ally of the Demon Lord. While thinking that, Zephyr races along the mountain paths until he smashes straight through a watchtower. As the dust clears, a voice calls out, and MC knows at once it's Sahak. He stops and tells Sahak to go home, confused about why he's here at all. Sahak answers with a twisted grin, saying he's been craving a fight with Zephyr for the last few days. He is still trying to make sense of it when Sahak pulls a knife, clearly eager to show off his new power. He doesn't even get to finish talking. Zephyr flashes past and drops him with a single blow. The protagonist scowls. If Ned sent Sahak instead of coming himself, then he's hiding something. Thinking Ned may be nearby, MC calls out, but instead of an answer, Sahak starts moving again, rising in a warped, unnatural way while laughing like a maniac. Something slimy creeps out from under his cape. Without hesitation, Sahak takes out a flute and plays it, making the slime lift him up and grow into a huge abomination. Completely unhinged, Sahak screams curses at Zephyr and promises to make his death slow and painful. The creature finishes forming and Sahak sends it to attack at once. He is caught off guard for a split second, and the blow hurls him into the mountainside. But before Sahak can press the attack, a beam of energy burns away the monster's limbs, and Zephyr steps back out, unharmed and ready. He quickly identifies it as a living weapon, made by Demon Lord worshippers. It begins as an egg, then hatches when triggered by a hypnotic instrument like Sahak's flute. That same flute also shields the user from the creature's corruption aura. The monster has no mind, only endless hunger, and it gets stronger every time it eats a human, especially one with mana. That's why normal physical attacks barely help. While Zephyr sizes it up, the creature lashes out and wraps him in its appendages. That reminds him the corruption aura activates the instant this thing touches someone. Once infected, a victim's mind slowly falls apart until they turn violent and unstable, even attacking allies. This monster was made by the Demon Lord's side to wipe people out. As the protagonist is tangled in its grip, Sahak starts laughing. Sure, his mind is already corrupted, but Zephyr has the priestess's ring, a relic with curse removal. It activates and completely destroys the monster around him. Before Sahak can react, MC grabs him by the throat. Holding him there, he thinks about how he once cared so much about saving people, even when everything felt hopeless. He used to wonder if things would have changed if he'd grown up around humans who actually stood together and knew how to fight. Maybe then the people close to him would still be alive. That cold fury makes Sahak start sweating. Zephyr has accepted that he'll give people chances, but not someone like Sahak, who fed hundreds of innocent people to this monster and still wanted more. His anger finally boils over. The protagonist pours mana into his fist and drives it into Sahak's stomach, then follows with a savage punch that destroys his face. Without stopping, Zephyr prepares his finisher, East Dragon's Roar, a lightning technique focused through his strike. Mana gathers in his palm and he unleashes a storm of lightning-charged blows on Sahak. The attack burns Sahak to a crisp, so badly that even Zephyr is a little shaken, though he's still satisfied. After that, he picks up the flute. Since the monster can't be killed by brute force alone, and needs elemental magic, he starts to play. He knows one exact hit can erase it, but he also has to be careful not to waste too much mana. As MC plays the Annihilation Code, the melody starts breaking apart the force holding the monster together. At that moment, Ned lands nearby and is clearly shocked to hear Zephyr playing a song known only to Demon Lord worshippers. He notices him and instantly knows he was right. Ned did come for him. He's been waiting for this. Now he understands he has to convince Ned that he really is one of them. As he thinks it over, he remembers the man who trained him, the one he couldn't save. This time, he wants to repay that debt, and to do it he has to get close to Ned no matter the cost. While Zephyr is thinking, Ned draws his sword. Watching the protagonist fight seems to have convinced him he's too dangerous to leave alive. He rushes in with his glowing blade, but none of his attacks connect. MC slips past everyone with ease. Ned immediately realizes how dangerous this is and turns just in time to block Zephyr's counter, deflecting 3 stones fired from behind. Even while defending, he notices his speed and accuracy. Those are skills only Ned's master, and a tiny handful of fighters possess. The protagonist raises the pressure by offering to fight without weapons. Caught up in the challenge, Ned accepts. The two face off, lightning building in their hands as they mirror each other's stance, ready to clash head-on. Ned makes the first move, firing a lightning palm strike. Zephyr stays calm. He uses the floating cloud technique, creating an electric force that perfectly matches Ned's. The two powers slam together and cancel out. Ned is stunned. Countering a lightning palm like that takes a huge defensive current and perfect timing. Too little power and the attack breaks through. Seeing Zephyr do it so easily tells Ned this isn't just a gifted fighter. He knows techniques only a few people in the world have mastered. Until now, only Ned and his brother had ever pulled off that exact counter, an advanced move from the Dragon King's secret martial art. The move came from Jinrang, a top Demon Lord worshipper who rose to power by mastering the Dragon King's secret arts. Out of all his students, only 2 learned the real core of it. Those 2 were his son and Ned. Jinrang kept the art limited to them so it wouldn't spread. That's why Ned can barely believe what he just saw. This unknown kid used the technique and even destroyed their sacred living weapon. The monster prepared for the raid. Now he has no clue who Zephyr is or why he showed up. MC notices the change in Ned right away and jumps on it. He calmly lies, saying that if Ned thinks there were only 2 disciples, then someone kept him out of the loop. Then he shows the ring and asks if the Dragon King's art is so secret. What happens when one of the disciples dies? That thought hits Ned hard. If one of them falls, the martial art could vanish, and their master wouldn't have time to train someone new. As that sinks in, Ned starts to wonder if there really was a hidden 3rd disciple, trained in secret to keep the art alive. Zephyr steps in and calls himself the Shadow Disciple, someone raised in secret to replace Ned if he dies. Lying comes easy to him. A Shadow Disciple is supposed to be a hidden backup, trained in case the main heirs are lost. But once the true heirs safely take over, that hidden successor is usually killed. Leaving them alive can cause trouble later. Of course, the protagonist is making all of this up. He knows the real Shadow Disciple won't show up until after the raid. Right now, Altair and the others are keeping that person busy. Thinking of Altair, Zephyr almost smirks at whatever weird mess she's dealing with, then decides to press his luck. Still wary, Ned says he already checked with their master and was told no disciple had been sent, so MC must be lying. But Ned is bluffing too. He never contacted their master because doing that might ruin his chance to deal with him himself. He's already decided that if the protagonist acts suspicious, he'll kill him on the spot. Feeling that danger, Zephyr leans harder into the lie. He says he got secret orders to quietly join the raid and replace Ned if something went wrong. He even brings up Ned's mission to grab the dragon heart and escape. The dragon heart is a rare magic core from a dragon's chest, packed with huge power. One is hidden in the tomb of the fallen princess, the dungeon this raid is targeting. MC knows Ned's speed gives him the best shot at getting out with it, but he boldly says he could do it even better. Then he pushes Ned further by saying there's something personal he wants to discuss. Ned grits his teeth and Zephyr quietly says he wants to talk about Blood Tear. That name darkens Ned's face at once. It's one of his family's stolen treasures, and only he and his master should know about it. Shaken, Ned asks if he knows more. Zephyr says he'll talk after he's included in the raid. Left with little choice, Ned agrees and tells him to come along. He takes the protagonist to an empty building near the temple and introduces him to the others as someone sent by their master. Matthias is there too, and he gets excited about the new member. He quickly starts going over the plan. According to Matthias, everyone on the raid team is a demon lord worshipper gathered from different places. He explains the whole operation to Zephyr again. Wanting to learn more about them, MC is surprised to find out all 40 members are followers. Together they form an elite squad built for hard missions. Even so, he can't understand why people this capable would serve the demon lord. At the same time, Ned quietly thinks things over. He wonders if their master told Zephyr secrets that were meant only for them. For a moment, he even fears the master might trust the protagonist more than him. But he quickly pushes that thought away, reminding himself of the promise, help with his revenge, as long as he proves useful. That promise is what keeps Ned moving. He wants his master's approval and his revenge. Still, one thing keeps bothering him, this Shadow Disciple. Ned starts to wonder if the Shadow Disciple is just waiting for him to die and take his place, or maybe plans to kill him first. While Ned stays lost in thought, Matthias finishes the briefing and splits the team in 2, one to guard Ned, the other to take down Knight Commander Lucius. Ned wastes no time and asks Zephyr to join his group. He wants MC close, where killing him will be easier if needed. He pauses at the offer, remembering that in his past life Ned was swallowed by revenge, and trusted the wrong person, which led to his ruin. Even so, Zephyr also remembers how fiercely loyal Ned was. If he can win him over, Ned could become a huge ally, so the protagonist accepts. In his past life, he missed chances to build bonds like this, connections that might have changed everything. This was the first one. He clearly remembers the crazed version of Ned who once taught him the Dragon King style. The next day, the raid roster is announced, along with where everyone should gather, train, and handle prep. Everything is lining up for Zephyr, so he goes to say goodbye to his old team after clearing the 3 promised dungeons for them. They're truly grateful, and MC tells them this should help them get promoted soon. During the farewell, Dale gets more and more nervous. He wants to ask to come with him, but can't say it. He's drawn to Zephyr's goals, but feels he and the others are still too weak to follow him. To Dale's surprise, the protagonist says that if he trains hard enough, his time will come. That lifts Dale's spirits, and MC leaves soon after. He knows that by this point in his previous life, 2 of them were already dead. They're alive now, but he still thinks their future looks grim. In 3 years, the Demon Lord will be summoned, and most of them will die. That's why he needs the Dragon Heart. After that, Zephyr goes to the priestess to pick up his gear. To his surprise, she prepared everything exactly the way he asked. The weapons are blunt and carry mana well. He wanted them that way because the raid dungeon is full of skeletons, and normal blades don't work well on them. Blunt weapons are the best way to crush through them. After checking everything, Zephyr decides to buy it all, though the Twilight Longsword stands out to him most. The priestess got that sword only because he asked, but she still worries since it won't help much against skeletons. He thinks about the dungeon, how the temple failed to conquer it, even after 10 years. And now even the Demon Lord worshippers are betting everything on it. On top of that, everyone in the raid is basically Zephyr's enemy, and Ned still doesn't trust him. The protagonist knows that if he can't win Ned over, this may end in a fight to the death. While they keep talking, an enchanter named Agelia arrives from the temple lab and greets them politely. In this world, enchanting means filling gear with mana, and Agelia is one of the temple's best. Once ready, she uses holy light magic to fully charge Zephyr's gear with light energy as part of the raid prep. He wants everything ready before dealing with the other raid members. When the enchantment is done, they pay Agelia, and MC is surprised by how cheap it is. He wonders if the priestess helped lower the cost. Wanting to settle things, he brings up his own debt to her and notices she never took a cut from his earlier trades. She says she was only helping him as a friend. Zephyr thanks her, then casually admits he's out of money. That catches her off guard, and he explains the last few dungeons didn't pay much. So instead, he offers the poisons he made as payment. The priestess is shocked and thrilled. Zephyr teases her a little before handing over the vials. As he leaves, he warns her not to sell them to any moles. The next morning, all the raid members gather in front of the temple. He is a little surprised by the huge crowd, hundreds of people including healers and knights. He remembers only a handful survived in his past life. Once everyone is in place, Lucius, the raid leader, steps up and announces the raid has begun. This isn't a normal raid. The team includes knights, hunting team slaves, inquisitors, and slaves from the Inquisitor's lower branch. There are 86 people in total, split by role: frontliners, scouts, guards, range fighters, and support units for healing and buffs. They answer to 4 main leaders: a priest, a priestess, Matthias, and the deeply respected Lucius. He holds such high status partly because of the stigmata, a mark given only to those loved by God. It grants special powers in life, and after death, its bearers become angels serving the gods. Lucius received his at age 7. Because of that, people honor him immensely. For many, just seeing him is a blessing. Zephyr is surprised someone that important would show up in person. While thinking that, he catches Ned glaring at him with open frustration, and it puts him on edge. At the same time, Lucius starts speaking to the raid members. He brings up a prophecy saying that after 10 years of failure, this is the year they finally succeed. According to him, everyone in this raid will go down as legends, and the slaves who survive will earn their freedom. He adds one more rule before entering the dungeon: everyone has to survive 2 weeks of brutal training. After that, the whole crowd prays to Almighty Arya, fired up with faith and excitement. Then training starts. Their first challenge is reaching the training grounds at the top of the Summit of Screams. As he climbs, Zephyr gets more annoyed hearing Lucius call this an honor. He knows clearing a dungeon isn't about glory. To him, it's a business deal, and politics are a huge part of it. Getting workers, gear, and a full team together takes years, and none of it happens without investors. So the protagonist sees this raid for what it really is: planning, money, and profit. Once an area is secured, they build roads and cities there and cash in on the rising land value. The Temple of Light, now acting as the third parish, is Lucius's main base, where he trains the raid members and oversees their prep. For the drills, the Holy Priestess sets up a fake battlefield with golems, dummies, and her own magic. Once it begins, the dummies attack hard and send people flying. A lot of the raiders can't keep up and get overwhelmed fast, but Zephyr and Ned tear through the course with ease. Before long, it turns into a contest between them. As they fight, Ned warns MC not to use the Dragon King style and rushes a golem in front of him. He answers by readying his own attack. Both strikes land at the same time, dropping the golem together. After that round, the team gets a short break. Watching from the side, the Holy Priest starts to feel hopeful. The slaves, especially Ned and Zephyr, make him think this group might really have a chance. Soon, the healer finishes his recovery spell and tells everyone to start again. With constant healing, the punishment keeps going until 2 weeks feels more like 2 months. That's how the days pass. At last, training ends. Somehow, no one drops out, and everyone lasts through the full ordeal. To celebrate, the priests serve food and drinks. Ned, though, sits by himself, deep in thought. Knowing he barely ate the whole time, Zephyr brings him a plate. Ned turns it down, saying he has to stay light to keep his speed. Hearing that, the protagonist pushes his own plate away too. He isn't hungry either. Not when he needs to be ready for what's coming. That only annoys Ned more, but Zephyr changes the mood by pulling out a fancy bottle of liquor. Ned accepts a glass, takes a sip, and asks how much MC really knows about him. During training, he'd noticed he never once tried to hurt him. Ned also remembers the protagonist bringing up the blood tear before, then brushing it off and saying he'd explain later. Now he wants answers. Seeing the look on his face, MC realizes something in Ned has changed. When they first met, Ned tried to kill him, but after 2 weeks together, that urge seems to be gone. Zephyr corrects him. The real question isn't what the blood tear is, but where it is and who has it. Then he leans over and whispers the answer in Ned's ear, leaving him pale with shock. Ned had seen the blood tear before. His father showed it to him as a family relic, saying their ancestors won it by defeating monsters. Later, they offered that sword to the king and were granted the title of Baron, becoming its official guardians. Ned's father always believed Ned would inherit both the sword and the family name. He was sure his son would grow into a knight worthy of carrying it. But when the Temple of Light raided their estate, they took the sword and their title, claiming both as payment for a loan, no matter how much Ned's father begged. The priests insisted the sword belonged to the title, and since he'd given up that title for the loan, he had no right to keep it. That was when Ned's father snapped and drew his sword at the priest, but before he could strike, the guards ran him through. Young Ned saw it all and screamed for his father, while the priest coldly told the dying man he was lucky the blade never touched them. If it had, even his son would have been killed. Back then, this kind of thing happened all the time. Dungeon speculation had gone out of control, and investors were making fortunes while raid loot prices kept rising. Then raids started failing, scams spread, and the whole market lost its shine. The Temple of Light, which had made the most money during the boom, kept lying to investors and pretending everything was fine. Before the crash hit, they dumped worthless items at high prices and squeezed out every last bit of profit. Ned's father was one of the victims. He borrowed from the temple, lost everything when the market collapsed, and the people behind it were never punished. Worst of all was Olden, a priest close to Ned's father who still tricked him. Since then, Ned has lived for revenge and for tearing down the Temple of Light. At the same time, he spent years looking for the blood tear and never found it. So in the present, he's stunned when Zephyr tells him their master has the blood tear sword. He adds that the master also revealed something worse. The Demon Lord's 12 apostles are hidden inside the temple, posing as high-ranking priests. That hits Ned hard. Then the protagonist tells him the master lied about helping him get revenge. As Ned walks with the raid party, the betrayal keeps sinking in. He realizes the master only wants them to recover the heart and hand it to the leader. If that happens, Ned will never get his revenge, because once the heart is delivered, the real enemies will be out of reach. Now he sees they were used from the start. The master he treated like family betrayed him, and he knows Zephyr is telling the truth. There is no way MC could know the master's promise about revenge, unless it was real. With all of that in his head, Ned doesn't know what he's supposed to do next. After a while, the raid party reaches the entrance to the tomb of the fallen princess. Even before going in, some of them start trembling from the heavy dark energy around it, while others get excited for the fight ahead. Even so, the group enters and steps onto the dungeon's first floor. The priestess points out purification amulets in the walls and explains this floor was already cleared and purified. There are 9 floors total, everything through the 7th, plus the gatekeeper on the 8th has been beaten before. But because evil energy still rises from below, monsters keep coming back. As skeletons start crawling out, the raid squads get ready to fight, eager for their chance to prove themselves. Back at the Temple of Light, Lucius's uncle, the head priest of the 3rd parish, welcomes reinforcements from the central parish. They're there to support the temple, while its main force is away on the raid. But he has no idea their leader, Olden, secretly worships the Demon Lord. Inside the dungeon, the raid party keeps pushing forward, cutting through endless skeletons. These undead keep rising because of the fallen princess Eurydice, once history's greatest sorceress, who dragged her people into death with her. Then, in the middle of the battle, 2 giant bone golems made from hundreds of skeletons appear. One smashes the ground, sending a shockwave through the raiders, and blasting several of them into the air. The Holy Priestess and the other casters react fast and cast Chain of Light, locking the golem in place. Taking that chance, the raiders swarm it and attack. But to everyone's shock, the golem breaks free. Just as it's about to strike back, Matthias, who had been praying and gathering power, steps in. One swing is all it takes for him to cut the golem down. The raiders freeze for a moment, stunned by his strength, but Matthias snaps them back to focus. He warns them a skeleton mage may be controlling the golem, and right then they spot one standing on top of the fallen giant. The holy priest orders the ranged fighters to bring the mage down. Matthias knows they need to cut off the enemy's power first if they want to open a path for the ranged team. That means finding the mana tomb. Then Lucius steps forward with his glowing lance and shield. Without pausing, he fires a huge beam of holy light and burns every skeleton in its path. The blast also destroys the tombstone, feeding the skeleton mage. In one move, Lucius wipes out both the tomb and the mage. After that, he tells the others to clean up the rest. The priestess watches in shock. What took the whole team 30 minutes, Lucius did in a single strike. Zephyr and Ned are just as stunned by the Shining Lance's power. With the 8th floor cleared, the group camps there for the night. While the others rest, he quietly checks a nearby wall, looking for something. Eventually, he finds it. At the same time, in a meeting room set up inside the dungeon, Lucius explains the plan for the 9th floor. He wants to destroy every tombstone before going near the boss room, but the priestess argues it would be faster to go straight to the boss. Lucius firmly shuts that down, reminding them the last raid failed because they tried that shortcut. They did reach the boss room, but they were surrounded by endless skeleton soldiers and lost many people. He won't repeat that mistake, even if clearing the route cost them extra days. Hearing that, the priest knows even the safer plan will still mean deaths, and the survivors will have to carry that weight. So one of their biggest priorities is saving Lucius's mana and strength for the boss fight, because he's the key to victory. The priest remembers how, during last year's raid, everyone froze when they reached the boss gate, crushed by the dark energy pouring from it. Back in the present, the meeting is cut off by screams from the raid team. They're being attacked by the pet monsters Sahak used before. 5 of the beasts meant to help Matthias have gone wild. Something set off their danger sense, and now they're rampaging. At the same time, Zephyr keeps checking the wall and finds a hidden wheel in the stone. He turns it right away. At once, the whole dungeon starts shifting. Floors and walls slide like giant puzzle blocks. The sudden change throws everyone inside into panic. This was all planned days before the raid members were officially announced, during a secret meeting of the Demon Lord worshippers. There, Matthias explained that the boss door wouldn't open until the gatekeeper died, and once they got in, the only way back out was by killing the boss. They learned that from old wall writings and court records. When someone asked if they could just break through the walls, Matthias said no. The deeper levels had stronger barriers, and the lower walls were as tough as steel. Still, Lucius had found a workaround. He planned to use the stake of faith as a wall breaker, an unbreakable pillar. His idea was to jam it in the door so it stayed open forever. Since it couldn't be destroyed, the entrance would stay usable. With that settled, Matthias ordered the attack team to kill Lucius by dragging the boss toward him and keeping it away from the door. In the middle of that mess, Ned's job was to steal the dragon heart. Once he escaped through the door with it, they would wake the corrupted creature. Those things are deadly monsters that eat humans and spread corruption to anyone they touch. Lucius and the other top leaders have resistance to that corruption, but the rest of the raiders don't. Once it spread, the infected raiders would start turning on each other, giving the traitors the opening they needed. During that confusion, the boss would finish Lucius off. Matthias said that after escaping, they'd report everything to the temple as a failed raid. They also got a special drug from their leader that blocks the slave mark, so priests can't force commands on them. Each member was also handed an ocarina that could call corrupted monsters to help them escape. That part thrilled Zephyr. It would make stealing the dragon heart much easier, but when the raid begins, he moves ahead of schedule. The protagonist blows the flute and releases the corrupted monsters early. Their sudden arrival throws the whole raid into chaos. He figures most of the raiders will live, since the healers are there. As Zephyr pushes ahead with his move, the leaders notice him. Matthias recognizes him as the boy Ned once brought to the gathering, but he can't figure out why MC is here now. Realizing he's been spotted, Zephyr hits a hidden switch and turns the concealed wheel in the wall. It's part of an old defense system from when this dungeon served as a shelter during the demon invasion. The mechanism randomly changes the dungeon's layout. He has seen it before, so he knows how to use it for himself. As he runs, Lucius catches sight of him and remembers Matthias mentioning him. Thinking Zephyr is a demon lord worshipper, Lucius tries to trigger the slave mark. It doesn't work. Matthias sees that too, and instantly understands the protagonist must have taken the special drug. Furious, Matthias powers up his sword, but before he can attack, Ned flashes in and cuts through his arm with his flexible blade. Matthias is stunned. He can't believe Ned betrayed him too. Ned keeps chasing after Zephyr, but even after stopping Matthias, he's still worried about what Lucius will do. Then Lucius fires a holy beam from his lance straight at MC. To Lucius's shock, the boy dodges it easily. He only manages that because of a powerful luck perk, one the gods gave him when he was sent back in time. It grants him bursts of insane luck during 3 key moments. Now Zephyr knows the shifting dungeon can open paths that weren't there before, and with that luck, he's hoping to find one that leads straight to the boss room. He rushes ahead looking for it, but Ned suddenly catches up. So why is Ned helping him? Earlier, after training, he told Ned he knew about his plan to steal the dragon heart and run, even if it meant betraying everyone. But he also warned that if Ned followed through, he'd die. If he really wanted to live, they had to beat the boss together. That shocked Ned, and he snapped back, calling the idea reckless and stupid. Zephyr stayed calm and said he had a better plan, one that could change everything. As the protagonist explained it, Ned admitted it made sense. The real problem was whether MC could be trusted. He also asked what he meant about him dying if he followed the original plan, especially since he was fast and skilled in the Drawn King style. Zephyr explained that taking in the dragon heart without a special method would kill him. He also said he knew someone who could help Ned absorb it safely. Then he warned that the third parish priest Olden was waiting for the dragon heart. If Olden didn't get it, he'd send the twin knights, the strongest warriors in the land, and all the demon lord worshippers, including their master, would hunt Ned too. So the protagonist asked him again, did he really think he could beat all of them alone? Back in the present, Zephyr and Ned race through the shifting dungeon. As they run, Ned remembers arguing with Matthias and asking to deliver the dragon heart to their leader himself. Matthias shut that down right away. He said Ned shouldn't worry about transport because Olden was handling it, and Olden wouldn't fail. Matthias also seemed surprised their leader had told Ned so much, since the group lived by secrecy. Ned had only asked to test whether MC's story was true, and it was. That meant Olden, his longtime rival, was one of the Demon Lord worshippers' leaders. That made everything worse. Olden had already killed Ned's father, and now he meant to keep controlling Ned too. The thought fills him with rage, and as they pass a skeleton golem, Ned unleashes a burst of energy and destroys it in one hit. His hatred for both the demon worshippers and the Temple of Light only grows. When Ned starts falling behind, Zephyr calls out to him. There's no time to waste on monsters, and his luck skill only has 15 seconds left. With the clock running down, they sprint for the boss door. Just before they reach it, the gatekeeper notices them and readies a dark-powered slash. It flies at them, but both dodge and spot a small gap in the boss door. With only 3 seconds left on the skill, they dive for the opening and barely slip inside. Once they're in, Ned is shocked. The room is empty. There's no boss anywhere. Then a powerful voice echoes through the chamber, demanding to know how they entered without beating the gatekeeper and warning them for disturbing her. Outside, the raid party finally kills the corrupted monsters and the dungeon stops shifting. As they start treating the injured, Lucius is still shaken that the slave mark failed right in front of him. He runs through every possibility. Maybe the boy never had the mark, or maybe he found a way to block it. He's also stunned that someone brought corrupted monsters into the dungeon and used a device to mess with its structure. That makes him think Demon Lord worshippers may be hiding in the raid. Lucius doesn't want to believe it, especially since he personally chose people he thought he could trust. Still troubled, he asks the holy priest about the two who escaped. The priest gives their names, and when Lucius hears Ned serves under Inquisitor Matthias, his face goes pale. Nearby, Matthias stands burning with anger that his two men ruined everything because they feared the boss. The plan had been perfect. It would have raised his standing with both the Demon Lord worshippers and the Temple of Light. Now it's wrecked. Snapping out of it, he orders the other worshippers to get ready to fight or be killed. As panic spreads, they turn and find Lucius with several temple leaders, armed and ready. Lucius gives Matthias one last chance to explain. But Matthias has already chosen. He's going to fight. Back in the boss room, the boys face the princess and freeze for a moment. Ned is hit hardest. He can't believe someone called a killer could look so beautiful. When he sees the sadness on her face, he starts doubting the stories about her cruelty, and even wants to comfort her. Drawn in by her presence, Ned goes blank and starts walking toward her, but Zephyr grabs him before he can do something stupid. He can't believe Ned almost fell for such an obvious illusion. A moment later, Ned realizes she had lured him into a magic circle trap. Then the princess's form starts to melt away. Her face twists into a wicked grin, and she laughs, admitting she meant to devour him. Her body shifts into a monster, and she lunges at them with deadly force. Feeling the danger, Zephyr scolds Ned for getting tricked, but now that the illusion is gone, both of them dodge the strike. The princess then uses Dark Hand, summoning hands that drain mana and stamina. She can call up hundreds at once. That move crushed many raid teams before. It also keeps restoring her while wearing her enemies down. Even Lucius has struggled against it. Meanwhile, Zephyr feels the pressure of the God of Death's wall of iron skill hanging over him, ready to trigger if he fails. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dungeon, Lucius confronts Matthias for ruining everything, including 10 years of work put into this dungeon. The moment he hears that, Matthias knows his cover is blown. Lucius would never talk to him like this otherwise. He also knows there's no escape. Using slaves as bait won't help now that the dungeon layout changed, and if he goes back with nothing, his leader will probably kill him. With no real path left, Matthias decides his only chance is to kill Lucius, so he steps up to face him. He looks calm, but he knows how bad this is. Lucius has holy class gear, plus healers and battle priests at his side. Beating them alone won't be easy. Still, Matthias has one last edge. A few of the priests beside Lucius are actually his men in disguise. If they catch everyone off guard, he might still flip this around. Thinking that, Matthias quietly signals them, drink the potion on 3 and move to plan C. The potion can shut off their slave marks and let them slip away unnoticed. To stall for time, Matthias challenges Lucius to a duel, while secretly counting down for his men. But the raid leader sees right through it and orders an attack at once. Before Matthias's men can drink the potion, Lucius activates their slave marks and takes control of them. Now Matthias is trapped, with his own men turning on him as Lucius leads from the front. Even so, Lucius makes it clear how disappointed he is in Matthias. They'd been friends since they were 12. They grew up together, fought side by side, and knew each other well. That past makes Lucius's anger hit even harder, but right now he cares more about forcing Matthias to undo the traps he planted. After a brutal clash, many slaves die, but Matthias is finally cornered. As the bodies drop, bugs marked by the Demon Lord crawl out of them. These insects let worshippers serve the temple, the priests, and the Demon Lord at the same time. Knowing what they are, Lucius crushes one underfoot, making his disgust with Matthias even clearer. He never thought his friend would side with the Demon Lord. The holy priest is shocked that Matthias killed 30 slaves in barely half a minute, but he still trusts Lucius to win. Now chained by holy bindings, Matthias is left stunned by how hard Lucius was to fight. He couldn't land a single blow, showing just how huge the gap between them really is. As that truth sinks in, he starts wondering if this unfair balance was decided by the gods from the start. Then while thinking it over, he suddenly starts coughing hard, and spits out a small stone hidden in his mouth, one marked by the Demon Lord. Matthias refuses to lose like this. He'll do anything to escape that fate. Lucius, not knowing about the stone, starts asking why he betrayed them. But instead of answering, Matthias crazily shows off the stone, stunning everyone there. In one motion, he crushes it with his teeth and transforms, snapping the holy chains around him. The stone he used is a secret weapon of the Demon Lord worshippers, called the Stone of Revelation. It turns the user into a demon, and is only meant for a last resort. Once it's used, there's no becoming human again. Now fully changed, Matthias feels no regret. To him, living as a demon is better than staying a weak human. Seeing this, Lucius panics and orders the priests to attack. The head priest boosts everyone's stats, and they all rush the demon. It does nothing. He blocks their attacks with his bare hand. Then, to his surprise, Lucius is already on him, driving his holy lance down with full power. Everyone thinks this will end the fight, but the demon catches the lance in his hand. The priests and their leaders are left stunned. If even a legendary weapon can't hurt him, they don't know how to help Lucius anymore. Then the priestess remembers the stake of faith, the sacred weapon Lucius gave her for emergencies. She rushes to pull it from her inventory case. To her horror, the case is gone. Back in the boss room, Ned has the stake. He stole it from her earlier as part of the plan. As the princess uses her skill, Ned starts counting. Right on cue, the spell ends after 15 seconds. Just like Zephyr said, now they know why. The spell pushes the caster's brain too hard. If overused, it can cause terrible damage, even melt the brain. So she can't keep casting it again and again and has to switch to weaker skills while her brain cools down. That leaves a short opening, exactly when her main skill is down. Following his timing, both of them charge. Zephyr draws the Twilight Longsword and swings in a hard, wide slash. He knows plans can fall apart fast, because weapons, allies, the battlefield, and surprise problems can all change in an instant. But one thing never changes for him: the Dragon King's sword style. Using it perfectly, he lands a solid hit and seems to cut off the princess's head. For a second it looks over, but to Ned's surprise, the princess starts changing into an even worse monster. Zephyr doesn't hesitate. This is exactly the moment he was waiting for. He gets ready to give Ned an order, but Ned already knows what to do and jumps at the princess. Zephyr had warned him before. During this change, the princess goes still for a brief moment, and that's their chance. Remembering that, Ned opens the inventory case in midair and drives the huge stake straight into her. It pierces her body and instantly pours holy light into her. The stake reacts to her dark aura, flaring with power. At the same time, the protagonist cuts at her limbs so she can't pull the stake out. The weapon is tearing her apart, but it has limited charge. Once it's spent, it's just a heavy lump of metal. That's why Lucius never wanted to use it this way. Zephyr doesn't care about the cost, and the call works. As holy power burns through her, the princess melts away. Once the stake senses the threat is gone, it shuts itself off. MC's divine item buffs fade too after the long fight. Worn out, he drinks a mana potion and briefly wonders if Lucius is still alive. After chugging a few more bottles, he decides he hopes Lucius made it, but if not, he won't sit around grieving. Ned, though, keeps staring at the princess's last twitching eye. Zephyr tells him to leave it alone. She can't come back like that, and once she dies, the gate will open and the gatekeeper will come in. He gives Ned a healing potion and tells him to start looking for the dragon heart. Ned just stands there, still shocked that they beat one of the 8 strongest monsters in the world. It doesn't even feel real, and he knows they only pulled it off because of Zephyr's plan. At the same time, a troubling thought creeps in. He may already be getting too strong for the others to keep up with. Then loud pounding hits the door as the gatekeeper, covered in dark poison, slams into it again and again. The poison quickly seeps through the cracks and is absorbed into the princess's remains. She seems to react with strong emotion, as if sensing her night. A dark tornado suddenly rises around her, shocking both Ned and Zephyr. The protagonist watches in confusion. This never happened in his past life. He starts thinking it's because they didn't beat the gatekeeper first. As the storm grows stronger, the princess returns to her original form and notices the stake is starting to power back up. Without wasting a second, she opens the dungeon floor and buries the stake deep inside it. Both boys rush her from opposite sides, but their swords pass right through her. Zephyr recognizes the spell, Spatial Distortion, a move that traps enemies in twisted space. A burst of thorns shoots from a portal under them, and Ned barely dodges. But then, to his surprise, the princess charges him right away at insane speed. Just before she hits, Zephyr moves. Using the Queen Spider's webs, he hooks her from behind and stops her rush. He yanks the line tight and, like a cheap Mortal Kombat move, snaps, "Get over here." The princess fights the pull, but MC boosts his strength and drags her toward him. Right before she reaches him, she disappears. That tells him something important. Inside Spatial Distortion, she can't attack either, so when she shows up again, they'll get a brief opening. The moment she reappears, Zephyr pulls the web again to reel her in, but the princess roots herself by driving thorny roots into the ground. Then, to her surprise, Ned flashes in and lands a heavy strike. It looks perfect, but to Ned's shock, he's the one who gets hurt. She used Black Mirror, a spell that reflects up to 300% of the damage back. She instantly follows with Dark Hand, draining his mana and stamina. Just in time, Zephyr cuts in and blasts her from behind with a lightning palm. While Dark Hand keeps draining power, he uses mana control to strike a few key points on her body. That scrambles the mana flow there and shuts down her spellcasting. Since the princess depends fully on mana, Zephyr hopes this trick he learned from Altair will stop her cold. When the princess tries to pull back and make space, the protagonist drags her in again with the web and hammers her with more palm strikes. Then he pulls out a rosary he got from White Rose, holding 9 sacred temple beads. He throws 3 to Ned, hoping they'll keep him alive through Dark Hand's last 9 seconds. But right as he does, the princess smashes him in the face and sends him flying into the wall. Zephyr is stunned by how fast she broke free from his mana control. The princess acts at once, locking MC in place with roots. Then she fires a storm of huge dark spheres at him. Every shot lands, and the blast rocks the whole room. At the temple, the priestess starts getting really worried about Zephyr. She regrets not sending him with more temple beads. Back in the dungeon, those beads are blown apart. He is left drenched in blood. Ned is down too, knocked out on the floor. The protagonist understands what went wrong. The second he lost control, the princess took over the fight. He knows that, hard as she is now, his old self would have handled her much more easily. That failure makes one thing clear. Right now, he is far too weak. He's burned through every item he had. His weapons are wrecked, and there's nothing left to fall back on. Even the divine skills he got before reincarnating, Wall of Iron, Strong Luck, and Revive, feel useless here. So Zephyr reaches a harsh conclusion. Maybe the gods never blessed him to help at all. Maybe they only wanted a good show. To him, those blessings feel like a leash from beings who enjoy watching him suffer. With no way left to win, MC decides to do one last thing. Spit in the face of the ones above. Using his own blood, he starts drawing a forbidden mark on the floor. A moment later, an angel descends. She's furious and demands to know how he even knows that symbol. Zephyr just smiles. She walked right into it. He knows that mark reminds the gods of an old humiliation, which is why they banned it. Just trying to complete it is enough to bring divine punishment. Once it's finished, he'd be killed on the spot. When the angel appears, the princess's dark aura weakens, buying him a little time. He notices that tiny opening right away. Instead of answering, Zephyr throws out his own question. How did she enter the human world when divine beings aren't supposed to come here so easily? The angel says only beings tied directly to humans can cross over. Then she demands again to know about the mark. The protagonist stays calm and says he won't talk for free. He wants something in return. That only makes the angel angrier. Her divine pressure rises until Zephyr can't even move a finger. She warns that many gods are already enraged by what he drew. Even if they once enjoyed watching him, now they want him dead. MC pushes further and tells her to do it, but only if she truly has the right to make that call. He knows the gods who gave him those perks don't actually want him gone so easily. They'd rather keep watching him struggle. And some of them want him for their own divine armies. Killing him now would ruin that, and Zephyr is counting on that split between the gods. In the end, neither side really wants him dead. That's why they sent the angel to stop him from finishing the symbol. Feeling the pressure shift, she grows uneasy and asks what he wants. He demands better perks, saying the ones he got have been worthless. Then he speaks straight to the gods, warning that his death would cost some of them something valuable while helping others. He tells the ones who would lose out not to sit back. If they let him die, they won't find another human as fun as him. And if they want to gamble, now's the time. His nerve leaves the gods stunned into silence. But Arya, the goddess of light, finds his boldness entertaining. Interested, she steps in, sending down a bright beam of divine power. The angel stares in shock, unable to understand why a goddess would help a human like him. When the beam hits, it breaks the force trapping him. As the dust settles, Zephyr rises again, standing before the princess. She rushes him at once with dark hand ready, but the instant she gets close, the protagonist cuts her with a glowing sword of pure light that burns whatever it touches. Arya gave him that blade because she wasn't ready to lose her favorite source of entertainment. Elsewhere, the other gods erupt in anger, especially Ursa. But Ikaros, god of the sky, backs Arya up, saying the weapon is hers to use however she wants. Deep down, Ikaros has his own reason. He knows Death wants Zephyr badly, and he won't allow that. Back in the battle, MC presses the attack with the holy sword, hitting the princess so hard that even spatial distortion can't save her. He knows a divine weapon on this level is something she can't block. Then he activates the sword's Yeffi spell, calling down a blast of heavenly light that finally brings her down. As she collapses, the princess returns to her true beautiful form. Zephyr realizes Yeffi doesn't just damage, it can heal and break curses too. That's why she changed back. The curse is gone. Now fully aware, the princess looks around in a daze like she's waking from a nightmare that lasted forever. Confused, she looks at him and asks who he is. He calmly introduces himself and says he's the one who will carry on her legacy. The dragon heart had once been given to the princess by her loyal knight, the same man who became the gatekeeper. They loved each other and dreamed of a happy life together. But they were too innocent to know what was coming. She explains that on the tomb's final floor is a tree of life magic circle that can purify the dragon heart's curse. She used it to cleanse the heart, but the price was losing her human form and turning into a monster. She thanks Zephyr and Ned for freeing her, and says she has already lived far past her time. She knows she doesn't have long left. Before fading away, she asks what he plans to do with the dragon heart. In reply, the protagonist uses communion to show her his memories. She sees his past life and everything that led him here. Outside the tomb, Lucius is fighting Matthias in demon form. Even with a light blessing, Lucius gets overwhelmed each time Matthias touches him with that demonic power. Drunk on his sudden strength, Matthias starts losing himself and gives in to the chaos. He attacks and Lucius lifts his shield to meet it. The impact sets off a huge explosion. Nearby, the other priests can only watch, unsure how to help. In that confusion, a demon lord worshipper hiding among them sees his chance. With everyone distracted, he decides to kill the head priest and take the Stone of Revelation as his reward. As he pulls out a knife, dark power starts flowing into the mark on his arm. Then worms burst from several people's bodies. The head priest is horrified, realizing so many demon lord followers were still hidden among them. Those worms are part of Matthias's power drain demon skill, which he uses to make himself stronger. He pulls in all that dark energy and packs it into a glowing sphere. Seeing the danger, Lucius orders everyone to use everything they have to stop it, but it's too late. Matthias fires the sphere, burning through many of them. Lucius barely protects himself and the head priest, taking most of the hit. The Holy One begs Matthias to stop, but Matthias refuses. He's hated him for a long time. Lucius received the stigmata when he was only 7, breaking the usual rule. Normally, holy candidates train until 15, then compete to be chosen. Matthias had spent years preparing for that chance, only to be passed over. His family couldn't accept it after pouring everything into his training. Old records say that when someone is chosen outside the trial, it's a sign that chaos is coming and the temple benefits from it. Matthias is furious because after Lucius was chosen, his father used the moment to get rich by taking advantage of worshippers. Many people were ruined, and some even ended their own lives. Matthias believes Lucius's family let it happen and helped create the dungeon era to profit from the chaos. To him, they're the real villains. Back in the boss room, as the princess watches all of Zephyr's memories, she starts to pity him after seeing everything he's gone through. MC tells her the demon invasion will come again, and this time he refuses to stay weak. That's why he asks for a hard favor. He knows taking in the dragon heart needs a special method. He had planned to have someone else do it, but now he realizes the princess can handle it easily. She was the one who placed the dragon heart into Georgios, the first dragon slayer, and now he wants her to do the same for him. To his surprise, the princess says she can't. 1,000 years ago, Chrysaorus, one of the second strongest dragons, nearly burned the world to the ground. Chrysaorus had been one of the 12 heroes in the war against the demons, but after being cursed, it lost its mind and turned on everything it once protected. To stop it, the other 11 heroes, including the princess, her knight, and the golden dragon, joined forces against it. After a full year of battle, they finally brought it down, with Knight Georgios striking the final blow. Zephyr reminds her of all that, saying those sacrifices could mean nothing if the demons succeed in bringing the demon lord into this world. The gods can't enter the human realm, but the demon lord can be summoned, and a group of worshippers is trying to do exactly that again. He remembers that in his past life, human greed helped cause all this. A lot of people joined the demon lord's side for power and profit. When the demon lord became a real danger, only the protagonist and a small group stood in his way. This time, he plans to change everything. He believes he came back to this point so he can finally win. Since the princess once used her power for good, he asks her to give him that same strength so he can protect the world. Zephyr brings up Georgios. He was brave, and even when she tried to stop him, he still believed the dragon's power could save the world from demons and everyone else trying to ruin it. All Georgios wanted was a peaceful, safe future for their daughter. Holding on to that goal, he left. But the rest went badly. During a battle at the temple, Georgios was hit by the same dark curse that once took over Chrysaorus. The princess tried to save him, but her maid stopped her and warned that getting closer was too dangerous. By then, Georgios was already turning into an evil skeleton. As it happened, the golden dragon arrived and asked the same thing she was thinking. If the curse on the dragon heart was gone, how could this happen? Then the golden dragon answered it himself. He admitted the curse was never truly removed and that he only pretended to be their ally to finish his own plan. After that, he trapped the princess in magical shackles and took away her voice. That way she could never reveal what she had learned. He even thanked her for placing the dragon heart inside her husband. Then he told her she would be forced to watch him use that power to destroy the world. At that moment, Georgios completed his change into a monstrous skeletal warrior. He raised a huge sword and swung it at the princess. Back in the present, the princess says she had no choice but to rip the dragon heart from her husband's chest. Since then, she has been waiting for someone like Zephyr, someone who might be able to bear that power. Still, she can tell his body isn't ready yet. If she puts the heart in now, it will kill him. MC already knows that. He also knows the poison method can't speed up his growth unless he rests between uses. Even so, he thinks a strong luck effect might give him a chance. The princess doesn't agree. She says he'll need to use that luck perk one more time. But just as she's about to explain further, her neck suddenly snaps. It's the golden dragon's binding at work, stopping her from directly revealing certain secrets. Even so, she decides to speak in a roundabout way. She says he'll need the dragon heart when he's forced to choose between the person he cares about most and someone else. First, she tells him to grow stronger with the items hidden in her tomb. After that, she'll place the dragon heart inside him and change the dungeon so he can escape. She adds one more warning. If he still wants the heart now, then he must defeat every dragon within a year. Hearing that, Zephyr stays confident. He promises to make the world safe, just like Georgios once did. Then he says he'll do it in 6 months. This is his duty now, and he tells the princess she can finally rest. His resolve moves the princess to tears. She opens the tomb holding the dragon heart. The moment Zephyr sees it, he's stunned. She tells him to lie down, then starts the transplant. As it begins, he activates his strong luck perk to raise his odds. All at once, everything disappears, and he ends up in a dark realm. Right away, he feels this isn't new, and he isn't alone. A giant red eye opens behind him, and a claw grabs him instantly. It's Chrysaorus, still lingering inside the dragon heart. Only a piece of the dragon's overmind remains, but even that is enough to make Zephyr feel like his heart is being ripped apart. Burning with rage, Chrysaorus senses the gods on the protagonist and demands to know why they've sent another puppet into his domain. The dragon refuses to hand over his power, especially to MC, and squeezes him harder in its claws. At the same time in the dungeon, Matthias in demon form has brought everyone down, even the head priests. Now Lucius is the last one still standing, using his holy grade shield to block Matthias's non-stop attacks. After stopping another blow, Lucius fires back with a beam of flame. Matthias dodges with ease and appears behind him, slamming a heavy hit into his back. That proves Matthias was right. Lucius is wearing out. His reactions are slower and the strain is starting to show. The Holy One realizes something worse. Matthias is adapting more and more to demonic power. Lucius is the only one taking damage, and he's the only one getting tired. They clash again. But Matthias starts overpowering Lucius with raw speed and strength. Lucius's shining lance can't keep up with him. The Holy Leader understands that no one is left to save him, so he has to use the hidden power he kept in reserve. It could cost him his life, but he has no other choice. Just as Matthias goes in for the finishing blow, a flash of light cuts in and cancels the attack. Matthias spots a heavenly feather drifting down, proof that Lucius has triggered something. An angel appears behind Lucius, surrounded by glowing feathers. She asks how much of his life he plans to give up this time. Lucius thinks of offering 1 month, but she says that isn't enough and demands 6 instead. Lucius accepts, and the angel disappears at once. Divine power pours out of Lucius. His whole body shines with holy light so intense that Matthias, even in demon form, feels fear. He doesn't understand why, but it's real, and while he tries to make sense of it, Lucius fires a storm of holy light beams. The attack overwhelms Matthias and tears his demonic body to pieces. Defeated, he can't accept that the Holy One had been hiding power like this for 20 years. Lucius explains that the move is called Shard of Glory, a skill only Holy Ones can use. It lets them borrow power from their future angelic selves in exchange for part of their lifespan. That's why most Holy Ones die before 30. They're pushed to use it against strong enemies, and the temple keeps putting them in those battles. In the end, they're treated like pawns. After saying that, Lucius asks if Matthias really thinks this betrayal was worth throwing away their friendship. But Matthias is still ruled by jealousy over Lucius being chosen. He believes the goddess treasures Lucius's life while treating the rest of them like they don't matter. Matthias says he was the one everyone expected to be chosen, but everything changed. The goddess never answered his prayers or gave him any answers at all. As he says that, his body starts fading away. Back in the boss room, Ned wakes up confused. Then he's hit with shock when he sees the dungeon boss in the middle of a strange ritual. Outside, Lucius heals the head priest and the priestess, but he's troubled that only the 3 of them seem to have survived the raid. Once they're recovered, he tells them to find a way out. Meanwhile, inside Zephyr's mental realm, the dragon is briefly thrown off by a strange glow around the boy. The energy forms into a pink female figure. He quickly guesses it's his strong luck perk activating again. Still, he thinks it's overdoing it, kicking in after only a tiny break in focus. That makes him realize this is his own mental realm. He has to stay firm and fearless. If he shows weakness, the dragon could eat his mind and ruin the transplant. With that in mind, Zephyr grabs the dragon's claws and tears them apart, breaking free. He remembers who he used to be, and that memory gives him strength. In an instant, he rushes the dragon's head and lands a heavy blow. Then he pulls a giant sword from the ground and declares this his 5th dragon battle in his realm. Power pours off him and his whole presence changes with a bright new aura. As he advances, Zephyr hardens his resolve. He's sick of these ancient beings always testing him before giving up their power. So he goes straight at the dragon, ready to beat some sense into it. The dragon accepts and moves to meet him head-on. Then the two crash into each other in a fierce clash. Outside that realm, Ned sees Zephyr lying unconscious. He also notices the dungeon boss is so focused on the protagonist that she has completely ignored him. Thinking this might be his chance, Ned tries to get up, but his mana is too drained to move. The princess's dark hand had already sucked away all his energy. As he thinks about that, she turns to him and tells him to rest. With one small gesture, Ned suddenly coughs up a marked bug, the same kind used by demon lord worshippers. He stares at it in shock, and the princess explains that she pulled it from his body. She admires that he never used its power and relied only on his own strength. She tells him to rest, warning that removing it will leave him extremely drained, then urges him to sleep deeply. Ned still can't understand why the dungeon boss is helping him, but before he can think it through, he falls asleep. Outside the tomb, the head priest tells Lucius the dungeon's entire layout has changed. They've searched for an exit for 2 days and found nothing. Lucius says their best hope is to find the stake, since it may be the key to getting out in time. As they hurry off to search, they wonder about the 2 suspicious slaves who stole the stake of faith. Lucius points out that even if they looked like demon lord worshippers, they never joined Matthias. In fact, they attacked him during the fight. The head priest guesses they may belong to another worshipper group. Maybe they wanted Matthias and Lucius to wear each other down so they'd have a better chance to succeed. That idea makes Lucius realize something serious. If he dies, the temple would probably sell off the dungeon and leave it exposed. He figures that was the real goal of the infiltration. Set things up so someone could take the dragon heart. The worshippers likely plan to buy the dungeon cheap, then send those 2 infiltrators back in with a new raid team. Since they already know the area, they probably have an escape route or someone ready to give them one. Lucius decides they have to catch them before they disappear. At least that was the plan. But when Lucius and the others reach the boss room, they're stunned. The gatekeeper is still alive. They can still feel the holy power from the stake, so it makes no sense that the skeletal knight is guarding the room. And the gatekeeper is far too strong for them. It crushes Lucius with ease and slams him to the floor. He knows he can't use Shard of Glory again since it only works once a week. Out of options, his mind drifts to his family, and he starts thinking this might really be the end. Then Zephyr blasts through the boss room door. Lucius can only stare, wondering why he's here. Now bursting with power, MC says he owed someone a favor anyway, so he came to help. After clearing his throat, he uses a dragon skill and orders the gatekeeper to get on the ground. The skeletal knight is instantly forced down by the command. Lucius is left stunned. He can't understand why a monster that strong is obeying Zephyr. Meanwhile, he holds the knight in place and starts counting, watching how hard it resists. The skeletal knight fights wildly to break free. After exactly 10 seconds, the spell ends, and Zephyr confirms he only gets a 10-second window of control. Right now, his body can handle just 1% of the dragon heart's full power. The moment it's free, the skeletal knight grabs its sword, and the protagonist recognizes it at once as Graham. That blade was made to kill dragons, so it's especially dangerous to him. The knight swings Graham at MC with full force. Zephyr meets it with his own sword of light, a holy weapon given to him by the goddess of light. It came with one condition: use it to protect the Holy One. He agreed, and now he's keeping that promise. He pours all his holy power into the blade. Then, with a quiet goodbye, he unleashes a huge strike at the skeletal knight. The blast of radiant light is so massive that even Lucius is shaken. He can't believe a former slave is holding a weapon like this. What's even more shocking is that Lucius can feel the goddess of light herself through Zephyr. That crushing presence reminds him of the first time he met the golden dragon. And once he understands what it means, Lucius drops to his knees. The head priests follow, bowing to the protagonist too. At the same time, Zephyr thinks back to his fight with Chrysaorus, which lasted 3 full days in his mental realm. No matter how brutal it was, he proved himself in the end, so Chrysaorus let him use his power, but warned him to stay careful. When MC woke up, he was shocked to find the princess had turned to ashes. He stops for a moment, thanks her, and pays his respects. In what she left behind, he finds 2 relics carrying the princess's magic. But to use them right, he first needs to reach level 2 in that magic class. The relics also give him control over everything in the tomb. Through the crystals she left, the princess explains that his current body can only use 1% of the dragon heart's power. As his body adjusts, that limit will slowly grow. She also leaves one final request: find her descendant and give her the mage crystals. That girl will help him later, and Zephyr immediately knows the name is Altair. Still, he's worried the gods may mess with Altair just to squeeze more fun out of his journey. He wants to help her, but first he has other things to handle. Once everyone gathers again, Lucius steps forward and removes the slave marks from their shoulders, freeing them at last. Zephyr jokes about the debt, and Lucius says that's gone too. The Holy One is still amazed that the boys worked in secret for years, quietly trying to bring down the Demon Lord's worshippers. As the son of the goddess of light, Lucius is supposed to wipe out those worshippers, so he offers them all the help he can. Ned still isn't fully convinced, thinking Lucius may just want to side with the Dragon Heart user to strengthen his own position in the temple. Even so, Ned accepts the alliance. The connections, resources, and status could all help him destroy the worshipper factions that are still out there. With things in the tomb settled, Lucius suggests they head back to the temple and rest. But Zephyr cuts in with bad news. Olden and his forces may have already taken over the temple, and they're Demon Lord worshippers too. He adds that the twin knights are with them, 2 of the strongest fighters alive, making it even worse. That news hits Lucius hard, but he goes on, saying he still needs time to adjust before he can draw out more of the Dragon Heart's power. As he says that, he pulls out a crystal, and the dungeon suddenly shifts. A hidden treasure room opens, packed with relics the princess left behind. It was finally time to gear up. No one had entered this chamber in 1,000 years. When Zephyr opens it fully, everyone freezes at the sight of glowing crystals floating inside. Even the priests are speechless as they recognize ancient items sealed within them. The chamber is loaded with dozens of top-tier artifacts. When Zephyr activates one crystal with the princess's item, Lucius realizes that without the protagonist, they never would have reached this place, or gotten credit for beating the dungeon boss. After taking out several items, the priests start appraising them. They quickly confirm the gear is incredibly high quality, packed with strong magic and enchantments. A lot of it is rare, and none of these items have ever shown up in any market. While searching the chamber, Zephyr spots a familiar potion bottle and gets excited the moment he recognizes it. The others start choosing gear for themselves too, especially MC, who takes back Graham from the Skeletal Knight and puts on a full Dragon Slayer set. As they sort through their new equipment, Lucius shares another concern. Even if Zephyr exposed Olden as a Demon Lord worshipper, the temple still has no reliable way to identify people like him. That's a huge problem for the fights ahead. The only sure method is forcing them to use a skill, which makes Olden almost impossible to catch. Ned suggests just killing him, since the worshipper bug would come out of the body. Lucius strongly rejects that idea. The problem is Olden's status. He's from a noble house and now serves as a cardinal. With his bloodline, rank, role in the central parish, political neutrality, and ties to Lucius's family, he's nearly untouchable. Arresting or killing him without proof would be incredibly dangerous. Ned starts wondering if Lucius doesn't really trust him, and is just dodging the issue. Zephyr stays calm. He already knows how to prove it. The key is that familiar potion bottle he found earlier. Back at the temple, Olden is busy hypnotizing a bishop. At the same time, Lucius's wife and child are being held hostage by the twin knights. She's terrified and can't understand why Olden is doing this. Then Olden tells her the truth. He says every Demon Lord worshipper carries a marked bug inside their body. That bug gives them power and keeps growing. When it fully matures like Olden's has, it becomes a queen. That queen can make larvae, and those larvae brainwash anyone who swallows them, just like the bishop under his control. Olden explains all this because he plans to use Lucius's wife against her husband. She still doesn't understand until he shows what he means. He pulls out a small larva and tries to force it into her son's mouth. Horrified, she slaps his hand away. Where she touches him, his body starts writhing as if something alive is moving under his skin. The sight makes her sick with fear. Olden is furious and moves to punish her, but before he can, one of his men rushes in and shouts that Lucius has arrived. Olden is stunned. He runs to the window and sees Lucius and the head priestess cutting through his guards on the way in. Now he starts to panic. When Lucius confronts him, Olden shouts that he's attacking temple priests. Lucius doesn't flinch. He used the special potion Zephyr gave him, an item that lets him see the worshipper bug inside Demon Lord followers. With the truth finally in front of him, Lucius realizes how completely he'd been fooled. He steps forward and formally places Olden under arrest for betraying the Temple of Light. Olden answers with loud, arrogant laughter and mocks Lucius to his face. But inside, he's terrified. Lucius's return makes no sense, and none of their leaders saw it coming. There should have been no way to clear the dungeon this fast. Even worse, Matthias is nowhere to be seen, which probably means he was captured and spilled everything. Still, Olden tells himself it doesn't matter. As far as he's concerned, Lucius walks straight back into the trap. Then the bishop steps in and openly challenges Lucius for accusing a cardinal without proof. Lucius calmly activates the potion's special ability and instantly sees the bug inside the bishop. Right away he knows Olden is controlling him. While the bishop keeps demanding evidence, Lucius pulls out a stack of letters and throws them on the floor. Olden sees them and goes pale. He can't believe Lucius got his hands on those papers. Earlier in the dungeon, Zephyr suggested hiding the True Sight potion for now so they wouldn't attract assassins. Instead, he said they should gather harder proof against Olden. Then the protagonist explained that the dungeon ran deep under the temple, and he believed there had to be a path leading to a useful exit. Sticking to MC's plan, the group headed for the exit. They came up near Matthias's old hideout, a place the Demon Lord worshippers used for secret meetings. There they found abandoned letters. The letters laid out plans between Matthias and Olden, including how they meant to steal the dragon heart. Matthias kept them as insurance in case Olden turned on him, and now Lucius has them. After hearing that, Olden breaks into wild laughter and finally confesses he's the leader of the Demon Lord worshippers. Even so, he says they still can't stop him. He reminds them that Lucius's wife is his hostage. Lucius sees her and calls out in panic, but Olden cuts him off and warns him not to come closer. Calmly, Olden shows off a special larva, the princess bug, and says he saved it for Lucius's family. Then he offers a sick choice: Lucius's wife, his son, or Lucius himself. Without waiting for an answer, he starts counting down from 3. When the count reaches the end, Lucius begs him to use the bug on him instead and spare his family. Olden ignores that and jams the bug into Lucius's wife right in front of him, but before it can settle in, someone stabs Olden from behind. It's Ned. The twin knights are stunned that an assassin got that close without triggering their detection. They don't know Ned is wearing the Misty Bracelet, an item that hides its wearer completely. Ned doesn't hesitate. He cuts Olden in half with one slash and pulls Lucius's wife away. Right after that, he has to fend off the Golden Knight, the older twin, whose raw power starts forcing him back. As they fight, Lucius fires a huge lightning beam at Olden. The Golden Knight jumps in front of it and takes the hit himself. That split second gives Ned the opening he needs to break away, and he strikes the other twin knight too, before leaping into the air with Lucius's wife and carrying her to safety. Meanwhile, Olden's body starts healing as the worms inside him rebuild him. He's shocked to see Ned still alive. Olden expected him to die in the dungeon, yet now Ned is blocking his path. That makes Olden wonder if Master Jinyurong had been using him from the start. Now that the hostage is gone, Olden knows things are turning bad. If Lucius uses Shard of Glory again, it could all be over. So he quickly orders the Golden Twin Knight to keep Lucius busy and buy time. Instead of panicking, the pressure only fires him up, and he draws his sword and heads straight for Lucius. Lucius stays calm and trades a few sharp words with him, while the other man acts fully sure he can win. They introduce themselves properly before the fight begins, each ready to show everything they've got. Outside the temple, people start showing up for the healing rituals, but the guards stop them and claim knights are training inside. Even the mining group notices smoke rising from the main building, and people start guessing about what's going on. Priestess Rose also feels the guards are lying. She remembers Zephyr warning her during their last trade to stay away from the main building for a while, because an important official was coming, and her shady dealings might be exposed. Since then, she has mostly stayed in the slave quarters to be safe. But when she sees smoke pouring from the main building, she starts to worry. Inside, the head priests and priestesses are fighting off wave after wave of Demon Lord worshippers. They're using items taken from the princess's treasury, which helps them hold the line. They also try hard not to kill the corrupted priests. If that news spreads, rival groups in the temple will use it to attack them. So they keep defending as best they can when suddenly the temple spire crashes down in front of them, even though it was protected by a barrier. When they look up, they see Lucius fighting the Golden Knight. To their surprise, the knight is starting to wear down. His sword is struggling against Lucius's spear, which gives Lucius better reach and control. The Golden Knight tries to slip past the spear and get in close, but when he finally lands a hit, Lucius's mirror chainmail sends the damage right back. The knight realizes Lucius baited that attack on purpose just to reflect it. Lucius confirms it, saying the twin brothers are among the strongest fighters on the continent, so beating them takes more than brute force. He rushes the Golden Knight, and both of them swing at once, blocking each other's blows. Still, Lucius takes control of the fight as he dodges and smashes the knight with his golden arm. Then he instantly moves behind the knight and fires a crushing beam of light. The attack wrecks the knight and slams him into the ground in defeat. Watching from below, the head priests think Lucius won easily, but when he turns around, it's obvious he's badly hurt too. During Divine Judgment, the knight still managed to strike Lucius several times. The Golden Knight figures out something important too. The mirror effect only works when he hits Lucius' body directly, and it only sends back half the damage. As he thinks it through, the worms inside him start healing his wounds, and his anger keeps rising. In an instant, he appears behind Lucius and gets ready to land a killing blow. But right before he can strike, the queen bug inside him sends a command that stops him cold. Lucius takes that chance, binds him in chains, and blasts him with a heavenly beam. Even while wounded, the knight keeps receiving orders from the queen bug. At the same time, Zephyr has dragged Olden's body into a hidden part of the forest. He beats him brutally, but leaves him alive for now. Back at the main building, Lucius and the head priests reveal their plan. Keep the twin knights and Olden busy, split them apart, and take them down one by one. It worked exactly as planned. Realizing he'd been completely played, the twin knight loses it. Earlier, Olden had personally offered to handle the dragon heart transport. He told the master that his mind control powers would let him quietly take over the third parish temple and guard the dragon heart there without moving it. The master approved and let him go ahead. Now that everything is falling apart, Olden can't understand how it all collapsed so fast, how the raid ended so quickly, how Ned learned about the assassination, and how the dungeon was cleared in record time. He starts to suspect the master set him up to die once he'd outlived his use. When they reach the royal carriage, a demon lord worshipper already has it ready for escape. Even then, Olden keeps thinking if Lucius exposes him, the Temple of Light might still protect him to secure his vote in the coming papal conclave. But his bigger fear is the number of enemies he's made. If Jinryong really betrayed him, more disciples like Zephyr may be coming. As Olden steps into the carriage, he suddenly feels something sticky on his hand. A moment later, pain tears through his body. It's one of his poisons, made to torture even the worms inside him. Then the cloaked helper by the carriage pulls back his hood, and it's Zephyr. Before Olden can react, the protagonist kicks him in the face and sends him crashing to the ground. The twin knight tries to fight back, but before he can move, a poison needle hits him and knocks him out at once. He isn't the real twin knight, just a normal warrior in disguise. Knowing he's losing, Olden desperately calls for the real twin knight. As Zephyr walks toward him with sword in hand, Olden starts begging for mercy. He can't understand why the poison is stopping his healing, so he offers anything he can, hoping to stall until help arrives. But MC shuts that down by showing him the bloodied helmet of the Silver Twin Knight. 12 hours earlier at dawn, he, Lucius, and the priests identified the Twin Knight as a demon lord worshipper and killed him. Once Ned learned the truth, he realized they had planted a fake Silver Knight there to take the dragon heart from him and kill him after. In his past life, Ned barely escaped the Twin Knight and spent the rest of his days hiding with the dragon heart, unable to absorb it. In the end, another of Jinryong's disciples tracked him down and killed him. Lucius was also taken over by the marked bug, and he was killed too. All of it led back to Olden's schemes and betrayal. That's why Zephyr won't leave anything to chance this time. Back in the present, driven by that memory and his rage, he blasts Olden with divine lightning. But to the protagonist's surprise, the remains are way too small. As he thinks that over, he suddenly feels something rushing in from behind and barely blocks it in time. It's Olden, now in his true demon form, a twisted mass of slithering worms. Olden claims this form is far stronger than the Twin Knight ever was. Zephyr realizes Olden must have left part of his body behind as a decoy, letting him transform in secret. In this form, Olden has terrifying strength and can switch back to looking human whenever he wants. No one who has seen this demon form has ever lived to tell about it. Calling MC's resistance a mistake, Olden slams his huge fist into the ground and sends a violent shockwave through the forest. Elsewhere, Ned hears the tremor while guarding Lucius's wife and child. He quickly tells them to stay hidden in the cave and gives them cloaking bracelets so no one can see them. As he turns to go, Lucius' wife worries, but Ned assures her he'll handle it without one. Then he flashes toward the source of the shockwave. As he moves, memories of his father's death come flooding back, hardening his resolve to get revenge on the monster Olden and bring down everyone tied to him. Back at the main building, Lucius keeps fighting the stronger of the remaining twin knights. The marked bug is boosting the knight's power, but it's also ruining his precision. Lucius notices the knight is getting nervous after being stalled for so long, and he calls to the head priest, who uses Battle Light. The spell boosts allies' power and recovery by 120%, and Lucius is empowered right away. To the priestess's surprise, the support spell boosts her summon spirit too. It grows larger and much stronger. With the buff in place, they rush the knight together. He blocks with ease, sure their slower attacks can't hurt him. And dizziness hits him. The shooting star spirit's debuff finally kicks in. Lucius takes that opening and charges, his lance shining with holy power. It blasts through the knight's torso. He tries to counter, but his strike misses. When the dust clears, only the lower half of his body is left on the floor. Just when it looks finished, Lucius turns and sees the whole structure behind him cut clean in two. The head priest instantly understands. The knight hadn't only been aiming at Lucius. He was trying to collapse the building on the brainwashed priests inside. Lucius rushes to help the bishop, but he can't make it in time. The wreckage crashes down and buries the area. At the same time, the badly wounded knight is still alive and starts running. A third of his bug was burned away, so he heads for Olden, hoping to be restored. He's still shaken that Lucius held him off this long. With no better choice, the twin knight races to Olden, the man who gave him purpose when he had none. Years ago, the twin knights joined Olden after their older sister took the earldom. Back then, the priest won them over with smooth lies, saying only the true God could keep the world in its proper order. They believed him. Now, feeling grateful and indebted, the knight runs to Olden determined to keep him alive. But just before he reaches him, a flash cuts through the air and the knight is split neatly in half. It's Ned. With the blade of Mirage, he really does give the knight a new twin. As Ned lands, the twin knight recognizes Jinrang's disciple and demands to know why he's interfering. Ned calmly reminds him of the day he killed his father. The knight realizes this is revenge, but only sneers. He's killed too many people to remember every face. Now recovered, he throws off his broken armor and tells Ned to move. He says he has somewhere important to be. He admits Ned is fast and likely using a cloaking skill, so he stays careful, but he's still sure no one can beat him head-on. Then he gives Ned 10 seconds to run. That confidence vanishes when Ned draws a familiar blade, his dead twin brother's sword. The sight freezes him. That weapon was their shared symbol, a holy gift from Olden. Holding it steady, Ned says he'll share his brother's last words, if the knight can beat him. That alone is enough to turn the twin knight into a rabid beast ready to kill him. Meanwhile, Olden keeps pounding Zephyr with attack after attack, but none of them work. Using the swarm of bugs inside his body, he twists himself into new shapes, forming many fists to hammer him non-stop. He can harden himself like metal and even spit acidic fluid from the bugs at his target. Still, Zephyr dodges every hit and answers with sharp Dragon King-style counters. One clean counter cuts Olden into pieces, but even after being chopped apart, those pieces turn into weapons and attack the protagonist from every side. No matter how many times Zephyr cuts him, Olden just heals again. In this demon form, he looks almost immortal and barely reacts to the damage. Convinced MC will eventually run out of strength and mana. Then Olden lunges in and grabs him by the collar. He admits he likes the protagonist's power and plans to plant a bug in him to make him a servant. Then he slams Zephyr into the ground. As MC crashes down, Olden pounds him with massive fists, sending heavy shockwaves through the area. At last, the demon reshapes his arm into a sword and brings it down on Zephyr. Even that attack drains Olden. But how did he end up like this? In the past, the Master himself talked him into joining the worshippers who promised power beyond belief. The Master gave him a marked bug and told him to raise it. Well, from then on, Olden borrowed its power, slaughtered countless people, and once the bug fully matured, he used the Stone of Revelation to turn himself into a demon. Back in the present, after all those brutal attacks, Olden is horrified to find him completely unharmed. He stops the demon's arm with one bare hand. Olden is stunned, and the protagonist explains he could have killed Olden and the twin knights earlier. He split them up on purpose so Ned could get his revenge. There was another reason too. MC had just gained the Dragonheart's power and wanted to test it against a strong foe like a demon. He activates Dragonifage and likes from higher to busis in the wealth. There's persistent needle the Shrain. Since Olden is a real threat, Zephyr decides he's the perfect test. The moment Olden sees the Dragonheart, panic sets in. He can't understand how he has that kind of power. The boy reaches for him with enhanced dragon arms and Olden turns to flee. But before he can get away, a heavy slash lands from behind, cutting him into several pieces. For Zephyr, this is only the start. Meanwhile, in the jungle, the twin knight pins Ned down with his sword. As Ned pushes back with his hands, he remembers what the protagonist told him earlier. The key to beating this knight was tied to Ned himself. 25 years earlier, when the twin knights were still children, the master of the magic tower told their father the boy's mana was linked. If one used his mana, the other would react as well. He said that with proper training, they could become an incredible pair of knights. Their father then chose to do everything he could to raise that talent, and in time the twins became outstanding fighters. Later, Olden stepped in. He blocked them from inheriting their family title and used that opening to pull them under his control. He pushed their skills even further by giving them the twin blades, weapons that helped them master a special fighting style. Year after year, they trained until their teamwork became nearly perfect. One attack flowed right into the next, creating a non-stop storm of sword strikes. Their sync grew so deep that each could control the other's blade like his own. Zephyr explains this to Ned and compares it to the floating cloud style, a yin and yang technique that lets partners reflect attacks together. Since Ned already understands floating cloud, he can sync with the twin knight's sword and create an eclipse-like counter. So during the fight, Ned watches the knight's rhythm and waits. When the moment comes, he copies the technique perfectly, and the knight jumps back in shock. That move is a secret known only to him and his brother. The truth hits hard. If Ned can use it, then something awful must have happened to his twin. Olden cries for help again, but the knight ignores it. Instead, he decides to kill Ned within the next minute. He charges in, swinging wildly with huge crushing blows. But Ned is ready. Zephyr had warned him the knight would keep fighting instead of helping Olden, and that they had to stop him from reaching Olden before he could escape or recover. Knowing this is his chance, Ned attacks first, but the twin knight is faster. In one flash, he unleashes a slash that seems to split Ned in half, but it's only an illusion. The real Ned is behind him. Ned uses his thunder palm from the rear and follows it at once with a sword strike. Still, the knight reacts fast. He blocks it and Ned's blade sticks to his. The twin swords pull toward each other. The knight uses that link to his advantage and drives his weapon into Ned's stomach. Then he forces him down, trying to finish him while Ned holds the blade back with everything he has left. In that instant, his mind goes to Bloodtear and his father's faith that one day he'd be worthy to wield it like a true warrior. That memory gives him one last burst of power. Ned pushes the sword back with his fingers alone and strikes back with a brutal attack at the knight's eyes, burning them with lightning. The pain is so fierce even the twin knight can't recover right away. Blind and unable to see, he tries to track Ned by feel. But as he moves on instinct, Ned cuts across his body and ends it with one final lightning blast that burns him to ash. With him gone, the title of strongest warrior in the land is left empty. Back at the main building, the head priestess and priest focus on healing the injured. Luckily, the damage isn't as bad as it could have been. They broke apart the falling structure in time and used defense spells to soften the impact. The larvae inside the priests and slaves are gone too, either because Olden died or because he lost his power. As Lucius looks over everyone, his face fills with relief when he sees his family returning with Ned and Zephyr. With that, Olden's plan is stopped, and the third parish is taken back. Over the next few days, everyone stays busy, caring for the wounded and arresting the remaining worshippers from the central parish. Lucius keeps lifting spirits with ceremonial blessings, hoping to ease the exhaustion weighing on everyone. While doing that, he also uncovers and purges the last demon lord worshippers hiding among them. They also save the bishop, who still can't believe everything that happened and is recovering from internal injuries. Lucius takes care of him himself. Zephyr and Ned are treated like heroes, and the bishop thanks them in person. To show his thanks, MC gives the bishop Olden's dried, worm-covered head. The bishop is creeped out and worries it could still be dangerous, but he says it's powerless now and might still be useful. When the bishop looks to Ned, he stays calm. They already got all the information they needed from Olden. Deep down, Ned feels pleased. Still, he's bothered that his first plan can no longer happen. Then Zephyr hands over everything they pulled from Olden, hideout locations, plans, and the names of worshippers across the region. As the bishop reads it, he's stunned to find plans for summoning the demon lord himself. Worse, the people behind it are from the Eastern Union. The kingdom of Cayenne sits on the continent of Aslan, split between the Eastern and Western Unions which once had equal strength. That changed when the Holy One came from the Western Union. The East started falling apart financially and even had to sell land to the West. That gap bred anger and demon lord worship spread fast among Eastern nobles, pulling them in through greed and desperation. Zephyr adds that two huge threats, the Ice Dragon and the Blue Dragon, are attacking the West right now. They've built nests in the continent's biggest farming region and taken over the main trade center, leaving the South to starve. That helps explain why the East is joining hands with worshippers. The dragons may be part of a bigger scheme. The protagonist says Olden's memories confirm it. The worshippers didn't summon the dragons. They pushed them into attacking. To fix this, the dragons have to die. He proposes that he and Ned handle it. The bishop isn't convinced and asks how two people could kill a dragon. Lucius is also caught off guard that he's being left behind. Zephyr explains that the third parish still needs him. This likely won't be the last attack, and someone has to protect their home. The Holy One supports that plan and names MC and Ned Temple Knights. He rewards them with gold and gems, plus full access to the main building and whatever supplies they need. He also promises that he and the bishop will each give half their temple offerings to fund the mission. The two agree but ask not to receive the priestly mark. After thinking it over, Lucius accepts and vows to back them however he can on the dragon hunt. The bishop is deeply uneasy about that, but he can't go against the Holy One, so he keeps quiet and watches. While they start talking about a farewell banquet, a strange rumble comes from Olden's sealed chamber. A harsh, unnatural light starts shining from inside. Then Olden's severed head rises, clearly being controlled by something else. The presence says it felt Olden's life fading and came to check. Then it asks if Zephyr and Ned were the ones who killed him. Shaken, Lucius demands to know who it is. Before anyone can respond, purple light bursts from the chamber and destroys the cage. Olden's head floats toward them and the presence orders everyone to kneel before asking questions. It claims to be the true leader of the Demon Lord worshippers. Everyone goes still. Their weapons are being repaired, and they're in no shape for another fight. But the leader's attention goes straight to the dragon heart energy coming from Zephyr. He asks if he is the one carrying it. The protagonist is thrown off. In his past life, the worshipper's leader never cared about the dragon heart and stayed hidden behind a double life. He wasn't supposed to move for 2 more years, which would have given MC time to pick off his followers one by one. That's why Zephyr had calmly taken down Olden and the Twin Knights without fearing quick revenge. Now that the master has shown up early, everything feels wrong. While he thinks, Ned and Lucius step in front of him to shield him and buy time. They both know this enemy is far beyond them. After all, he broke out of the reinforced cage like it was nothing. Even so, Lucius keeps some hope because he already has the Shard of Glory spell. With no time to lose, he and Ned pour mana into their weapons and strike together, hoping one clean hit will end this and break the spell. But right as the attack lands, the Master changes form. Two giant claws of dark energy appear and grab them in midair. Caught in the bind, they can't use any skills. The spell is called Ancient Dragon Shadow. Then the Master speaks. He says he expected a woman had interfered with his plans. Realizing it isn't her, he decides this was a waste of time. As he gets ready to go, he throws several dark curses at Ned and Lucius. The spells hit both of them and put them in terrible pain. Even the bishop can't stop the curses from taking over. That's when Zephyr steps in and slices through the dark claws with his light sword, stunning the Master. He can't believe what he's seeing. The Sword of Light, a weapon that needs incredible stats and the Goddess of Light's approval. It's also the only known way to break that curse loop. The protagonist is only using it because he stacked 2 buff spells, letting him hold the sword for 10 seconds without the goddess's permission. He knows how risky this is. If the Master was sent by the Demon Lord himself, a direct fight would be suicidal. But Mushi remembers something from his past life. After losing to him in disgrace, the Demon Lord wouldn't want him dead right away. He'd want Mushi to grow stronger first, then face him again at his peak to settle that shame. So he figures this Master is acting alone, not under the Demon Lord's orders. Now interested, the Master turns back to him and asks who he really is. The protagonist answers with a challenge. They'll settle it with a coin flip. Whoever loses has to answer one question from the winner. If Zephyr wins, he'll expose the Master's real identity in front of everyone. That shocks the Master and everyone else there. Even Olden, who served under him closely, never knew who the Master really was. So the idea that MC knows sounds impossible. To see if it's a bluff, the Master uses mana detection. But he isn't lying, he really does know. Feeling the tension rise, Zephyr warns him not to do anything reckless, or things will only get worse. The Master pauses, then agrees. The protagonist flips the coin as everyone watches. When it comes down, the Master calls tails. Everyone can see the coin is landing on tails. Except for Bishop, the others have sharp enough eyes to follow it almost in slow motion. What surprises them isn't the result, it's that Zephyr let the Master call it so easily. Ned starts to think there's some trick behind it, and even the Master wonders why MC handed over the choice so freely when the outcome looks obvious. But this isn't a normal coin toss. As the coin spins, 2 tightly packed beams of light clash in midair, one from Zephyr and one from the Master. Both use magic during the flip. The result isn't decided when the coin lands, it's decided the instant the hand opens, if the flipper can act first and stop the other side from interfering. So the winner is really whoever overpowers the other before the reveal. The Master summons a dark claw to pin him down, trying to beat him before the hand can move. Zephyr fights against it, knowing that if he gives in now, he loses. That's the whole point of this rule. It forces both sides to commit. Even under that pressure, the protagonist breaks free and sends the coin flying high. In the next instant, he uses Jinyang's lightning speed spell and rushes after it. He slams the coin out of the air with explosive force, driving it into the ground hard enough to leave a crater. At that exact moment, Zephyr's dragonification runs out. When the dust clears, the coin is split perfectly in 2. One side heads, the other tails. It's a draw, and that lets them send the Master away without taking much more damage. Later, over tea, Ned tells Priestess Rose everything. He says MC can read the Master's intentions exactly, and knew how to end the whole standoff. When Rose asks how the coin bet really worked, he walks in and cuts her off, saying they'll talk about it another time. He now carries an Oath Bond skill that stops him from directly revealing anything about the Demon Lord worshippers until their next rematch. Still, the sly boy knows he can talk around it using riddles and hints so others can piece the truth together themselves. He warns them that the truth is even more shocking than the Eastern Union's role, and says he'll only share it with people he truly trusts. Just as he's about to give them a hint, the scene shifts to the Master in a royal palace, carrying a big bouquet of flowers. Looking at the Oath Bond, he seems surprised Zephyr still hasn't exposed him. For all his bold talk and open hate, the boy stayed silent. That makes the Master wonder if the protagonist is just crazy or dangerously clever, maybe trying to learn more first. As he steps into the palace hall, he greets a black-haired girl. He calls her Altair and gives her flowers for her 20th birthday. She is Cayenne's first princess. Her brother, the Master, is Polaris, the first prince of Cayenne and the Temple of Light's youngest cardinal. Back at the third parish, Lucius keeps turning over Zephyr's hints, all pointing to the Master being someone with terrifying power. After coming this far, he knows there's no backing out now. Ned knows his revenge is nowhere near done. The Master and his followers are still out there. He also knows none of this would have worked without MC. Because of that, he owes the boy more than his life. Meanwhile, as Zephyr gathers his mana, the Master worshipper's sudden move keeps bothering him. People always act for a reason, and when someone acts unlike themselves, it can mean time was changed by someone or something. What troubles him even more is that the Master spared Ned and Lucius, even though killing them would have been easy. It feels like he's missing a key piece or forgot something important. Whatever the answer is, Zephyr plans to find it. But first, he has another matter to handle. The silver key in his hand starts to glow. The angel gave it to him when he briefly interfered with the gods. She said the key now has greater access, and once his mission was done, he should use it because the gods had something important to tell him. Thinking back on that, he gets dressed and activates the key. At once, he's transported to a silver palace. It's a guest room in the angel's villa, where she greets him. Zephyr wonders if she'll hand out more benefits like she did with the key. The angel says she only helps because his life amuses the gods. That answer annoys him, and he quickly asks why he was really called here. With a wave of her hand, she brings out a seat and gives him the message. The gods have added new rules and rewards to his life. If he ever tries to blackmail them again, all his perks will be taken away. He'll be erased, marked as prey, and whoever kills him will inherit everything he had. Zephyr gets the warning. If he steps out of line, his enemies could take all he owns. Even so, he has no plan to test the gods again. Instead, he asks about the reward promised by the goddess of light. The angel says he already got one. The Sword of Light's restriction has been loosened, and he's now the only non-priest who can use it. But first, he has to complete a task for the goddess. She also tells him a new rule. From now on, he must carry out divine requests. If he clears the gods' tests and missions, he'll prove he deserves the blessings he was given. Zephyr agrees. Then he and Ned get ready for the coming dragon raid. The head priest arrives with Lucius to apologize for secretly sending them out the back, but the protagonist says there's no need. With the raid deadline close and spies everywhere, they have to be careful. MC uses a cloaking bracelet, but they still avoid attention and leave through the rear entrance. Before they go, Lucius's wife gives them a care package with healing food and other supplies. Then they say goodbye and leave. After they depart, the Holy One knows he has to fool everyone into thinking he now has the dragon heart, so no one focuses on Zephyr. With that settled, they shut the main gates until the boy returns. In the dungeon boss room, the princess and her night spirit decide to rest too. Their role is over, and their long ages of loneliness are finally ending. What comes next is up to him and the descendants who will stand with him. One of them is Altair. As Zephyr continues his journey, Altair gets a letter from Lucius, her cousin, wishing her a happy birthday. Near the end, he mentions a gift. She can already tell it'll be something odd, same as always. Then a noise breaks out outside. When she looks from the window, she's shocked to find Zephyr beating the palace guards. Lucius says this is the one who will help her. At Lindal Fortress, the protagonist and Ned reach the gate. She recalls that Altair became Grand Duchess of Lindal at 16 after inheriting the land. He hands the butler a sealed letter, saying it's from Lucius, the Holy One of Light. The butler accepts it and leads them in. As they walk, Ned is struck by how massive the fortress is. He remembers Lucius trusted the fortress's master to help them, but quietly wonders if the princess will really support their dragon raid. Zephyr reminds himself that he's nobility too, and asks if Ned knows the princess. Ned only remembers seeing her in royal parades as a child, and the rumors say she wasted her huge talent, which makes him doubt she'll get involved. Then a guard suddenly drops near them. The butler apologizes and explains the fallen man is just one of many suitors trying to win the princess's hand. Ned first thinks they're ordinary troublemakers, but quickly sees they're much stronger than that. Zephyr starts remembering his past life. Altair Justinian was known for her beauty, talent, royal blood, and unbelievable luck, the brightest star of Aslan. Years earlier, Prince Polaris gave up both the throne and the title of Duke of Lindal to become a priest of light. Since his younger brother was sick, the royal family planned for Altair's husband to become king. To many nobles, marrying her meant grabbing power, but Altair made one thing clear: no man would marry her without proving his strength. She had no interest in the weak. That challenge brought countless noblemen to Lindal, and every one of them lost badly. Now her elite guard, Ophelia, keeps that tradition going, dropping challenger after challenger with ease. Ned watches in surprise at how skilled they are. He expected pushovers, but they clearly aren't. The butler explains that many are hired fighters standing in for the real suitors, and if one even lands a hit on Ophelia, the princess will grant a meeting. Ned also notices some of them are priests. Zephyr admits they may be weaker than him and Ned, but they're still no joke. The problem is they're up against one of the 10 strongest people on the continent. He notes it's been a long time since he last saw Ophelia, and she looks much younger now, probably because he met her later in his past life. While he's thinking, a huge man steps in front of them and demands to know why they're skipping the line. He says others have waited 3 days and tells them to line up like everyone else. Zephyr notices the blue uniform with a golden bird and recognizes him as a priest from the Sky Temple, second only to the Temple of Light. He figures some noble hired this priest to fight in his place, for Altair's hand. Rather than argue, MC shows Lucius's sealed letter and says the matter is urgent. The big priest doesn't want the blame, so he grudgingly lets them pass. As Zephyr goes on, the delay starts to irritate him. Then he hears nearby priests talking about Lucius. One says Lucius probably finished his dungeon raid, while another wonders if the princess invested in it. The large priest says that after a raid, Lucius has to report to 3 parties. His lover first, then his temple, and finally the investors. He hears enough and scoffs to himself. He can't believe such stupid gossip still spreads through the capital, rumors tying Lucius and Altair together. Fed up, the protagonist smacks the priest who said it and throws him aside. He understands the Temple of Light and Sky Temple don't get along, but Altair has nothing to do with that. He knows she's only ever been with one man, him. Then he gestures at the other priests and mocks them, saying they've waited days just to lose, so they might as well come at him now. Afterwards, Zephyr casually says it's been months since he last had to fight over a line. He adds that he only stepped in because they insulted someone he truly respects. The butler reassures him and apologizes for not stopping it sooner. He says Ophelia usually deals with problems like this, but MC settled it before she could. And from their clothes, those men were clearly no normal temple knights. Just then, Altair arrives and mentions her greenhouse. Zephyr turns to her and realizes they met much later in his past life. Ever since leaving the cave after training with Ned for a year, time has felt strange to him, and he can hardly believe this meeting came so early. He bows and kisses her hand. Altair studies him in silence. Then she says she read Lucius's letter. He recommended them as temple knights, but also told her to hear the details from him himself, so she asks what he can offer. At the same time, Ned notices Altair's bodyguards staring hard at him. He wonders if she recognizes him or if they've met before. Hearing Altair's question, Zephyr remembers that she hasn't awakened her full communion power yet. She can't read minds like the dungeon princess could, but she was born with the talent for it. For now, she uses sensing magic to judge people and search for allies she can trust against the growing threat of the demon lord worshippers. The protagonist realizes she chose this path long before he did. At first, he only wanted a vague kind of success, then revenge for Ned, his teacher. Altair was the one who made him think bigger. He now understands the public husband contest is a trap. It was never really about marriage, it was bait to gather strong fighters. With the kingdom in danger, even Altair has limits. What she really needs is dependable power at her side. To show his worth, Zephyr starts casting magic. MC decides showing his strength will be quicker than explaining it. Ophelia watches him closely, wondering if this power comes from the dragon heart. Altair notices the aura inside him right away. He asks Ophelia if she's ever crossed blades with him. She hasn't, but she's about to. Ophelia steps in with her sword and says she'll try to land 3 hits. Zephyr gets ready to meet her, looking almost casual, but she sees no weak spot. One careless move could cost her, so she stays cautious. Her first swing is turned aside with ease by his clean, smooth defense. The second is a full-power thrust, but it still can't pierce his skin. On the third try, her grip starts to slip and Zephyr is suddenly behind her, lightly tapping her shoulder. She freezes, shocked that she didn't even see him move. That alone tells her enough. His defense and combat sense are on another level. Later, he brings up the blue dragon destroying the granary. He says fixing the farmland is pointless. It'll just draw the demon lord worshippers back. Instead, he urges Altair to strike first and clear the thorny mountain range. If she secures even 1 or 2 mountains, she can pull the enemy's focus during the coming dungeon raid. He promises that if she acts fast and keeps it quiet, he'll deliver the blue dragon's head within a month. Altair asks what he wants in return. Zephyr says she can reward him however she thinks is fair, but his real need is healers. Trouble during the raid on the princess's tomb left the third parish short, so he asks for as many as she can spare. Altair can tell he's after something bigger than money or status, so she asks how sure he is that he can beat the dragon. He says that depends on her support, then hands her a crystal. It's an elite magic artifact, a spellbook sealed inside with ancient Medea magic. Zephyr knows that old Medea line has long been lost. Still, Altair learned some of it young, though she'd hit a wall around now. He tells her the crystal is an heirloom passed down from one of her ancestors. He believes that if Altair absorbs it, her powers will fully wake up and she'll be able to properly stabilize the dragon heart for him. With that, he says he'll be going. If she likes what she saw, she'll send for him again. As he leaves, the protagonist thinks this first meeting went much better than it did in his past life. He had missed her badly. Even if this is their first meeting in this timeline, he finally gets to show her his worth. Certain of himself, he plans to stay back and let her curiosity pull her to him. Altair watches him go, clearly interested. She asks Ophelia what she thinks. Ophelia admits Zephyr is talented, though she questions Lucius's judgment. By skill alone, he does fit what Altair needs. Still, she expected more from someone carrying the dragon heart. Altair agrees the dragon heart hasn't fully settled in him yet, but she's sure he'll become much stronger. She remembers MC saying the crystal came from one of her ancestors, something she herself had asked for. It sounded like he'd actually met the dungeon princess. Then again, the woman was such a great sorceress that Altair wouldn't be shocked if she were still alive in her tomb. If so, she must be the one who placed the dragon heart in him. Altair reflects that even though she'd never heard of Zephyr before, his power is impressive. He might be exactly what her plans need, but one thing still bothers her. Whenever she touches someone, she feels warmth or cold that reveals their nature. With him, she felt nothing at all. Instead, she saw a vision. It's only happened one other time in her life, and she can't guess what it means. Far away, Alfred, second in command of the demon lord worshippers, kneels before their leader and answers the summons, waiting for orders. The master tells her that one seat among the 12 apostles is now empty. Alfred assumes Olden failed, but when she asks for more, the master cuts her off, saying she should already know, then asks for a replacement. She reminds Alfred that her apostles have freedom, but the final mission must be completed no matter what. Olden's disappearance cannot slow the plan. Alfred accepts in silence, a shame she let her leader down before. Not long after, Alfred spots a priest nearby and orders him to ready the phantom horse at once. She has to leave for the third parish immediately. At the same time, Altair thinks about how well things have gone. The investors are satisfied, The ancient writing in the dungeon has been decoded, and the raid on the princess's tomb is finally over. She thinks about the spellbook she's wanted for so long. Her magic has been stuck at level 2, but now she's ready to move forward. Altair remembers a farewell from a woman, likely her master, saying her time was over. She apologized for not teaching more and trusted Altair to finish the spell and defeat the leader of the Tartarus worshippers. Holding the crystal, Altair begins to meditate as magic gathers around her. She feels the crystal connect straight to her mind. Pieces of magical knowledge float around her like countless stars. Then Princess appears. She says her consciousness still lives inside the mage crystal as an overmind, and that she has waited a long time to meet her descendant and heir. Elsewhere, Zephyr beats Ned in a game, which means the protagonist will go to the upcoming party. Ned, meanwhile, will search the fortress for hidden Demon Lord worshippers. MC points out that the real goal is gathering information. Ned offers him a special bracelet, but he refuses at first. Then a system window reveals the mist bracelet's power. As a pair, they hide the wearer so well that only a legendary detection skill could notice them. Zephyr says he should wear both, especially since one of the continent's top 10 warriors is inside the fortress right now. With only one bracelet, he'd still stand out too much. Ned also brings up Ophelia, who kept staring at him even though they've never met. It bothers him. He hardly ever meets Southerners, and he'd remember someone with that kind of presence. Maybe she knows him from when he was undercover among the Demon Lord worshippers, or maybe she's the dangerous one. He checks the potion of true sight, which reveals the bug-like mark hidden inside every worshipper. The protagonist doesn't think Ophelia is one of them, but he tells Ned to be careful anyway. Then MC gets ready to use Transfiguration, an Eastern skill that changes the face through muscle control and expression. It's known as the mark of a true shadow disciple, someone fated to become one of the cult's 12 apostles. He reflects that looks and behavior matter more than people think. A real master of disguise can fool someone they just spoke to, then disappear like nothing happened. Zephyr knows his camouflage isn't perfect yet, but it'll do for a packed ballroom where people are drunk and faces blur together. Soon he enters the hall. There he notices the big man from earlier. From the crowd, he realizes Altair's suitors aren't ordinary men. They're top fighters and nobles from all over the kingdom, basically VIPs who expect special treatment. So the fortress annex serves 2 jobs: lodging for the suitors, their guards and the guests, and a ballroom for parties each night. Around the room, people gossip about the princess. One wonders if she's really as beautiful as the rumors claim. Another says beauty isn't the half of it. A professor called her the greatest sorceress in history. Some even think she's the hero meant to save the world. Yet instead of acting like one, she throws grand parties and keeps traveling. Someone else enjoys the drink, talks about how different royal life is, and doubts the princess will appear tonight. In another room, a blonde man says no news has come from the third parish. His brother-in-law was there as an investor and was told to leave town until the raid ended, but he still hasn't been let back in. Zephyr listens in silence and realizes they know nothing about the raid finishing or Olden vanishing. The information is being tightly controlled. As the protagonist mixes into the crowd, one man studies him and says he looks familiar. He mentions that people earlier even mistook him for the Baron, even though the real one is dancing right now. Impressed, the man adds that Zephyr might also be the one who beat the priests from the Sky Temple. That catches MC off guard. The man doesn't seem especially strong, yet he saw through the disguise. MC starts wondering who he really is. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the fortress, Ned kills a guard in the hallway and notes that the east building is clear. He watches a bug crawl out of the dead guard's mouth. Later, he climbs to the roof and takes in how huge the fortress is. It still shocks him that one person owns all of it. He thinks about Lucius's temple house, which felt far more like home. Then an old memory hits him. His sister once promised to bring him a gift the last time he ever saw her and their mother. He imagines she would have been married by now, maybe with children like Claudia, if not for the typhoon that day. Suddenly, Ophelia appears and asks why he's out alone. Ned is startled and immediately scolds himself for dropping his guard. Still, he reminds himself he's wearing both mist bracelets. Even a legendary detection skill should barely pick him up. But Ophelia isn't just anyone. She's Altair's top bodyguard, and one of the 10 strongest fighters on the continent. Her reputation is deserved. She tells him not to be nervous, and says she felt something strange nearby. She also came because she wanted to speak with him directly. Ned asks how long she's been following him. She says since the second floor of the east building, and that makes this easier. Ned explains that the people he killed were Demon Lord worshippers and says the bugs heading for the bodies prove it. He invites her to check for herself and apologizes for acting without permission, arguing that stopping the cult came first. Ophelia accepts that explanation, but says that's not why she came. Then she attacks without warning. Ned barely dodges, caught by surprise. She explains that the princess has spent a long time preparing for the dragon raid and gathered only the finest warriors. Zephyr has already shown what he can do. Ned hasn't, so she pushes him to prove himself. He gets that this is a test and accepts it. Near the third parish temple, Alfred searches with her minions and picks up another lead. She finds burn marks and traces of demonic change. Proof Cardinal Olden was there, and that lightning destroyed something powerful. Looking over the battlefield, she also spots signs of Dragon King style and decides one of Jinryeong's disciples was involved. At the place where she found the Silver Knight's remains, she sees signs that at least 3 people fought there and some used divine power. While checking a carriage, she spots something sticky on the door. She tastes it and instantly knows it's a deadly poison that shouldn't be there. That makes her suspect the Eastern One, the Saint, and Tarantula joined forces. The idea that they may have killed Olden shocks her, though she still struggles to believe it. She thinks about how the third parish has sealed off all traffic with a barrier that even blocks detection skills. Even carrier pigeons are being thrown off course, so someone is clearly hiding something huge inside. Remembering Polaris said only 2 or 3 people in the world can implant a dragon heart, Alfred starts to think the Demon Lord Worshipper's leader may be one of them. Still, she wonders if the Saint's side found others and is buying time for the heart to settle in. If so, they won't care about investors or complaints from the central parish. The whole lockdown is meant to keep anyone from interfering, and she hates how carefully it's all been planned. Now the biggest question is simple. Who has the dragon heart? Since days have passed since Olden's battle, she knows she has to move fast and get proof before the heart fully takes hold. Then a strange woman suddenly appears. She comments on the bird mask and wonders if it belongs to the second in command. A second later, she tries to run, and Alfred sends her minions after her. When they strike, the woman counters with lightning palm. That confirms it for Alfred. It's Dragon King style. She quickly figures out this is one of Jinring's disciples and tells her they need to talk, asking her to come quietly. The woman, meanwhile, is already annoyed. Back at Lindolf Fortress, Ophelia keeps pressing Ned, and even knocks him off the building during their spar. He grumbles about how unfair this test is, reminding himself they've already traded 3 sword blows. For a moment, he wonders if he's being left out of the dragon raid, because he's only on Ophelia's level. When she comes at him again, he catches the hit and changes the form of his Mirage sword, snagging her blade in midair. Then he throws it aside. She answers with a kick, but Ned ducks under it. Her next attack lands on a target that suddenly breaks into dust. It was only a clone. An instant later, Ned appears behind her. He used the crow's cloak, which makes a mana clone, and moves the real user nearby. Calmly, he points out that if she'd hit the real him, it would have hurt. Ophelia is caught off guard and wonders how he did it. Ned knows the stories about her strength, and he's sure she still hasn't gone all out. Neither has he. In his view, if both of them stopped holding back, things would get ugly fast, so he suggests ending it there. Ophelia guesses his hidden ace is Dragon King style, and asks if that's true. She explains that her best stat is her eyesight, so cloaks and barriers don't fool her. That's why she was put on a special mission until recently. Elsewhere, the strange woman, one of the Master's shadow disciples, stops by a lake for a drink after escaping. She realizes just how dangerous the second in command really is, though she also feels everything is moving according to plan. By the time she slipped past the princess's guards, the raid was already over, and she'd found proof that one of their own betrayed the Master. She also saw the second in command sneaking around the place where it all happened. Elsewhere, Ophelia says Ned has too much in common with the shadow disciple called the Smiling Woman. She's one of Jinriang's top disciples and a master of hiding herself. According to Ophelia, they use the same breathing, movement, and prediction in battle. Her mission was to stop the Smiling Woman from stealing the dragon heart, and fighting Ned confirmed her doubts. She adds that Zephyr shares some of those traits too, but the princess personally vouched for him. The Smiling Woman, not knowing any of this, starts thinking about where to go next. Ophelia presses the point again. Ned resembles Jinyang's shadow disciple so much it's like their family. That makes her question where his loyalty lies. Ned, though, still doesn't get what she's trying to say. The story then shifts to Olden after his defeat, now being held in the third parish. As Ned looks into things, Olden apologizes for the past and claims he was only obeying the temple's orders, never trying to hurt him. He even says Ned should be grateful, because he sent Jinyang to raise him and paid for his care. Thanks to that, Ned grew up training in a cave away from the world and became strong. Olden goes on saying Ned can't understand how cruel those times were. Kids from ruined families starved, were sold, or were preyed on by drifters. He insists he saved Ned from that life and made him what he is, but Ned attacks anyway. Olden begs for one chance to talk, warning him not to trust Zephyr, and claiming he's being fooled. In the present, Ned walks outside Lindolf Fortress, turning those words over in his head. Back then, Olden sounded insane, so Ned ignored him. Now, though, the pieces don't fit anymore. He remembers him once saying he was trained as a shadow disciple in case anything happened to him. Then Ophelia's warning comes back to him. Jinring's shadow disciple was a red-haired, yellow-eyed woman, one of the 12 apostles, and a user of Dragon King style. She looked so much like him that they could have been brother and sister. That shakes Ned hard. Could his sister, the one he thought died, still be alive? Could she really be the Smiling Woman, Jinring's disciple? He doesn't know who's lying or whether he's getting fooled all over again. More than anything, he wants the truth. At the same time, a brown-haired girl plays violin in the ballroom. Zephyr sits with the man who recognized him, chatting while the music plays. A priestess mentions it's the night sonata, the signal that the ballroom is closing. The man shakes the protagonist's hand and suggests they meet again tomorrow for a drink, and he agrees. After they split up, the man laughs to himself. MC, he thinks, is rare, strong, sly, and smart. He may look like he's in his 20s, but he carries himself like someone with twice that much life behind him. During their talk, he quietly pulled important information out of him without ever giving up control. That tells the man Lucius didn't just happen to find him, he chose him. With that, he senses a power shift coming. This man is Philip, leader of the Pilgrim Merchantry. Speaking to his son Edwin, he warns him to be careful. Merchants don't get the same room for error as nobles. If they lose their money, they lose everything. And a man like the protagonist could strip them clean without even drawing a sword. Edwin asks if they should tell the princess MC seems unreliable. Philip shuts that down. They can't let someone that valuable slip away. They need to claim him before others do. At least Brenta, chief healer of the Temple Knights in Lindell's second parish, agrees. If they want the best people, then he must be recruited or removed. Meanwhile, Zephyr thinks over his position. Everything he knows comes from what he lived through in his past life. So of course there are people he doesn't recognize, especially those who died before their paths could cross back then. He thinks about Philip, head of the Pilgrim Caravan, one of the continent's 3 biggest merchant groups. In the past, Philip grew rich trading spices with the East and became known as a supporter of Altair, the so-called debauched princess. More importantly, he was one of the 3 people who helped Altair shape humanity's future. A memory shows Philip advising Altair. He tells her that even royalty is helpless without the right backing. With the Demon Lord worshipper's leader in her way, her dream can't happen yet, so he urges her to act like she's wasting time on luxury, while secretly building power, and promises to fund it. Back in the present, the protagonist thinks about why he's so high on the worshipper's target list. In his past life, after Ned ran off with the dragon heart, the shadow disciple called the Smiling Woman killed Philip. He also remembers Philip's son Edwin taking good care of Altair. If Philip lives this time, it could save many people in the coming desert operation. So MC sets 2 new goals: keep Philip alive and stop the Smiling Woman before she strikes. That won't be simple. She can hide as anyone, and Zephyr doesn't even know her real face. When he walks into the room, he assumes Ned is back, but he freezes in surprise. Ned is sitting in a chair with a knife in hand. The moment Ned looks up, Zephyr flinches and steps back before catching himself. He doesn't get why he reacted that way, but the look in Ned's eyes drags him back to the cave, back to the days when Ned beat him with that same expression. The protagonist acts normal and tries not to show anything, though he can tell something is wrong. Ned says Ophelia caught him sneaking around the mansion and told him she met someone who looked exactly like his sister. That throws Zephyr off. He doesn't remember Ned ever talking about his sister. Then he recalls Ned once said everyone in his family but his father died when he was a child. Ned says he believed his sister drowned in a boating accident 13 years ago. Now he's heard she's alive, and worse, that she's the shadow disciple of Dragon King style. The news stuns MC. He can't tell whether Ned is being played or testing him. For a second he wonders if Altair is behind this, then rejects it. She wouldn't do that. Even so, he knows he can't keep pretending to be the shadow disciple for much longer. Then he remembers something from his past life. Zephyr remembers the Smiling Woman once grabbing his shirt and demanding to know who taught him that move. Later, she confessed she had lost most of her memories after an accident. Her adoptive parents found her on the shore, and her master saw right away that she had the rare warrior's bone structure. She said if her brother was anything like her, he probably had the same gift. She always wanted to find him again and recover both her memories and her family. Even as his enemy, she told him all of that. Now the protagonist remembers Jinring saying that this gift is both very rare and passed down in families. If one sibling has it, the other probably does too. That makes him suspect Jinring and Olden worked together to wipe out Ned's family, take someone with that gift and throw them away when they were done. At the same time, Ned is torn. He has no reason to think Ophelia is lying, but what she said is hard to accept. His mind goes back to his father trusting Olden and losing everything. Then he trusted his own master, and that nearly ruined him too. Now he doesn't know if he can trust anyone. Still, Zephyr feels different. Ned thinks about everything they've survived together. The fights, the close calls, the bond between them, and part of him wants to believe it. Needing some kind of answer, he suddenly throws the knife and demands one real reason to trust MC. He answers by finally telling the truth. In the original timeline, they weren't supposed to meet until 3 months later. After stealing the dragon heart and crossing paths with the Silver Knight, Ned realized something far worse was coming. He wasn't just fleeing a Demon Lord worshipper anymore, he was running from the whole world. Zephyr explains how that led him to the Canyon of Oblivion, one of the 8 deadliest quests, where his master's son abandoned him and the dragon heart was lost. While Ned hid in a cave below the cliff, a temple slave searching for him found him. That slave was the protagonist. With Ned injured and the protagonist still green, they learned the Dragon King style together because it was the only way either of them would survive the canyon. Ned says nothing, just taking it all in. MC goes on saying that with Ned's help, he once became the strongest human alive. Even then, he still couldn't stop the end of the world or save anyone. So he calls himself what he is, a failed hero, the last human, and a man sent back with 10 years of memories from the future. And above all, Ned's only disciple. He remembers Ned's plan in that old life. Ned had worked out how long Zephyr needed to train in the cave, based on what it would take to escape the Canyon of Oblivion, and how much his own body could endure. All he lived for then was survival and revenge, and that will kept him going through impossible conditions. But in the end, they had to leave the cave earlier than planned. Zephyr remembers their fight with Ondor, the Lord of the Canyon, when Ned was gravely hurt. He still carries that regret. If he'd been just a little stronger or trained a little longer, maybe things would have changed. Ned shoved him away to keep him alive, giving up the revenge he'd waited for to save someone who was nobody back then. They might have escaped together. At the very end, Ned showed him one last hidden technique, one he never got to fully pass on. Using the last of his strength, he mixed it with magic and struck with his spear. That image of his master's back never left Zephyr. In the present, he now sits across from Ned, who is still trying to make sense of it all. It sounds impossible, yet it also explains too much. Zephyr's strange strength, his deep knowledge, even how he uses divine items without being a priest, it all fits. If he truly came back from the future with a god's blessing, then this starts to make sense. The protagonist admits it sounds crazy but insists it's the truth. He still keeps some things hidden, especially his link to the smiling woman. He also knows he first came to Ned with lies. Since he never expected this story to be believed, he tried steering suspicion toward the Demon Lord worshippers instead. Now all he wants is for Ned to survive and help him face the god of destruction again. Ned holds his head and thinks, revenge wasn't the only thing that set him on this path. He once thought he'd spend his life under his family's noble name, protecting what they built, but when he lost the title, the duty, and his family, he was left with nothing. Then his master took him in, gave him a new name, and a reason to keep going. Ned remembers Junior Yang promising revenge if he proved useful, so he accepted every brutal task. Sure, there had to be a reason for it. To him, the bond between master and disciple was like family, no blood but still real. Trusting that kind of person felt natural. Now though, he looks back and sees a pawn being moved around. Ned admits he used to hate himself, thinking he'd wrecked his own life. But now he sees it wasn't meaningless. He did leave something behind. He puts a hand on Zephyr's shoulder, thanking him without words for avenging him in the past life, and standing beside him in this one. He thinks he really picked one hell of a disciple, a hero who came back in time to save the world. Then again, that's exactly the kind of person he'd expect from someone trained by him. As he gets ready to leave, Ned decides MC won't carry this alone. This time, they'll face it together. Later, he feels the talk went well. Ned agrees to keep it secret. If too much about the future gets out, panic could spread, and for now, that knowledge is their biggest edge. The next morning, the protagonist is called to a meeting with Philip's group. Philip officially names him and the others as Princess Altair's permanent party, and the whole thing moves fast, just what the protagonist would expect from Altair's people. Since the princess can't attend, Philip suggests they talk without her. Ned catches that word, unavailable, and quietly wonders why she's absent. MC figures it has to do with the crystal spellbook. Unlike normal spellbooks, crystal ones send their contents straight into the user's mind. That forces the body into a deep sleep, and stronger spells keep them out longer. Some people even get fevers or other side effects. He assumes a healer is with her, though that won't do much. This isn't a normal injury. Her recovery depends on how fast she can take in the magic. He hopes she pulls through. After what he went through in the dungeon, he knows what a rough toll this can take. The next few days fly by as everyone gets ready for the Blue Dragon raid. They gather supplies, go over plans, and get used to their new gear. In the middle of all that, Elise Brenta gives Zephyr a quick hug. He tells her not to make it long, and she promises she won't. That hug gives him a new skill, Angel's Embrace, a healing ability that checks someone's condition through touch with antenna-like sensors on the back. Usually it works through a hug. Then Elise locks him in magical chains so he won't move, warning that if he does, she'll have to start over. While working, she casually comments on how muscular he is. Watching this, Ned gets uncomfortable and suddenly claims he has something important to do. But Philip stops him, reminding him every party member needs a health check before the raid. Elise doesn't let him escape. She says it's his turn next, and Ned quickly tries to dodge it, politely refusing while searching for a way out. Right then, Ophelia walks in. Not looking amused, she says the princess wants to see both of them. Hearing that, Zephyr immediately realizes Altair must be awake. As they follow Ophelia, the protagonist remembers that Princess Overmind is still sealed inside the magic crystal, and thinks back to the important things she told him before. When they enter, Altair is already awake in bed and fully alert. She calmly greets them, while Zephyr watches her closely, wondering if she knows anything about Ned. Earlier, inside Altair's mind, Princess Overmind appeared and told her that 3 stars had aligned, meaning her Median magic had reached level 3. Then she offered her congratulations. She explained that Altair now had the basic knowledge of Median magic. From here on, she'd need to keep training, awaken more power, and gain levels. Every new level would add another star to the alignment. Princess Overmind added that no one, not even her, had ever reached level 8. Even so, she believed Altair could be the first. If that happened, a gate to the stars would open, and Altair agreed to aim for it. But the strain of overusing magic was already hitting her. Princess Overmind said she'd soon fall into a deep sleep, and because of the heavy magic flow, wouldn't remember this talk afterward. Before disappearing, she left one last message: trust Lord MC. He was doing all this for her in both this life and the last. Back in the present, Princess Altair slowly opens her eyes. As she reaches up and tries to sit, a priestess gently tells her to take it easy. She's been asleep for a full week. That shocks her. She dimly recalls someone saying something important, but the memory slips away no matter how hard she tries. Not wanting to waste another second, she asks to see him right away. Him. Later, the protagonist arrives, clearly glad she's awake. Altair greets him and Ned, apologizing for meeting them while still in her pajamas because of her condition. Seeing her now, MC quietly wonders how much Princess Overmind may have shown her, and what that means for their relationship, the Blue Dragon raid and Altair's part in it. He suspects Altair may have gained a communion skill, the kind that lets someone read memories through touch, like other princesses can. He remembers Princess Overmind touching his hand and sharing her memories. If Altair has that same power, it could save time and keep her away from extra danger. So he steps forward and offers her his hand, testing the idea. Altair catches on at once. She says that when he gave her the mage crystal, she first thought he was just trying to impress her and join her raid team, but now she knows there was more to it. Even so, Altair says she still can't use communion. That skill is for much higher levels, and she's only at level 3. Her ancestor reached level 7, so reading memories is way beyond her right now. Then she gets to the real issue, the plan from a week ago. If Zephyr wants her backing and her soldiers, he needs a solid way to kill the Blue Dragon, and fast. They have 3 weeks at best. She tells him to explain his plan. He says he will, but first he asks if she's eaten. This won't be an easy talk on an empty stomach. Then, stunning everyone, he pulls out hundreds of strategy scrolls. A few days later, the raid prep is done. Zephyr's group heads out with knights and healers from Lindal, carrying his silver key and a full inventory. To hide the mission, Altair spread word that she was just out traveling and shopping. At the same time, a maid dressed up as the spoiled princess rides in a fancy carriage to make sure no one suspects Altair is gone. On the road, the protagonist thinks the Demon Lord worshippers are probably turning on each other by now. He erased all traces of the Dragonheart's power from the Third Parish, throwing them into chaos. Important people are likely still trying to understand why Lucius shut himself away. If things go well, that confusion will buy them a month or two. No longer. So MC needs to stay hidden and move fast. First comes the Blue Dragon raid, and the alliance they need. For now, he chooses not to tell Altair everything. She still hasn't recovered her memories, and she has no idea he's from the future. Ned warned him not to push too hard. If he suddenly says they were lovers in a past life, she'd think he's lost his mind. Right now, she barely knows him. Ned also points out that Altair already trusts him more than she should, maybe because of some touch-based skill, and breaking that trust would be a huge mistake. The protagonist knows Ned is right. He can't pretend the past doesn't matter, but he has to bring it up carefully. Even so, he keeps wondering why Altair trusted him so quickly. Maybe Lucius being the one who introduced them helped. Or maybe it goes back to their past life after she'd already lost people close to her. As they keep moving, Edwin says they've reached the plains of Danakil, the biggest farming region on the continent. He adds that this is where he and his father came from. Ned says he came here once as a kid and still remembers endless golden fields. That idea leaves everyone impressed until they open the carriage window. Instead, they find the whole place ruined, homes are broken, and the land is burned and rotting. They get out, and Ned quietly says it's worse than he expected. Philip Pilgrim explains it started 3 years ago, when the Blue Dragon appeared. Stepping outside, Ned quietly comments on how bad things have gotten. Philip Pilgrim explains the damage began 3 years ago, when the Blue Dragon first showed up. Altair adds that not even the kingdom's best healers could cleanse the soil. In only 3 years, 80% of the farmland is gone. Looking over the area, Zephyr figures the last 20% won't survive another year. The only reason it's lasted this long is probably the river's rare healing power. He knows they're almost out of time. If they fail now, they won't just lose crops, they'll lose everything. Soon, a guard greets the caravan. Philip says they've brought food and asks how things are inside. The answer isn't good. Altair explains the station is being used to help farmers driven out by the poisoned land, and conditions are still rough. She adds that troops from the Lord of Danakil are supposed to join them, but the front line still lacks supplies. For now, she suggests staying here to regroup and sort everything out. Zephyr agrees. He goes into a room where Lord Grimes lies unconscious, and a priest nearby starts explaining what happened. Grimes is a knight from the Lord's castle. During patrol, he ran into a monster, killed it, and was badly hurt in the fight. When MC checks him, he sees Grimes' skin has turned dark purple, clear proof the Blue Dragon's poison has spread through his body. The MC knows the signs at once. Whether it came from poisoned water or a creature from the dragon's nest, the result is the same. This poison can't be cleansed. Even top healers can only ease the pain while the victim slowly dies. Altair says she knows Grimes. He's an experienced, dependable knight, and she thinks he may be one of Danakil's reinforcements. He says that's probably true. Then he asks how safe the station is, since they'll soon be working with these soldiers. Altair says they can lock it down if needed, and that answer satisfies him. Even though the dragon's poison kills almost everyone, Zephyr does have a way to fight it using poison against poison through his needle skill. He remembers Fade only finishing these poisons near the end of his last life, since the materials were so rare. This one even uses the blood of Asmodeus, the 32nd Dragon Lord. It was made to melt flesh from the inside, but with careful use and healing magic, it can destroy other poisons and quickly restore the body. Zephyr tells the priest exactly what to do. After each needle, wait 3 seconds, then cast recovery magic. The priest agrees. Watching all this, Altair reflects on poison itself. In one way it kills, in another it heals. She starts to wonder if this could finally work on the Blue Dragon's toxin, when nothing else has. Just then, her mana sense catches someone coming closer. A moment later, Regulus Danakil arrives with several knights. As commander of the Scarecrow Knights and the Lord's oldest son, he carries himself with authority. He greets Philip Pilgrim warmly, and Philip greets him back. Regulus says he read Philip's letter to his father about moving the raid up, and since they've known each other so long, he feels he should share something important. He admits someone has fooled him. By the official schedule, the Blue Dragon raid shouldn't happen for another year, and only after the Holy One of Light finds the dragon's heart. Regulus says he placed spies in the third parish. Their reports say the whole area is locked down. Lord Lucius hasn't appeared in days, and he stays shut in his room while only asking for more troops. To him, that sounds very suspicious. Philip laughs a little at Regulus's caution and says his father already promised reinforcements. Then he asks if Regulus came here by himself or on someone else's orders. Before answering, Regulus suddenly changes direction and orders the aid station closed. But before he can finish, a scream comes from a nearby house. Regulus rushes over and finds Lord Grimes inside, coughing up blood with needles stuck in his body. The sight alarms him at once. He recognizes poison needles and draws his sword, demanding answers. Then he sees Zephyr and orders him away from Grimes. Before things can get worse, Ophelia charges in and kicks Regulus, bringing him to a stop. Blood runs from his nose as he asks if she's Princess Altair's guard and why she's getting involved. Then Altair steps forward and says she heard everything through mana perception. She understands his concern, but makes it clear he has no right to threaten her raid party or interfere with her people. Throwing off her cloak, Altair formally reveals herself as Princess Altair, Justina Cayenne of the Kingdom of Cayenne. She makes one thing clear. The letter to his father was not a merchant asking for help, but a royal command. Realizing he'd made a serious mistake, Regulus bows at once and says it's an honor to see her again. At the same time, Grimes, now stable, reaches for Zephyr's hand and thanks him deeply. He asks how he could ever repay saving his life. Regulus apologizes too, admitting he didn't know the protagonist was trying to save one of their best knights. The protagonist accepts it and notes to himself that Regulus owns up to his mistakes, which means he may not be a problem after all. Altair then brings up their academy days, and MC realizes the two of them were classmates. She remembers how the other students were scared of Regulus because he was so strict and serious. Still, he always noticed what others missed, and that helped his team beat even the top groups, including hers. She goes on to say that as Junior Earl and commander of the Scarecrow Knights, Regulus is still just as careful and sharp, and she respects that. Then speaking as the Grand Duchess of Lindol, Altair shares a secret and calls him her most trusted ally. She declares that Lord Zephyr received an oracle from the goddess Aria and was chosen to save the Holy One and the whole world from a coming disaster. Both Regulus and he are stunned by this, but Altair keeps going. She says their raid party had become exposed to demon lord worshippers, so the goddess stepped in. Because of that, the protagonist was given the dragon heart and put in charge of protecting them. Then she takes out a letter, claiming it's from Lucius, and proves MC's divine mission. With that, she orders everyone to follow MC as if they were obeying the goddess herself. Deeply moved, Regulus vows to serve her and back him with everything he has. Zephyr, meanwhile, has to fight back a laugh. He knows the letter is fake, but Altair tells the lie so smoothly that he can't help admiring her. Without thinking, he taps her on the head, a habit from their past lives that slips out on its own. While they stay wrapped up in their own moment, a glasses-wearing mage watches them from nearby. Just like that, the people at the aid station accept the protagonist as commander with almost no pushback, though the job now weighs more heavily on him. He explains that his acupuncture only slowed the poison for now. In a few days, it will spread again, unless they find a real cure, and luckily the ingredients are close by. At last, the group reaches the Great Fall Forest of Elfin, a huge untouched land in northwestern Alsan. Ned is surprised the forest is still so clean after all the ruined farmland behind them. Zephyr also points out how enormous it is, bigger than several territories put together. Altair explains that the forest feels different because mana is packed so densely there. Horses can't travel far past the nearby town because the mana makes them panic. Philip Pilgrim hesitates and suggests leaving the supplies outside, admitting the forest makes him nervous. But MC knows going in is safer, especially with the smiling woman still wandering the outer lands. He wishes he could hide everyone in the Silver Key. The angel once told him it could hold people too, but she also warned him what happened last time. Someone brought a companion out and the person came back insane, screaming like a beast. Curious, Altair asks why being inside the Silver Key would break someone's mind. Zephyr doesn't answer. He decides it's safer to keep everyone close where he can protect them, and he starts wondering if he even needs the Silver Key after all. Altair says the forest town nearby once had around 50 people from Danakel. Now it's a frontline camp, and the rest of the raid party is waiting there. She says they should head there, and the protagonist agrees. Still, he suddenly feels something off, like someone is watching from the woods. When Altair notices and asks what's wrong, Zephyr says he wants to check something first. Altair remembers the last message from the town came 2 days ago by carrier pigeon while they were still at the aid station. Daisy adds that the magic tower set up a device there to release red smoke if anything went wrong. Altair's guard says she's already checked for hidden foes and shapeshifters and found nothing. Regulus also believes their current force can handle things. MC isn't convinced. He remembers an elf from his past life calling his homeland a place full of old useless tales, but when things got truly bad, that elf always shared more. So Zephyr learned the truth. The great forest of Elfin may look beautiful, but it's a deadly place that draws people in and swallows them whole. Back in the present, he quietly tells Ned to move first and guard the front. Ned gives a quick nod and goes ahead. As they continue, Altair points out the brush that marks the forest entrance. She says a magic security device used to be farther inside, past the town. Now for some reason it's been moved here. Then a voice comes from the bushes, shaping into a monster face that orders the humans to leave. Zephyr grips the silver key. In 2 days the town could easily have fallen. He pulls out the Gram sword and says the enemy has had plenty of time to seize the outposts. Then he demands to know what happened to the villagers. Before the creature can answer, Altair gets off her horse and tells everyone to hold. She steps forward, calls the figure the president of the forest, and introduces herself. She says she came in peace and wants to talk. The creature fires back, if this is peace, why bring an army? He says they already sent several warnings by pigeon, then calls her the human princess and blames her brother for ruining any chance of talks. He reminds them that her brother once offered a truce. Both sides would build a town and a watch post on opposite sides of the river. No contact, no meddling, no fighting. That agreement was supposed to begin a quiet age, sealed with a rare item as proof of trust. Now, he says, intruders will get only death. As the roots start moving, everyone prepares for battle. A second later, the roots burst out and fling the party in every direction. At the same time, Zephyr thinks about the elves, long-lived people with pointed ears and a strong bond to magic. For over 2,000 years, they've lived in Elfin, using the forest's life force to shape special magic and turn the whole land into a living fortress. As the fight starts, the creature warns them one last time to leave or die. Regulus Danikil tries to steady the group, but then he steps on a patch of berries and they explode. Altair clearly isn't pleased, but then a strange light shoots from the bushes toward her. The attack comes from a watchtower where gatekeeper elves control the forest's magic plants. Seeing the beam hit the princess, the elves start cheering and mocking her. Then they freeze. Someone blocked it. Zephyr stepped in using his dragon cape and a light barrier to stop the beam. The nearby warriors are stunned by how strong the barrier is and even praise the healer who helped make it. The protagonist looks at Altair and asks if she's okay. She nods, thankful he moves so fast, then wonders if the gatekeeper elves are only obeying orders. One of the watching elves is shocked the humans survived. Zephyr stays calm. No magic device is going to stop him. With his team behind him, he steps forward and uses dragon tongue to order the elves to open the gate. As he speaks, that same creepy gaze hits him again, probably from the main watchtower hidden in a giant tree. When the gate opens with a creak, one elf blurts out, confused, asking what just happened. MC rushes in, knocks out 2 guards, and grabs a young-looking elf girl. She seems young, but he can tell she's likely over 100. He jokes that sometimes people talk better after a hit, but she angrily tells him to let go. Then Zephyr notices something strange. Her eyes aren't how he remembers them. Before he can ask about it, someone attacks. He throws the girl aside and defends himself. She snaps at the attacker for almost killing her, and tells him to control his strength. It's another elf with a bow, and while she gives orders, Zephyr finally sees who it is. It's Dariel, the divine archer, one of the strongest bowmen on the 10 continents. Hearing the girl's words, Dariel calmly states the distance to his target, 0.63 miles, and readies a shot. Then he suddenly launches his attack. Back with Altair's group, no one can even tell where it's coming from. Daisy reacts at once and uses Grea's eye to send out long-range scouting golems to help Zephyr, plus another to track the source of the attack. To her surprise, it isn't a spell at all. It's an arrow fired from more than half a mile away with terrifying accuracy. Back at the clearing, the arrow is about to strike him, but he knocks it aside with his sword. It still slices his arm, and he casually says it was a pretty good shot. The little elf girl doesn't believe he blocked it on purpose, but the wound makes her think he won't last much longer. She tells Dariel to use something stronger and says she'll support him. Dariel agrees and fires up Crimson Meteor. Now his arrows move 3 times faster and hit far harder. Zephyr knows language enchantment won't help. It takes too long and dodging is dangerous, since the shockwaves could hit his allies, so he decides to stop holding back and fight with everything he's got. As he transforms, Ned stares in awe. To most people, Zephyr looks almost slow, like his swing is careless, but it all happens in less than a second. His blade carves a dragon-shaped path through the air. That strike slams into the meteor and triggers a huge explosion. Ned thinks about the Dragon King's style, a martial art he once assumed was just named for its graceful flow. Now he's starting to think it really is tied to dragons. Watching Zephyr stop the attack, the little elf girl can hardly believe it. He doesn't feel fully human, more like a dragon wearing human skin. She wonders how anyone can fight someone like that, especially after all they've already suffered because of the blue dragon. A memory flashes through her mind, crying beside her mother's bed over everything her family lost. Back in the present, she bows her head and surrenders. They won't fight anymore, she says, then asks Zephyr if he's really human or something else. Either way, she'll give him whatever he wants if he'll help them. As she begs, the others start making their way over. The protagonist has already chosen to help. Inside, the elf leader grabs Lord Grimes's hand, shocked that the knight is still standing after being poisoned by the blue dragon. A trace of poison remains, but he's never seen such a strong detoxifier. Regulus Danikil is still concerned. Grimes isn't fully recovered, and moving around won't help, but he insisted on coming to prove the antidote worked. To Regulus, that kind of courage is what makes a real knight. The elf leader introduces himself as Heron, a high elf elder, then points out the two high elves Zephyr fought, Dariel on his left and Shira. MC remembers that high elves are part of the ruling class, and their unusual pupils often show they were born with rare magic. He also notices Greyera isn't like the one he knew in his past life. She seems more grown up now. Still, elf ages are hard to judge. Maybe she's near a growth phase, though. With elves, it's never easy to know. Heron says the Tree of Life must have guided Zephyr to them. Meeting someone who might truly help feels like a blessing. Since their truce with Prince Polaris, the elves have kept to the deep forest and stayed away from the outside world. Heron adds that he is only the second human ever welcomed there. The first one risked everything to enter the forest and save the elves from deadly poison. That makes the protagonist think of someone from his past, Fade, the Viper. But Heron explains that Fade came looking for lost companions. He says a friend's friend can be trusted, and that means they may be able to help each other. Zephyr's thoughts turn to the rivers of Elfin. They once carried the healing power of the Lake of Vitality through the whole forest. The elves thrived on that blessing, drawing strength from the Tree of Life, which grew by feeding on the lake's life force. One branch of that water even flowed into the Danakil Plains and made them humanity's richest farmland. Then the blue dragon nested in the lake. The water turned poisonous. The river spread that poison through the forest, and now the corruption threatens both the elves and nearby human lands. A few days earlier at Lindal Fortress, MC's group met to plan their move. Edwin explained, the raid on the Blue Dragon's nest would need both their team and the Danakil troops. He stressed that winning the elves' support was key, even if he wasn't sure they would agree. Princess Altair challenged him, asking why he had so little faith in her. Edwin calmly said he wasn't doubting her abilities, he just didn't know how the elves would react. They were in a bad spot, so they might be willing to work together. But to him, the elves weren't the real problem. The harder part, he said, would be convincing the people of Danakil. He explains that people far from the forest treat elves like fairy tale creatures. But near the border it's different. Their elves are seen as a danger, more like wild animals than neighbors. As time passed, that fear turned into open hatred. He goes on to say that 4 years ago, a year before the Blue Dragon showed up, two powerful high elves, the Scarlet Moon and the Black Moon, entered Danakil. That only made things worse. They claimed any land touched by water from the Lake of Vitality belonged to the elves, and since that water fed Danakil's fields, they said the land was theirs too. He recalls that the elves almost took the land by force, but Prince Polaris arrived with the Temple Knights and struck back as a cardinal leading the charge. Then the Golden Dragon appeared, the elves were driven back, and the humans secured a truce. A year later, the farmland was poisoned. That was when the Lord of Danakil and Regulus Danakil realized they had to work with the elves to fix it. They also tried to stop the rumors blaming the elves, since many thought this was revenge, so Danakil's leaders had to handle both the mission and the distrust of their own side. Edwin admitted a raid now might be too early, but Princess Altair just laughed and said he was missing the real point. To her, this was the best time to act. What looked like a crisis was actually a rare chance. She told him to stop staring at the short-term problems and think about the bigger goal. Back in the present, while treating a poisoned elf, Zephyr remembers a small favor he once did for one of Fade's old guildmates. In return, that person taught him poison craft and acupuncture. He decides to use that story, and when he tells it, Elder Heron, Kira, and Dariel seem to trust him a bit more. Seeing the antidote work, Kira is stunned and quietly says he may even be better than Fade. The protagonist says the poison he used is much rarer. A recipe exists, but no one has ever made it before. He's the first. He even suspects the real formula doesn't exist yet and won't until Fade creates it later. That makes him wonder how close Kira is to Fade because she talks like she knows him well. Before long, Kira says Fade would want to meet all of them and asks where MC's master is. MC says he can't tell her. He claims his master and Fade were both part of a destroyed assassin guild called Persephone, which fell because of betrayal. Until he knows Fade can still be trusted, he won't say more. Kira gets it and says she also has things she can't reveal for the same reason. Then Dariel reveals that Fade came here a year ago. After hearing about the poisoned land, he contacted an old guildmate and started investigating. As soon as he says that, Kira tries to shut him up. That irritates Dariel, so he casually lifts Kira up and calls her out while the others watch them argue. Seeing all this, Elder Heron reflects on how desperate things have become. For the past year, the poisoned elves have survived only because of the tiny doses of lethal poison Fade left behind. Now that supply is almost gone. He remembers having to choose who got treatment and who was left to die. To him, Zephyr's arrival feels like a miracle. Without him, the elves might have fallen into civil war. For the first time in a while, Heron sees hope. He can not only counter the dragon's poison, but he may even be as strong as Dariel, or stronger. If they can win him over completely, Heron thinks they might recover the queen's final sealed box, hidden deep in the poisoned land. 3 years earlier, a powerful elf woman had gotten hold of the last sealed box hidden in the 12 Towers. She said that with it, they finally had enough power to build a new kingdom. Elder Heron questioned her, asking if she really planned to abandon both the kingdom and the queen. He reminded her that the queen had risked everything to hold back the blue dragon and save them, but the elf only mocked him. She asked him to look around and say if this forest looked like victory. Then she tore into the queen, saying she was never strong enough to rule. She said the queen had always been weak and sickly, even before the poison, and failed to stop the Scarlet Moon and Black Moon from taking over the army. A true queen, she said, would have used mind control on traitors from the start. Done following a fool, she declared she'd lead anyone willing to join her. Thinking back, she admits the Scarlet and Black Moons taught her a lesson. Even after losing the war and destroying towers, they escaped with sealed boxes. Their betrayal showed her what she had missed. As she left, she told Heron to enjoy ruling a kingdom with no future. She added that if he ever changed his mind, there would be a place for him in the new realm she planned to build. Then she laughed and walked away. Left alone, Elder Heron admits he didn't stay out of loyalty to the queen. He stayed because he lacked the power to seize control himself, at least without a sealed box. Looking back, he thinks he backed the wrong side. He once thought about raising Dariel as an ally, since the young elf has real talent. But Dariel is too loyal. He would never betray his mother, the queen. If he learned Heron meant to leave once he got a sealed box, he'd likely throw him in prison at once. That's why Heron sees the current crisis as a rare opening. As Elder Heron guides Zephyr and Altair through the main building, he says the dragon must die, not just for the elves but for humans too. He truly supports that goal but says most high elves have already abandoned their roles. Only a few capable fighters are left, and even they are barely hanging on. A few days ago, he sent scouts across the river to look for places they could move to. Those scouts captured prisoners in a nearby forest town, but he assures them they were treated well and will be freed soon. Outwardly, he supports the alliance while hiding what he really wants. Privately, he's thinking about the tower holding the last sealed box. The area is too poisoned for anyone to reach, but the protagonist can neutralize the toxin. Heron believes he can persuade him to retrieve it, and once he has it, he'll finally have the power to take the throne and become king. Elsewhere, Edwin reports that the elf elder has agreed to help. Now that their poisoned people have been saved, more elves are starting to support the alliance too. At the same time, the people of Danakil are eagerly following Princess Altair and her devotion to the goddess of light. That leaves Philip confused, and he asks why they worship the goddess so deeply. His son says she has protected them since ancient times. Philip still isn't fully convinced. Even so, he lets it go, figuring things worked out in the end. Still, with a small smirk, he quietly warns Edwin to stay sharp. Trouble feels close. Not far away, Milia of the Magic Tower is getting more and more annoyed. She already hates being sent to this remote, filthy place, especially one where nobody can even bathe. Worse still, she can't stand Altair. With a cold look, she wonders if she should just kill her now, and asks Daisy whether she's found any weakness in Altair yet. Meanwhile, in the southern metropolis, the fake Altair signs a petition approving the Thorn Mountain clearing project with the Architectural Guild, and the crowd cheers. She acts excited about turning the mountains into farmland, then asks to be excused so she can keep working. While the real Altair handles the mission, the fake one stays focused on pushing the project ahead. But hidden in the crowd are Demon Lord worshippers in disguise, ready to ruin the project. It doesn't matter though, this plan was only a cover for the real goal. Zephyr knows that if anyone digs too deep, they'll eventually figure out Altair is a fake. Luckily, the Demon Lord worshippers seem busy with their own troubles, especially with one seat among the 12 apostles still empty. That gives them the perfect chance to move. Back in the forest, Kiara leads the group to a magical plant called Flora, which makes food and water when given the right coded input. But the poison has damaged it. Now it's turned into a monster-making factory, spreading toxic mist instead of helping. The elves fear for their village. The poison has already forced them away from the forest center, and if it spreads any more, they could lose their home. Dariel remembers that Zephyr only managed to slow the poison. His mother took the worst of it and has been like that for 3 years, so they have to hold the line. Following MC's plan, they get ready to fight the monsters and collect magic stones from them. Then the monsters rush in. The mages, Altair's guards, and Ned hit back hard, cutting them down and holding the swarm back. After the attack is stopped, Dariel invites Zephyr to a meeting to thank him for helping defend the village and control the poison. He admits he never expected humans to help them. But even with that gratitude, Dariel explains that the 2 ingredients he asked for are vital to protecting the village from more contamination, so he can't give them up. That answer really sets the protagonist off. He starts lecturing Dariel, insisting he needs those ingredients to make a cure for his mother. Zephyr says that once his mother is cured, he'll bring back both the lake and the Tree of Life. After that, those ingredients will start growing on their own again. To drive it home, MC flips him off and says he'll kill the dragon too, just like he promised. What else does Dariel want from him? Even so, Dariel still hesitates. He doesn't believe Zephyr can really kill the dragon and says the village would be poisoned almost right away without those ingredients. As the last strong warrior among the High Elves, he believes protecting their home is his job no matter what. He fires back that this is their only chance. No one else is coming for the blue dragon or for the queen. Humans have all gone crazy, and even after giving his own blood to make an antidote, the elves still don't trust him. He steps in and tells Dariel to wake up. This isn't the kind of thing they can keep doubting. They have to go all in. Shaken and angry, Dariel demands they settle it with a fight. The moment Dariel attacks, a flash of light shoots upward. Altair is stunned that they'd use their full power in such a tight space. Then both of them disappear into the dust. Inside the cloud, Dariel tries to prove himself by firing his strongest attack at Zephyr. It still can't break through the protagonist's dragon scales. Dariel wants to kill the dragon too, but deep down he knows it may be impossible. When MC sees tears in his eyes, he tells him to stand up. Then to everyone's shock, he snaps Dariel's bow in half and calls it worthless. Before it turns ugly, Zephyr says he'll make Dariel something better. He even tells him to save his tears, because once he sees the new weapon, he won't be able to stop crying. Kiara starts tearing up too, saying they can't just give up the bow when they're already low on firepower. She blurts out that it's a hero-grade weapon, leaving Philip and the others stunned. Elise checks the bow and confirms it. Hero grade, second highest among all item ranks. Since it belongs to Dariel, she says it could sell for 50,000 gold at auction, which nearly floors Philip. Dariel calmly says 50,000 gold would be cheap. The price doesn't matter to him because this happened from his own hesitation. That bow once protected his town from the poison, but now he's curious what Zephyr can make instead, especially after hearing he has rare materials. For a second, Dariel wonders if he means the branch from the Tree of Life. Then he brushes it off, thinking it's too small to make a real bow. Later, in the main hall, Dariel grants the protagonist's request and gives him a cup of water of vitality along with a young branch from the Tree of Life. As Zephyr looks at the shining water, he realizes how numb he's become since nearly dying. But this water is so beautiful, it stirs something in him for the first time in a while. Just before he drinks it, Dariel reminds him this is the last cup left. Still, Dariel hopes that if the raid works, they'll reclaim the Lake of Vitality and have plenty more. Zephyr confidently reassures them, then downs the water of vitality in one gulp. A wave of glowing power bursts through his body. To his surprise, it links with his effectiveness-boosting perk and makes the water work even better. In that state, he instantly uses Dragonification and Mana Flow. He knows he needs more power. The coming dragon raid will be much worse than the princess raid. The whole area around the dragon is covered in poison, and at the center waits the beast itself, the Dragon King of Beasts. Zephyr knows a normal human can't beat something like that. To have any shot, he has to strengthen his dragon heart, and this water is the key. Altair sees the danger right away. The dragon heart should be strengthened slowly, but they don't have time for that anymore. So she quickly casts Morai, a spell named after the three goddesses of fate, to steady MC's mana while he meditates. With careful control, Altair starts blending his mana, the water of vitality, and the power from his dragon heart. She guides it all into his core. As the fusion starts, Zephyr's body jolts from the surge, and the strain begins cracking him apart. Seeing his body start to fail, Elise immediately uses healing magic to keep him stable. At the same time, he pushes past the dragon heart's usual 5% limit. Little by little, the power climbs. Altair keeps adjusting the flow with total focus, but then the dragon heart's energy starts fighting back. The fusion begins to break down. Because of that, the protagonist's dragon heart power starts falling, threatening to ruin everything they've done. Beside him, Ned helps guide the wild power surging through his body. Even with the pressure rising, everyone sticks to their job. Then the whole chamber explodes in a blinding flash. When it clears, Dariel can only stare as Zephyr stands there, as a half-human, half-dragon. The group finally exhales in relief. Smiles spread across their faces. They pulled it off. Now transformed, MC's dragon heart reaches 10% power, and for a moment it spikes to 19. It's still nowhere near his past life strength, but he's getting closer. Since everyone else has done their part, Zephyr says it's his turn and casually asks Dariel for a towel. Then to everyone's shock, he bites down on it and says he'll repay them by getting material for Dariel's weapon. Without flinching, he lifts a claw and cracks a dragon scale off his own arm. Dariel can only watch, stunned as he rips it free without hesitation. He explains that the scale can be turned into dragon skin, strong enough for a bow and arrows that can pierce a dragon's hide. He's only at 19% of his real power, but the scale is still incredibly strong. If it's forged right, it could become a weapon that can seriously wound the Dragon King. After that, the elven blacksmith drops mana stones into a boiling pot and explains they'll need extra high-grade materials with the main ones to make a top-tier weapon. He starts cooking the support materials too, including one of their best mana alloys, clear gold. Once everything is carefully prepared, the materials are finally ready. Now comes the hardest part, the fusion. For that, Altair uses her magic circle skill, boosting every spell inside its range. That boost helps Zephyr's dragonification, letting him control his power better. Using that strength and his language enhancement ability, the protagonist commands the materials to join together perfectly. When the fusion finishes, a huge blast erupts from the center. As the light fades, a new weapon appears, a black dragon longbow and a set of dragon bone arrows. Time passes, and only 2 weeks are left before the raid. Humans and elves both stay busy preparing, building up their strength, and gathering supplies. As leader, Zephyr reveals how the army will be organized into 2 special teams. Ned is put in charge of training. He knows how big that job is, but accepts it without wavering. MC also warns them how rough the mission will be. To reach the dragon, they'll have to cut through endless monster hordes and get to a point 1 mile east of the Lake of Vitality in under 10 days. Following his plan, the troops gather supplies and sharpen their strategy. They also collect mana stones to build golems, living shields for the deadly march ahead. The mages handle the golem work. The mana stones are used for all kinds of things, building structures, making weapons, and most of all powering magic circles. Those circles work as traps, protect the base, and create short-term safe zones. Altair explains that a circle made with a branch from the Tree of Life can block the poison fields. She says she's already set several of them along the cleared routes. The blacksmith also needs mana stones to keep up with the hard work of forging Zephyr's rare new weapons. As for the protagonist, he keeps training non-stop. Even after upgrading dragonification, he can only hold the form for 10 minutes, which isn't enough. The power keeps spreading through his body even when he's not using it, and every use makes it stronger. He knows if he doesn't push himself now, he'll lose to the dragon. Before the raid, he wants to hold 19% power for at least 28 minutes. If he can't reach that mark, he believes they have no chance. He also knows he needs more strength, not just to fight, but to make more weapons for the raid. So he keeps pushing his body and mind to the edge. Before long, the final night before the raid arrives, everything is ready. Scouts, supplies, defenses, and troops. Zephyr gives one last order: rest well and get your bodies ready. The worn-out soldiers head off to rest, while MC and his closest allies sit in their tent and quietly eat thick, hot steaks. Ned watches in disbelief as he eats like a pig. When he's done, the protagonist stands up quietly and leaves the tent. As he goes, Altair quickly follows, saying she's tired and needs to go too. Ophelia starts after her, but Ned grabs her arm and reminds her they still have sparring left. She snaps that she never agreed to that, but Ned drags her toward training anyway, and refuses to let her slip away. Meanwhile, Altair heads toward Zephyr's tent, thinking about how much has changed since he came into their lives. Ever since he showed up, things that once felt impossible have started happening. She remembers how people mocked her when she first announced the dragon raid. The letters she sent to nobles and foreign rulers all came back rejected, and even the other parishes refused to help. Her own brother even turned on her, warning that one wrong move would make her look like a traitor. Even the adventurers refused to help. So in the end, all she had was her small team. Then Zephyr showed up out of nowhere, and the impossible started falling into place. People might call that luck or fate, but Altair never bought into either one. Still thinking about all of that, she arrives at MC's tent and walks in without stopping. The second she enters, she kisses him. He goes still, then realizes she used the Kiss of Darkness, a spell that makes the target tell the truth. He starts asking what this is about, but she hushes him and says questions can wait. Instead, she reminds him the blue dragon raid she's chased for so long is finally happening because of him. At first, she didn't trust him and kept watching him in secret, but he kept doing exactly what he promised, and little by little, her doubts faded. Even so, one thing still bothers her. Nobody tears off their own dragon scales every day without a serious reason. She moves in closer and asks if he's hiding something. If he has another goal he never shared, now is the time to say it. Her eyes glow as she leans in and asks the real question. Who sent him? The Kiss of Darkness takes effect, and Zephyr says he came on his own. Then he adds that everything he's done was for her. Altair is shaken, and the spell proves he's telling the truth, so she asks him to explain. The protagonist pulls her a little closer and says she once died for him, and he came back in time to change that ending. Altair goes stiff, torn between panic and disbelief. She summons her dark hand, grabs his arm and demands the truth, but Zephyr stays calm. He knows she already gets it. The spell confirmed everything. As a user of median magic, she'd know right away if it worked. This time it did. Holding her hand tight, MC thinks he'd been waiting for this. He knew she'd use the spell someday, and it was the only way to make her believe him until she learns communion. He leans in and tells her to ask whatever she wants, but now that she knows, Altair feels uneasy. The silence hangs between them until Zephyr gently pulls her in and kisses her. Outside, Milia is getting fed up with golem work. She complains to Daisy, saying Altair is just pushing them around for fun. Daisy calmly reminds her that even if Lord Danikil hired them, their true employer is Princess Altair. That only makes Milia more irritated, and she bluntly says she can't stand Altair. She says it's been that way since their academy days. Milia stayed up every night studying, while Altair always looked relaxed. To Milia, Altair acted above everyone else and used money and status to win people over, even the professors. Daisy listens in silence, though she knows Altair has actually handled things pretty well so far. Honestly, Daisy thinks Milia's anger has more to do with jealousy than anything Altair did. Still, she needs to calm her down before she does something stupid. So Daisy tells her that if she does well on this mission, she's in line to become an exclusive sorceress, which clearly catches her off guard. She adds that both dukes asked for a sorceress, but no one fit the role yet. From her point of view, Milia does. If she proves herself in the dragon raid, her future is set. That's all Milia needs to hear. Her whole mood changes and she heads back to work with fresh focus. Hidden nearby, Heron has been listening the whole time. After they leave, he walks up to the golems and starts writing new orders onto their control plates. Since golems obey whatever is written on them, Heron uses that rule to his advantage, changing the runes so they'll answer only to him. The next morning, war drums roll through the camp as everyone takes their places. They all know what this means. Some of them will die, their bodies turning to dust, while for others, this day could change everything. Once the formation is set, Princess Altair orders Zephyr's powerboat brought out. The group starts chanting, praying, and pouring their power into their roles. While helping them, Altair's thoughts drift back to what he told her yesterday. She remembers the bloodshed ahead and the pain of seeing it with her own eyes. He spoke with quiet resolve, promising he'd do better this time. He said that when it was all over, he'd finally take what he wanted. Thinking of that, Altair draws on her star power and sends her magic to strengthen Zephyr. She also remembers him saying that after this, he'd place her on the throne and he wanted to stand beside her as her king, not just her ally. A bright flash suddenly bursts across the field, and the protagonist emerges in full dragonification. The Blue Dragon raid has begun. Their raid force has 225 members. Healers and ranged fighters like Milia and Dariel stay in the back line, along with support units like Altair and the other mages. Ned and Ophelia guard the rear, leaving 224 of the 225 in that formation. At the very front is the vanguard, Zephyr, leading the charge. The moment it starts, he jumps skyward and rushes ahead. He knows this setup is strange, even risky, but it's their best chance to clear the raid. The closer he gets to the lake, the thicker the poison fog becomes. That's why everyone else was kept back, away from the worst of it. Zephyr is different. With gold tears, his boost spell, and dragonification, he has enough resistance to fight inside the poison zone. Right now, he's the only one who can. When huge monsters block his path, he triggers electric acceleration and blasts straight through them. With Graham in hand and his dragon claws ready, he swings once and most of them are cut down in a single hit. As he pushes on, Zephyr realizes he's close to the lake and can't waste time on weak monsters. So without slowing, he summons the golems stored in his inventory and sets down tombstones that spread mana in a small area, pulling enemies away from his route. He places one every 100 meters. That creates a mana road, letting magic travel from the main camp to the front, even if it arrives at half strength. The team also buffs the golems so they can control them through the tombstones. Even in the middle of this raid, Daisy seems oddly excited. The main reason is simple. Altair finally approved her thesis. The magic tower thought it cost too much, so Altair's support gives Daisy a huge boost of confidence. Kira is just as focused. She sends out a Cyclops to scout with Zephyr, which gives her hope they should be able to share live attack coordinates with it. But the second they spot the polluted tree of life, the tainted lake and the dragon, that hope starts to die. Something feels off compared to 3 years ago. Back then, the dragon growled the instant it sensed anyone nearby. Now it says nothing and doesn't move at all, and that silence is worse than a roar. They remember Zephyr wondering before why a territorial dragon would stay still like this in a forest full of intruders. That idea hits Kira again, and she realizes what they missed. What if the dragon came to the lake for a reason? MC gets close and feels relieved. Just as he thought, the dragon stays quiet, and that's good, since 2 minutes of dragonification were already spent just getting here. Using the time he has left, he summons black dragon chains and hooks them around a thick branch of the Tree of Life to anchor himself, then rushes straight at the sleeping dragon. He already told the others what he believes. This dragon isn't really poison type. The last blue dragon was recorded 600 years ago. A creature like that resting in a healing lake shouldn't be poisoning everything around it. That never made sense to Zephyr, so he attacks on purpose and disturbs its sleep. The dragon wakes and instantly lunges forward, swallowing him whole. The knights watching from a distance are stunned, then even more shocked when Zephyr forces its jaws open from the inside with both hands. He already knows the truth. The dragon isn't causing the poison. It's suffering from it. Demonic energy is slowly killing it, and it's been using the lake to heal. As he forces the jaws apart, he bites down on the black dragon chain and locks it around the dragon's mouth. He knows the beast is trying to stay in the lake to recover, but the poison is spreading faster than the lake can heal it. That's why he chose to strike now, while it's weakened. With all his strength, the protagonist yanks the chain tight and seals its mouth shut. The black dragon chain, forged from his own scales, holds fast. The instant the dragon feels the restraint, it lets out a deafening cry and thrashes hard enough to shake the ground. Zephyr drags it out of the lake, trying to speed up the poison spreading through its body. Without the lake's healing power, it won't recover from its wounds. But even with his dragon heart running at 19 output, the dragon still fights back harder than he expected. MC doesn't hesitate. He changes tactics at once. Drawing Graham, he slashes the inside of the dragon's mouth where the flesh is softer than its outer scales. Then one brief slip in focus costs him. The dragon surges forward, clamps down, and pins him against the Tree of Life. Before he can respond, it blasts him point blank with dragon breath. From the rear, everyone watches in horror. That same beam once scorched part of the forest. Now it's aimed straight at Zephyr. Altair instantly realizes the danger and orders everyone to ready their skills. Even so, deep down she believes he survived. Then both she and the dragon notice something strange. Even with Zephyr caught in its jaws, the dragon feels almost nothing, just a tiny spark before it fires. That's because the protagonist already used his silver key, which lets him jump between the same in and out point. Inside the dragon's mouth, he times it perfectly, vanishing before the breath hits, then popping back in the second it ends. He attacks at once. MC drives a thunder palm straight into the beast and lightning tears through its body from the inside. Even in pain, the dragon starts charging another breath attack, but Zephyr moves faster and hits its breath glands directly, searing them and stopping the blast before it can fire. He figures those glands are done for at least 10 minutes, so this is their best chance to push in. The mages instantly follow up, sending all kinds of spells through the mana road linked to the tombstones. Elemental blasts slam into the dragon and pin it down. At the same time, Dariel readies his dragon arrows, coats them in venom, and fires. Each shot lands true, punching through the dragon's tough hide and dragging out a roar. The team bursts into cheers, with many praising Dariel's aim and strength. But Dariel isn't celebrating. He remembers Zephyr telling him he was still weak because he lacked real battle experience. Kira hears that and thinks it's strange. He looks younger than Dariel, yet talks like someone who's fought through endless wars. Dariel keeps turning those words over in his head. He feels they mean more than this raid, maybe something tied to the road ahead. Then the arrows detonate on impact, tearing into the dragon even more. Dariel stays calm and keeps watching. He knows this fight is only one step. The blue dragon isn't the end. Watching his focus, Kira realizes Dariel is finally finding his footing again, like he once did before. As a kid, Dariel never wanted to be king. He dreamed of something else, but now his resolve is coming back. Seeing Dariel's arrows actually hurt the dragon, Zephyr feels relieved, but he still doesn't know how they'll finish it. He tries to rip deeper into the dragon and force his way through the wound, but his hand stops right before it can slip inside. Something unseen is holding him in place. At the rear, Altair spots something terrifying. She immediately orders everyone to stop attacking and go defensive. The mana road is shifting, and its flow is changing. She remembers Zephyr's warning. If the Watchers act strangely or a sudden power spike appears, they must reroute the mana at once. He had explained that the tombstones don't just extend spell range, they also leave open paths. So if a strong enemy can control mana, it can send attacks right back through those lines. To stop that, they need to shut down the back end of the tombs. That will block the return fire. But it also cuts their own attack power. Following Altair's command, the team starts resetting the mana road. The moment they do, a huge shockwave rips across the field. A massive blast crashes into them, proving Zephyr was right. He had warned them this would be the sign when he gets thrown back. And the lake starts to ripple. It means only one thing. The dragon has activated its unique trait, telekinesis, the power to move things without touching them. Only dragons with endless mana can use it, and in simple terms that means pure destruction. Zephyr steadies himself and knows time is slipping away. He has only 20 minutes of dragonification left, and the real battle is starting now. Earlier, the protagonist told the group the poison in the air wasn't hitting humans or elves as hard because it was mixed with water of life. That water keeps repairing the damage, so no one drops dead right away. But passing out would still mean terrible pain. He also said the same thing affects the dragon. The non-stop pain leaves it half-dazed, which may delay its special abilities. Kira thinks back to past raids and realizes that fits. Those monsters had started repeating attacks more and more, which always seemed odd. Zephyr called that their opening. Once they hurt the creature enough to snap it out of that haze, its true powers come out and the real fight begins. Now Mies faces the huge dragon, wheezing under purple energy, and draws Graham. The dragon locks onto the sword and its eyes go wide. It knows that blade, it remembers Georgia House, and now it understands. It's him again. For a moment, the rear squad falls into chaos, but they quickly pull back into formation. Altair and the mages successfully redirect the mana roads, cutting off the dragon's reflected attacks. For the moment, the rear line is safe. Even so, everyone starts to grasp a brutal truth. No matter the plan, they're still tiny against the dragon's power. Altair grows more worried. Their long-range attacks are much weaker now, so backing up Dariel is more important than ever. He's the only one who can still use the mana road to land solid hits. Dariel feels that pressure too. The distance is so great that each arrow needs almost 4 seconds to arrive, which means Zephyr has to hold the dragon still for at least 4.5, an eternity in a fight. At the same time, the dragon gate seems to be closing again, and everyone tenses up waiting for him to open it one more time. On the field, the protagonist keeps dodging the dragon's sweeping beam attacks. Anything those strikes touch gets wiped out. He quickly sees there's no way to tank them head-on. While reading the pattern, the dragon suddenly throws out a nasty surprise attack. It almost catches him, but he blocks it just in time. The dragon instantly follows by lunging with its jaws wide open, trying to swallow him. Zephyr fires off electric acceleration and slips away. In the middle of that move, he draws Graham and hacks across the dragon's jaw, forcing it open. Hurt, the beast roars and dives into the lake. Everyone watching realizes what it's doing. It's trying to heal, but Kira sees the bigger danger. The dive churns the lake, and violent waves spread out. The nearby plants that create magical byproducts could absorb that chaos, and if they do, they'll start spawning strong minions. As those monsters appear, they go straight for the golems. The rear support mages immediately switch targets, strengthening the golems and taking down the new threats. Altair quickly orders the area cleared, knowing those monsters could disrupt Zephyr's fight. But to Daisy's shock, even though the plan is working and the golems are incredibly strong, some of them suddenly start running. Their movements turn wild, and they slip out of control. Watching quietly, Heron knows his sabotage is finally kicking in. On the front line, Dariel notices a massive projectile racing toward them. He reacts just in time, shooting it out of the air with perfect timing. The impact makes everyone turn. Altair looks at where it would have landed and realizes Dariel just saved the entire rear squad. Kara traces the shot and figures out it came from nearly 700 meters away. She warns everyone to stay sharp. Something with that kind of power can only mean one thing. It's on the level of a dungeon boss, and right then a huge beast appears in the distance. Zephyr thinks back to his past life and remembers that the Blue Dragon raid should have started about a year and 4 months later than this. Back then, they lost both the Black Dragon's heart and Lucius, the Holy One. Even so, Altair gathered strong allies and rare items which let them launch the Blue Dragon raid and eventually kill the dragon. But even with that win, they failed to get the dragon's heart because of one critical mistake. Danakil's farmland was poisoned beyond repair, turning the whole operation into a disaster. Around then, after Zephyr returned to the temple from the cave, he struggled to climb the ranks. Meanwhile, Olden, one of Ned's biggest rivals, took over the third parish. To MC, becoming a temple knight was the only way to get revenge and close the gap with Olden. To do that, he needed information and a weakness to exploit. Elsewhere, Matthias and Olden drank tea, spoke about the princess's failure, and noted that holding troops back from the Great Forest had been a brilliant move. Not just Olden's idea, but still a smart one. He understood the political damage from that failed campaign. The princess lost soldiers, resources, and much of her standing. Even if she joined the coming Ice Dragon raid with the Guild Alliance, he doubted she'd have any real say. With the Black and Blue Dragon hearts already in hand, only the Ice Dragon's heart was left. Olden expected a big reward once it was done. Back in the Silver Key, Zephyr realizes things are different now. He understands the traps set for them and refuses to let his enemies control the outcome. He also secured a healing potion, a mana potion, and golden tears, an upgraded protective item that blocks harmful effects. Satisfied with what he has, the protagonist checks the video transmission golem. The large golem at base can send out footage from his side, but he needs to know what's happening back at camp. Inside the Silver Key, though, the connection fails. Figuring the storm is over by now, he puts it aside and focuses on what comes next. Back in the fight, the group is battling the spawned monsters, including the giant boss. It yanks up a tree and throws it at them. Kira asks Dariel how many Black Dragon arrows he has left. He says only 24. Barely enough for the dragon, with none to waste on the other monsters. Those arrows are made with hippogriff feathers, and gem seed branches make them even stronger. Kiera and Dariel coordinate, combining Blue Storm with Flame Dance. Zephyr can tell Kiera and Dariel work well together, and the whole team is doing a solid job. Still, one big problem remains. There are just too many monsters coming at them. Dariel doesn't flinch. Whether it's dozens or hundreds, he plans to shoot down every last one. At the same time, the boss monster starts speaking in its own tongue. While riding, it casts a wide attack spell. Then it suddenly disappears, leaving the knights frozen in shock. A moment later, it pops back up, and a huge set of jaws crashes down on them. One soldier notices even more monsters closing in, with some already reaching the edge of camp. The troops rush to hold the line. But the monsters hit first. Then the creature gets a surprise of its own. Ophelia jumps in at the last second and blocks its stomp with her leg. Calm as ever, she says it stands too straight to be one of their own kind. Then she kicks it away without a second thought. Even with all the chaos outside, Regulus Danakil stays seated, focused on guarding the hidden fragment of the Tree of Life branch inside the hut. Princess Altair gave him that job herself. The branch powers the magic circle's core, and without it, the safe zone falls apart in 10 minutes, leaving the area covered in poison mist. Regulus knows how important that is, but hearing his knights scream outside makes doing nothing almost unbearable. Lord Grimes tells him to hold firm. Regulus is using Impenetrable Fortress, a Danakil family skill. It creates a strong barrier around one building, but he can't leave while it's active. The tighter the space, the tougher the shield, strong enough to endure even legendary weapons. Only people he allows can come in, and Regulus tells himself this duty belongs to him. Then someone knocks, coughing and begging to be let inside. The voice sounds like Princess Altair's. He hesitates, thinking she may be hurt, and if he ignores her, it could doom them all. Lord Grimes warns it could be a trap, but Regulus moves to open the door anyway. To his shock, Elder Heron is standing there. For a second, Regulus questions it, then realizes Heron copied the princess's voice with an item. It's an imp acorn, something that lets its user store and replay another person's voice. As Heron spits out the acorn, he sets off a blinding flash. Regulus is only blinded for 3 seconds, but he can't move. That's all the time Heron needs, already boosted by an acceleration spell, to snatch the fragment of the Tree of Life branch. A horn blares in the distance. Ophelia knows right away it means the magic circle's core has been breached. At the same time, Heron confirms the infiltration worked, and tells his disguise group to hurry. Ophelia points out the safe zone will shut down in 10 minutes. Elsewhere, Princess Altair stays calm as she contacts Zephyr. Her side is collapsing, and she'll have to use a space core to restore the circle, but he needs to kill the dragon fast. Hearing that, MC doubts he can finish it in under 10 minutes. Then he wonders if a reward might help, so she offers to finish what they started last night, if he takes the dragon down in time. That is more than enough to fire him up. He cuts the call and gets moving. Then he notices the blue dragon's breathing sacs healing in the water, like it's getting ready for another breath attack. While his focus shifts for a second, the dragon bursts out of the water and lunges. Zephyr reacts just in time, summons the Stake of Fath and slams it down on the beast. He borrowed that weapon from Lucius, who lent it over despite worrying about the debt tied to it. Next, he activates the Watcher Golem and signals the squad to follow him. With only 10 minutes left, he looks at the dragon like it's already dead. Back in the forest, the imposters celebrate how easy the job was, but the mage controlling the golems shuts them up at once. She's having trouble keeping the copied magic circle running. She remembers Altair's rules for activating Mockboard. She copied the purification circle from Altair's earlier explanation, but holding it together is harder than she expected. She warns them this copy spell can only be used once, so they need to move now. Their target hasn't changed. They're heading for the last sealed box, the one holding the Tree of Life seed, the key to building their new empire. Heron pauses and thanks the others. They answer that following someone like him is an honor, but Heron is hiding his real plans from all of them. Back on the battlefield, the elf warriors start losing heart after their elder leaves. From a bunker, Philip and his son watch helplessly as things get worse. They know they already did everything they could, keeping supplies coming, sending Ophelia to cut through the weaker enemies, counting on a capable healer, and trusting Zephyr, who carries a dragon's heart. Even the princess stayed with them and used her blessings to protect the troops. Even so, morale keeps sinking, and the elder's absence hits the elves hard. Still, Philip's son thinks it's strange that Dariel is still standing firm when the one he admired already ran. Philip says Dariel may look strong, but he isn't the true heart of the elf kingdom. That place belongs to the chief priestess. She's the chosen partner of the Tree of Life. The tree picks her, and only an elder blessed by it can lead. Through the Tree of Life she can connect to every elf and affect their minds. Her name is Sylvestia, the Broken Moon. She was born blind, and after giving birth to Kiera, she became paralyzed, yet she's still wise and deeply respected. Hearing that, Philip's son asks how Sylvestia could have given birth to Dariel if she was paralyzed after Kiera. Philip says old rumors claim there was an affair. Kiera may be the child from it, which would make her only half-elf, and the reason she isn't accepted as a high elf. Dariel, unlike her, is pure-blooded and hugely gifted. Even so, he never wanted the throne. He only wanted to protect the queen. At first, Dariel's attitude wasn't a problem, but once things started falling apart, the elves needed someone to guide them, and he still refused to lead. With no better choice, they made Heron their temporary leader. Back with Heron's group, the mage feels guilty for leaving the other elves behind. She tells herself they never really had a chance against the dragon and tries to believe they did all they could, especially after Dariel turned his back on them. 4 years ago, they sent the Black and Silver Moon forces into human territory and started a war. They lost a precious item in the process, and also let enemies take part of the forest. Soon after, the Blue Dragon appeared and claimed the lake. Then the strongest moon elf left with the seed box, leaving Heron to deal with a ruined kingdom. That person couldn't survive the poison, and Dariel still chose not to step in. Then Altair came to the forest with a dragon-like warrior and asked for an alliance. To the mage, it all feels fake. She doesn't believe the elves are strong enough to stand beside humans, and even if they kill the dragon, she thinks their kingdom is already finished. The thought overwhelms her, and she starts crying, convinced Dariel really abandoned them and left them without hope. So she tells herself this is all for the sake of finding a new hope somewhere else. When they reach the tower holding the Tree of Life seed, Heron stares ahead, fully determined. He plans to plant the seed far from here, and hopes the new tree will choose him, so he can finally become king. But to their shock, a huge red monster is already waiting there, raking its claws against the tower. Back in the bunker, Philip is confused. The High Elves, especially the Black and Crimson Moon, left to build a new kingdom, yet no one has heard a thing about those lands since. He wonders where they went. Just then, the Crimson Beast by the tower starts giving off terrifying power. Heron takes command and sends out 2 sparrow golems, one to distract the creature, the other to grab the sealed box. The idea works perfectly. While one golem keeps the monster busy, the other blasts through the tower and comes back with the box in no time. But they don't know the demon has spent 3 years searching for that exact box. The instant it sees it, it attacks, slicing their throats and taking the box with ease. This thing isn't just some wild beast, it's Crimson Moon. Once Masha, a queen candidate from 60 years ago. After becoming a demon, she lost herself completely. The only feeling left in her is hatred for elves. 3 years earlier, both the Crimson and Black Moons were crushed by the leader of the Demon Lord worshippers. Enraged that they had pulled humanity into war, he punished them. Then he showed them 2 stones of revelation, relics said to turn their users into powerful demons. He tells the smiling woman beside him that both stones contain the same parasitic worms, but each creates different powers after demonification. Still, the change doesn't always work. He believes the result depends on what's in a person's heart: hatred, rage, and greed. The stronger those feelings are, the stronger the new demon becomes. With that, he reminds the Moon siblings of everything the elves took from them: their future, their place, their lives. Then he offers them the stones. A violent burst of energy erupts, and they transform into monsters. Watching it happen, the smiling woman asks what the master's real goal is, but he says he has none. Then without warning, he snaps his fingers and calls in the 12 apostles of the demon god cult to welcome the newborn demons. Over the next 3 months, the demonified siblings go on a rampage, killing countless victims, humans and monsters alike. As they grow used to their new powers, Ulden gives them demon soldiers for a new task: kill the blue dragon. When they reach its den, the black demon realizes the real obstacle isn't only the dragon, but also the elf protected by the Tree of Life. Even so, if they want to drag their enemies into hell, they need the dragon's heart, so they jump straight into the den where the blue dragon waits. The dragon senses them at once and starts unleashing violent tornadoes. In a low booming voice, the dragon says it's been a long time since creatures this low dared bother him. At the same time, during a private wine gathering at the parish, one apostle asks Olden why he sent such weak elves after the blue dragon. Olden just laughs. He says they were only sent to be the dragon's meal, and he has another reason for pushing them into that fight. He explains that the two demon elves were once candidates to rule the elven kingdom. They came from the famous Moon High Elf family and were known for strong light magic. Among elves with the Moon title, many dream of becoming ruler. But the queen chosen in the end was blind and crippled, something the siblings could never accept. What shocked them even more was that she was picked despite her condition and her connection to a human, even though she never got the usual training for a future ruler. While the other elves celebrated, the Moon siblings could only stare in disbelief. Her selection destroyed their shot at the throne. After becoming demons, they also lost their judgment and clear thinking. The apostles guessed they may have started the war to make others acknowledge their power, but Olden says they failed badly. As a result, they were cast out of elven society, though not before stealing the seed of the Tree of Life. Before their exile, they fought one last time, and lost to a young elf who had only recently earned his Moon title. Barely escaping alive, they fled. Olden then asks the apostle what he would do if his own people turned on him or left him. The answer is simple: he'd kill them all. Olden says that's exactly what he did. Back in the dragon's den, the blue dragon swallows the black moon whole. Watching from afar, Olden knows the Moon siblings now live only for revenge against the elves, and that's exactly what he's using. But the second the dragon swallows its prey, it feels something moving inside. It lets out a sharp roar and pukes up a huge amount of blood. The reason is Black Moon's demonic power, deadly venom, and petrification. This was Olden's plan all along: have Black Moon poison the dragon from the inside, then let the battle turn into a race against time. Will Black Moon survive the dragon's burning digestive fluids, or will the dragon fall to the poison first? Olden is sure that if things get worse, the dragon will head for the Aslan continent and dive into the Lake of Life, the sacred water source that feeds the elven forest. Just as he expected, the dragon takes off for the lake. Crimson Moon is still clinging to it, and the dragon ignores her, sensing no real danger from behind. Crimson Moon isn't hanging on because of any plan. Demonification has left her mind half broken. Still, one faint instinct pushes her forward. Pulled by a familiar energy that stirs broken memories, she jumps toward the sea tower, but her damaged mind keeps her from going inside. So she attacks anyone who comes near the tower, killing without pause. Since the dragon became the bigger threat, no one noticed her. From that day on, she kept tearing at the tower walls. Now, after tasting an elder heron's blood, something changes. Her senses start coming back, and little by little, pieces of herself return. As her mind clears, her revenge grows sharper. Then her eyes suddenly fix on a glowing trail of energy moving through the forest. It leads straight to the source, the sick queen, Broken Moon. Crimson Moon doesn't just feel her presence anymore. She knows exactly where she is. The demon carries worms inside her, parasites that grow stronger with their host. When they fully mature, they awaken a special power. For Crimson Moon, that power is gluttony. She can steal abilities by devouring them. After eating the heron, the demon uses his acceleration skill, launching herself forward at incredible speed. In moments, the monster reaches the edge of the elven village and bursts into the queen's chamber. The instant it sees her, it knows she's Broken Moon, the one it has wanted to kill all this time. Consumed by rage, the beast lunges at the queen, but before the blow can land, slashes hit the demon from every side. It's Ned. Zephyr sent him to guard the queen in case a demon came. Now that Crimson Moon is right in front of him, Ned finally understands what he meant. Without wasting a second, he charges up Thunderbolt magic and unleashes a crushing barrage that shakes the whole room. Back at the lake, Zephyr is still locked in battle with the monster. Only 8 minutes remain before the camp's purification magic runs out. That's why Altair tells the protagonist to finish it before then, but MC wants it dead even sooner. He knows killing the dragon won't end this raid, and every second matters if everyone else is going to survive. Once the dragon dies, Black Moon should wake up, and that's the very reason this raid failed in his past life. Last time, when the dragon went down, the whole camp started celebrating. The one who landed the final blow, Erdurius, stepped in to take the dragon heart as planned. But the moment he reached for it, he stopped cold when he saw a barrier around the corpse. Then the demon hiding in the dragon's stomach burst out and caught everyone by surprise. Worse, it came out holding the dragon heart in its claws. With a mocking grin, the demon thanked them for killing the beast and jammed the dragon heart into its own chest. Erdurius tried to stop it, but another warrior yanked him back just in time. A second later, poison exploded from the demon's body, melting everything nearby. The toxin spread fast and swallowed the whole forest. Seeing how bad it was, Altair ordered everyone to retreat, and just like that, they lost the dragon heart. Afterward, the great elven forest and the rich Donakill granary became a dead, cursed land nobody could return to. Back in the present, Zephyr fights with all of that in his head. The last raid didn't fail because the plan was bad, the team was weak, or they lacked counters. Those parts were fine. They failed because they were missing one key piece of information. Back then, they had 2 strong frontliners who could move through the fog and were sure they could beat the blue dragon. Erdurius had also found an old wound on the dragon, a weak point he noticed from the way it moved during an earlier clash. That was their edge. But now Zephyr is frustrated. He can't find that same weak spot anywhere on the dragon. Then he realizes why. The old raid happened a year later. By then, the poison may have eaten away at the dragon and created that wound. In this timeline, it hasn't happened yet, so he decides to make his own opening. He drives poison scales straight into the dragons and the hit triggers a violent explosion. The dragon roars in agony, and as it cries out, it suddenly orders everything around it to stop. To Zephyr's shock, time itself freezes, drops of water hang in place, leaves stop in midair, and even the wind goes still. This kind of control is far beyond anything humans can do with a dragon heart. Even the silver key won't answer. The protagonist figures the effect will last exactly 7 more seconds, and that's more than enough time for the dragon to charge up a breath attack. But right then, Dariel fires a rain of arrows at the beast. The shots hit the instant time starts moving again. Dariel can hardly believe it. Zephyr really did create the opening he promised. He keeps firing, blast after blast, hammering the dragon non-stop. That barrage creates just enough of an opening for MC to land a huge strike on the dragon's body. Together, they destroy its breath sac, leaving the dragon unable to use its breath for now. Dariel has 17 black dragon arrows left. Each enhanced spell takes 3, so he can use it 5 more times. But every shot has to hit if they want to kill the dragon. At the lake, the dragon strikes back and Zephyr barely dodges. He remembers that this was where they lost the dragon heart in his old life. After that, the blue dragon fully took over the corrupted body, and the battle dragged on for a whole month. During that time, he learned its patterns and barely won through pure endurance. Back then, the dragon fought with memories of its prime, faster, stronger, and much crueler. As that memory hits him, the dragon suddenly punches him in the face. Zephyr takes the hit and is surprised it doesn't hurt as much as it used to. He slams into a tree, then quickly gets back up. Using telekinesis, the dragon hurls the embedded arrows back at him. Zephyr whips out his dragon chains and knocks them away one by one. But just when the dragon moves to attack again, it suddenly freezes in surprise. The protagonist has vanished. A faint flash appears in the air, the silver key. Then without warning, the huge stake of faith drops from above and slams into the dragon with crushing force. Zephyr follows up by driving his lightning fist into the stake of faith, forcing it deeper into the dragon's throat. At the same time, Dariel's arrows hit true, cutting off the dragon's right arm and sending it crashing into the lake. Even after all that damage, the dragon is still alive. Its eyes fix on Zephyr's sword. That sight pulls up an old memory. Lord Casaurus, once possessed by demons, they had no choice but to fight him. In the end, Georgios struck the last blow with the dragon-slaying sword, Graham, and ended Casaurus' life. As he died, the blue dragon thanked Georgios for freeing his master from the curse. But with tears in his eyes, he also warned him, as Casaurus' loyal servant, he could never forgive the one who killed him. If they met again, he would kill Georgios himself. Back in the present, the dragon lies still with the stake buried in its neck. Watching from afar, Kiera wonders if it's finally over. But Dariel feels that something is wrong. He senses danger. The tree of life is shaking. Then the dragon speaks in a deep, rumbling voice. It calls Zephyr the dragon slayer and says it cannot break its oath. No matter what, it must keep that vow. With that, the dragon grabs the stake and rips it from its neck. Then it picks up its severed arm and with ancient magic turns it into a giant blade. Gripping the sword, the dragon declares that its duty is not over yet, even as its overwhelming power bears down on everyone. Zephyr feels a thrill. By using dragon tongue, the dragon burned the rest of its life for raw power. Now the real fight starts. He has just 12 minutes of dragonification left, and the dragon is still saving one breath attack, but that hardly matters now. The dragon has already unleashed the dancing blade of death, a sword made from its own life force and packed with terrifying power. Zephyr knows tricks won't save him here, only pure force will, so he enters berserk dragon mode, doubling his body's power but cutting his time down to only 3 minutes. The dragon brings down a massive, energy-filled slash, and MC meets it with a charged swing of his own. Their weapons crash together and the shock throws him sliding back. That blow is so strong it cuts the tree of life in half. The elves watching in the distance are stunned. In the middle of the fight, Zephyr remembers what Ned taught him before. Those lessons weren't just about hitting harder, they were about feeling power move, and learning to guide it. Ned said that if he truly mastered that flow, he could beat stronger enemies even with less strength. Holding on to that lesson, the protagonist slips past the next strike and rushes in. While airborne, he pours energy into his sword and hears Ned's words again. Power moves like a river, and if you understand it, even a leaf can kill. With that in mind, he flashes around the dragon and lands sharp strikes from every side. When he lands, he spots something buried deep inside the wounds he just opened. It looks ancient, like it's been stuck in the dragon for ages. Then he remembers an old talk with a vanguard from his past life, the dragon's hidden weak point. This has to be it. Zephyr charges again, but right as he closes in, he notices the dragon turning away and trying to dive into the lake. He hurls the dragon chains to stop it, and once they latch on, the beast drags him into the water with it. Zephyr swings his sword to cut it, but the dragon fires back with a fast, brutal strike, sending him away. At the barrier, Kiera grows nervous. They can't track the monster underwater. At the same time, Dariel, asking for help from the spirits of his mother and father, turns his last arrows toward the tree of life. Philip stares in shock as Dariel starts shooting, but Dariel knows exactly what he's doing. With careful shots, he breaks apart what's left of the Tree of Life. Underwater, just as the dragon gets ready to attack Zephyr again, the broken remains of the tree crash down on it. MC uses the opening, kicks the dragon back, and drives his sword with all his strength into the exposed bone, making the creature scream. Back when Georgios defeated Chrysaorus, the blue dragon warned him to leave, but Georgios refused. He apologized to the dragon as he drew his sword, saying he couldn't leave a danger to the queen's future alive. Then they fought. Georgios won and cut off one of the dragon's horns in a single clean strike. After that, he drove in the sealing stake, White Queen's Finger, a weapon that locks away power and can't be removed by the one sealed. Then Georgios ordered the dragon to stay in its den until the red dragon calmed down. He admitted that with Chrysaorus' heart inside him, he could never truly befriend a dragon, so it was better if they stayed apart. Now, as the blue dragon sinks deeper into the lake, that memory returns, and Zephyr understands this isn't Georgios in front of the dragon anymore. It's someone who carries on his will. That person is him, the new dragon slayer. Inside the dragon's stomach, Black Moon wakes up, feeling that the dragon may finally be dead. He thinks it's time to take the dragon heart, but before he can enjoy the moment, Zephyr smashes him with a heavy blow, launching him across the space. The protagonist doesn't stop there and swings again, driving Black Moon into a tree. He has already sealed the dragon's body inside the silver key, so Black Moon can't reach the heart at all. Zephyr remembers that in his past life, Black Moon once tried to absorb a dragon heart the wrong way. The power went wild and killed most of his own followers. Only beings equal to dragons can safely take in a dragon heart. Black Moon wasn't one of them, and it killed him instantly. Not long after, a smiling woman showed up, took both the dragon heart and Black Moon's magic stone, and proved he had only been a tool for the Demon Lord's worshippers. Even now, MC can't understand how Black Moon let his own people die and his homeland fall just to be thrown away by the same side he served. Black Moon, meanwhile, senses something odd, a human presence mixed with dragon power, and finds it interesting. He expected elves, not a dragonoid. Just as he gets ready to speak, Zephyr wraps him up with dragon chains and drives the full stake of faith into him. But then, to his surprise, the target vanishes. Black Moon was never there. A laugh comes from behind him as Black Moon mocks Zephyr, saying his speed gave away his weakness and made him easy to read. By now, Black Moon has worked out that the protagonist is borrowing limited dragon power and can only keep it up for about 2 minutes. MC realizes how sharp he is. Only 48 seconds remain, and once the extra spell ends, he'll collapse on the spot. He doesn't have the strength for a long fight, so he decides to lure Black Moon in instead. From above, Black Moon offers to spare him if he hands over the dragon heart. He says he doesn't hate humans and only wants revenge on the elves. While he keeps talking, Zephyr quietly uses Dragon Tongue, a command spell, and orders Black Moon to stop moving. Black Moon is stunned when his legs suddenly lock up. He takes the chance and attacks again, driving the stake of faith at him with everything he has. But then Black Moon throws up a barrier and blocks the attack, yelling at Zephyr for cutting him off mid-sentence. Dizzy from using Dragon Tongue, the protagonist starts charging his silver key. He knows he only has enough left for one last move. He tries to call the Sword of Light, but to his shock, the goddess refuses. The sword instantly turns into flames instead, and Zephyr can only stare. The goddess of light gave him that sword before when he was even weaker, so confused and angry he curses her. Right then, he's blasted back and swallowed by fire. From a distance, Black Moon has no idea what happened, but he's glad his barrier worked. His legs still won't move, yet he can still attack. In his hand, he forms his ultimate skill, Venom Spear, sharp enough to punch through dragon scales. Then he leaps and drives it straight into Zephyr's chest. The hit sends savage pain tearing through MC's body. Hearing him scream, Black Moon is amused. Someone stronger than him is crying out in pain. He starts another spell right away, saying he still has things to do and will at least give Zephyr a peaceful death. Then he unleashes a huge wave of poison. Before it hits, a strange sound rises from the lake, and giant roots burst out from below. One of them punches through Black Moon's chest from the left. He can't believe it. The protagonist explains that by gathering all the poison around him for his ultimate skill, Black Moon ended up cleansing the lake in the nearby jungle. Zephyr remembers that in his past life, the Dragon Heart and Black Moon's magic stone were turned into weapons that made poison fog and poison spears. So he guessed Black Moon had the same poison powers and baited him into using them, knowing it was the fastest way to clean the forest. Now the land around the lake is the only clean area, but that's enough. The Tree of Life can spread its roots into that soil, and the forest will start healing. MC expected most of this, though the tree stepping in was still a surprise. Black Moon writhes as more roots stab and shake him. He tries to spread poison again, but Zephyr steps in and calls him out. After living under the Tree of Life's protection, he's now terrified the moment he faces it himself. As Black Moon struggles, he gathers power into his claw and holds it near his face. He calls him foolish and ungrateful, then says if he can't understand the truth alive, he can face it in death. With that, the protagonist plunges the empowered claw into Black Moon's stomach, rips out the magic stone, and finishes him. Before the rear squad even hears the report, they see the result for themselves. The Tree of Life begins to revive. Seeing that, Altair tells the others through her golem that the blue dragon is dead and the dragon heart is secured. The soldiers hear the news, see the tree recovering, and surge with new energy as they clean up the remaining monsters. Altair can barely believe Zephyr really did it. Even while everyone celebrates, she tries reaching him again and gets nothing back. Meanwhile, MC has passed out and is falling onto the lake. The tree of life catches him with its roots, quietly thanking him for saving it and choosing to save him too. Its roots curl around his body, glowing softly as they pour healing energy into him. Far away, even Ned sees roots bursting from the forest near the village and smiles. He knows Zephyr did it, but even with that relief, Ned is badly hurt from fighting the Crimson Moon Demon. He's shocked that he was struck by his own martial arts, only then realizing the demon could copy his techniques. Ned has lost too much blood and can't rebuild his body anymore. Just as he starts to accept death, glowing vines wrap around his arms. To his surprise, it's the Queen. She tells him the vines are her hands, and as her vines act like arms and legs, she can't move on her own, but Ned protected her and now she wants to repay him. The vines gently lift her from the bed as she introduces herself as the Queen of Elves. She quickly sees how bad Ned's condition is and understands he needs help right away. Back at the lake, Zephyr drifts through a dream and relives the day his father left him. In that memory, his mother holds him close. She accepts his human side and chooses to raise him with kindness. Unlike his father, she says she's sorry she couldn't protect him, but promises one last gift as his parent, the strength to protect himself. Those words stay with him as he finally wakes up. He realizes the dream was about his mother. When he looks around, glowing vines are wrapped around him, resting in a soft cradle of roots. Then a deep voice tells him not to move. He's been out for 72 hours and still needs time to recover. The voice explains that he's inside the trunk of the Tree of Life, then introduces himself as Yggdrasil. This is his reborn form, one that lets him speak directly to mortals. Zephyr is stunned. In his past life, the Tree of Life and the Queen died, so he never got to meet Yggdrasil. The ancient being says only his wife has ever seen this form, not even his children or anyone else in the forest. The protagonist asks if he can read minds. Yggdrasil says yes, but promises not to if the protagonist doesn't want that. Even so, Zephyr stays on edge. He can't read Yggdrasil's feelings and those strange eyes don't help. Sensing that, Yggdrasil reassures him again he means no harm. He simply wants to thank MC. As a sign of gratitude, he brings forth a small fruit branch and tells him to eat. It will speed up his recovery. Yggdrasil then explains that the blue dragon's tongue spell had trapped him, leaving him paralyzed and poisoned. Still, he was able to watch the protagonist through his children. After seeing MC save both his children and his wife, Yggdrasil decides to offer a bilateral contract, a sacred bond between them, and presents it like an official decree, even though Zephyr has no clue what the old tree means. Still, he can tell the tree truly wants to repay him. He doesn't feel any hostility. He remembers Dariel once telling him that his father was a demigod caught between elf and god. Seeing this could work in his favor, Zephyr decides to bargain. He says healing him alone isn't enough to make them even. Yggdrasil calmly answers that he did more than heal him, he also stabilized the dragon hearts inside him. Whenever their output rises, they need to be reset. After the fight with the demon army, the protagonist's heart output jumped to 23, which could have killed him. During those 72 hours, Yggdrasil rebalanced everything, strengthened MC's body, and prepared it to take the blue dragon heart too. That leaves him shocked, but before he can say anything, Yggdrasil reaches out and offers to place the blue dragon heart in his body. In return, he wants only one thing. Yggdrasil says that 10,000 years ago, the first seed of the Tree of Life broke open. At that moment, a voice told those there to prepare. He understood then that his role was to ready the world for the promised day. In the first stage, the air changed as mana spread through it, and the world's original waters became pure healing water. Other continents grew similar trees, and over thousands of years they changed the world completely. In time, elves were created to serve the Tree of Life. With their help, everything went smoothly while Yggdrasil waited for that promised day. But then something happened he never expected. Yggdrasil became a father. At that point, he chose his family over his original mission and was willing to pay any price to protect them. As he tells Zephyr this, Yggdrasil again offers the dragon heart in exchange for a promise that the protagonist will grant his request. But he hesitates. During the transplant, he'll be totally defenseless, and he can't risk that with someone he doesn't fully trust. Noticing the hesitation, Yggdrasil suddenly asks how Zephyr dies in the future. He already knows MC has seen the end. While he was unconscious, Yggdrasil looked into his dream to learn the truth for himself. The first thing he found was a link to the protagonist's mother, but that gave him no useful clue. Then he caught a clearer signal, a detailed vision of the world's ruin and a face he recognized. He thinks it may be a prophecy, and an incredibly clear one at that. As Yggdrasil explains this, Zephyr realizes the ancient tree has pieced things together on his own. So he stops hiding that part of the truth and says the Tree of Life will die when his own allies attack the forest, and this time the poison will finish it for good. But MC still doesn't reveal that he's from the future. Letting Yggdrasil think it's only a prophecy feels safer. Even then, Yggdrasil stays careful. He knows the boy is still hiding something, but says he does know one truth. He will die. He points out that if he had seen a future where he lived until the world's end, then Zephyr would never have tried to save him. As he says that, Yggdrasil shows a symbol on his forearm. The protagonist knows it at once. It's the same oath ring mark he got after killing the cult leader Olden. But as MC keeps staring at it, his eyes start to burn. Yggdrasil tells him to stop looking. His mind isn't strong enough yet to handle its power. He says he's bound to keep some truth secret and can't share the core of it. Then he explains that both he and the 7 dragons serve a mission given by the Almighty One, and they can't abandon it until death. Zephyr understands right away. That's why he had to kill the blue dragon. Yggdrasil then reveals that in the final days, the surviving dragons will lose themselves and join the Demon Lord's army, a future he has already seen. Hearing that, the protagonist starts to wonder if he too might become an enemy like the dragons. Yggdrasil gives no clear answer. He says he never doubted his mission and never thought this world had much worth. That changed when he fell in love with the Broken Moon. She knew her life would be short, but she loved him and wanted a child with him. Her body was frail, yet she still wanted to make memories and keep their life together going. She even refused the chalice of conception, the sacred tool elf royalty uses to create life, and chose to try naturally despite the risk. Moved by that love, Yggdrasil took on a human-like form. That one woman changed how he saw everything and made the world feel precious for the first time. He believes Zephyr will understand that one day too. Hearing that, MC remembers Altair from his past life, and the moment they conceived a child. As he lies back and closes his eyes, Yggdrasil starts guiding the Blue Dragon Heart's power with his divine strength. Before it begins, he asks for one thing: when the time comes, Zephyr must kill him so he can never threaten his family. It's a deeply personal request. With that, he is drawn into his mental world, where he has to face the Blue Dragon's will. He remembers that he once thought about threatening Yggdrasil for the heart, but never did. Yggdrasil could have controlled him while he slept, yet chose not to. That proves the protagonist can trust him. Yggdrasil also said Altair is talented, but she doesn't know enough about transplanting a Blue Dragon Heart, and with her the process would take far longer. So MC decides to leave the transplant to him. Now awake inside his own mind, Zephyr knows what's at risk. If he can't beat the dragon's dark will, his body will either break apart or be taken over. Last life, this trial took him a month. Now he wonders how long it'll take. The moment he shifts into dragon form, the blue dragon appears and immediately notices the change. But what truly shocks Zephyr is the presence in front of him. To his surprise, the blue dragon is a woman. She calmly reminds him they've already fought, so he has no reason to be shaken by how she looks now. Instead of reaching for his sword again, she invites him to sit down and share tea. Even with her calm attitude, he still can't believe the blue dragon is really a woman. Meanwhile, in the forest, Dario tells everyone the protagonist is safe and with his father. Altair is baffled. His father is a tree. Some even start wondering if the tree just ate him. Dario says that's not it. The Tree of Life is likely treating him. Philip worries anyway. If the Tree of Life keeps Zephyr, it could use him as a hostage. At the same time, Dario senses another powerful presence inside the tree, which he suspects is the Blue Dragon Heart. That only brings up a worse question. Will MC come back at all? One thing does seem certain. If he returns, he won't be the same. Inside his mind, Zephyr accepts the tea, quietly honored that a dragon chose to show her polymorph form. He knows living beings feel most natural in their true shape, and they usually transform to show dominance, respect, or to deceive. From her attitude, he figures she's probably not good at lying, so this form is either respect or a show of superiority. She hears that thought and takes it as praise. She's impressed he beat her even while she was weakened by poison. She adds that the protagonist's mind feels comfortable to her, likely because it's filled with the ancient power of the Kaisaurus. Because of that, she doesn't want to treat MC like a stranger just because he now carries the dragon heart. A wave of magic suddenly spreads through the whole area. Artalis calmly says her liege seems upset, then starts speaking straight to Zephyr's dragon heart with psychic power. That only leaves him confused and annoyed. The dragon's name is Artalis. The protagonist remembers meeting her inside his mind in his past life too. Even back then, when he was much stronger, the fight was still deadly. He only lived because Artalis was so unpredictable that she sometimes let him rest in the middle of it. She would beat him down, bring him back while he was barely alive, and attack again. That went on until he finally won. In the end, those brutal fights trained him without her even meaning to. Zephyr can't help thinking all his teachers are a little insane, Ned and the Blue Dragon included. As his frustration builds, Artalis notices and asks about it, which just makes him even more annoyed. At last, she gets to the point. Now that she's dead, she's free from her old duty and can soon return to her liege. Before that, though, she wants to see some of MC's cute little tricks. She says she has no regrets as a warrior. Her last battle was worthy of her pride. Then she adds that you can see a person's soul in what they treasure most. An artist shows it through the tip of a brush. A musician shows it through their fingers. And warriors like them show it through their blades. Their training, pain and unshaken, will reveal the true shape of their soul. After watching Zephyr, Artalis decides she likes him and is comfortable trusting him with her power. She also feels the huge energy inside him and senses rare potential. Now she wants to see him reach the heights she never could. With that, she says she'll become one with him and allow him to use her power. Whether he can handle it is up to him. As she hands over the dragon heart, Artalis warns that she'll keep watching him and hopes he doesn't throw his life away. Zephyr is a little surprised by how easily she agrees, but it saves him valuable time. He also gets what she meant about dying before truly living a full life. Before he leaves, he offers to cook for her to thank her for the sacrifice. She smiles and says he won't need to. He'll understand soon enough. Then an enormous burst of power explodes from within him. Outside, everyone by the Tree of Life feels the shockwave. And then to everyone's shock, Zephyr steps out. He's completely healed. Seeing him safe, Altair is hit with a rush of relief and pulls him into a warm embrace. Elsewhere, in the realm of the Silver Key, the angel Mercedes speaks to someone she calls Old Master. She reports that another ancient god has chosen the new master, a sign that the future of the world is changing. At the fourth parish of the Temple of Light, a soldier rushes in with a letter for the captain. It says Olden has been murdered. The news spreads fast and rumors start saying Lucius is the killer. Several hunters arm themselves, thinking that if they kill the man who beat one of the twin knights in the top 10, they might take that empty spot for themselves. In the realm of the Silver Key, the angel kneels in prayer and remembers the prophecy of a war so terrible it will turn rivers to blood. With God's throne empty, countless groups will fight over it. Even so, they believe someone will appear at the end of the world and save them from that fate, the one foretold as the destroyer of fate. Back at Lindal Castle in Altair's land, a knight beats her guard and demands to see the princess. While resting in the Tree of Life, Zephyr thinks about everything that happened outside. After the poison is cleared from the forest, Yggdrasil sends out a command to the Mana Flowers, the plants near the streams that clean the air and water. Outside, the survivors keep moving, finish off the remaining monsters, and head for the Tree of Life. Princess Altair confirms the place is Elfenheim, capital of the Elven Kingdom. One elf, overwhelmed, can hardly believe it and thanks the group. Soon Ned arrives too, bringing the Elf Queen who has finally awakened. Her return fills many with joy, especially Kira and Dariel, who run to hug her. After that, the group buries the fallen soldiers and grieves beside their graves. Zephyr reflects on how exhausting it was to treat the wounded, clear the battlefield, and search for the missing. Since Yggdrasil had to focus on purifying the forest, everyone else carried that load. Even so, the work helps the survivors deal with their grief. Most of them lost their homes in this disaster. The blue dragon is gone, but he sees that peace has its own burden. Now everyone has to face what survival cost, the dead and every sacrifice made. Once the last of the fallen are laid to rest, the Blue Dragon raid is officially declared over. The Queen formally thanks Princess Altair, the Temple of Light, the Danakil territory, and especially Zephyr the Dragon Slayer. Swearing on the Tree of Life, she promises the elves will never forget this debt. Keeping their agreement, she declares the Great Forest of Elves an ally of Princess Altair and the Earl of Danakil. They seal a non-aggression pact and vow to share future hardship and victory alike. Philip's son Edwin thinks this alliance answers many of the worries he had before the raid. With humans and elves already tense, the mission always carried the risk of betrayal from within. Trying a raid under those conditions had seemed too early. But Princess Altair saw more than that. To her, this crisis was a chance to unite the Elven Kingdom and Danakil. She rejected the idea of taking advantage of the elves while they were weak. Philip agrees. Conquest was never the point. He reminds everyone that Polaris, once praised in Danakil as a hero, had already shown his value by driving out the Black Moon and Red Moon during the war 4 years earlier. But when Danakil was poisoned, Polaris refused to help. Saying he had no time, he even sold off his Danakil stocks and land bonds. To him, the situation looked hopeless. So Danakil was basically abandoned and left begging for help. The elves were even worse off, since they hadn't had contact with humans for centuries. With no one else to turn to, Altair saw the chance. By saving both Danakil and the elves, she plans to bind them into an alliance that supports her instead of human kingdoms like Cayenne. It's a smart way to cut out Polaris's influence and prepare for the long war ahead. Hearing that, Zephyr also sees the benefits. Danakil's rich farmland, the Tree of Life's endless healing, and a united elven people. Altair's plan worked even better than expected. Yggdrasil and the Elf Queen want the same thing, and now that the Queen is awake, she'll rule the forest elves through the Tree of Life's bond and keep them loyal. A celebration begins, and the Elf Queen raises a toast to their hard-earned victory. Nearby, Dariel spots Kira sitting by herself and goes over to her. Even though she's wiping away tears, their easy talk brings a lighter moment as they share apples and think back on everything. Kira says it's hard to believe Zephyr and his group arrived less than 6 weeks ago. Now the dragon is dead, Elfenheim is theirs again, her mother and the Tree of Life have recovered, and she can finally move on with her duty as the Queen's head archer. Dariel teases her for sounding corny, but Kira reveals she's already decided to leave the forest soon. Later that night, while many are asleep and some still aren't, like Zephyr, Princess Altair gets ready to turn in, knowing it's finally time to rest. But before bed, there's one thing she has to do, and right then someone knocks at her door. She knows people admire her beauty, birth, and talent. They praise her, bring gifts, and even offer their lives, but none of them truly understand what she wants or who she really needs protection from. Even before becoming an adult, she knew very few could walk her path. She values her companions, but she has never wanted any of them romantically. At some point, Altair accepted she might always be alone, and she can live with that. What she truly needs is not a lover, but a dependable weapon. She remembers the day her dream of a normal life broke apart, when Polaris, twisted and dangerous, reached for her, and she had to run. From then on, she knew emotions were a luxury she couldn't afford. To her, love only creates weakness. She once thought the smartest choice was a political partner, someone who could help lead her to victory. But when she looked at Zephyr, that belief started to crack. Ophelia, noticing how much Altair has changed since the protagonist arrived, comments to Ned on how often the two are together. MC would watch over things while Altair went to see the elder. She remembers asking the princess who would protect her, and Altair casually answered that the Tree of Life would, but Ophelia knew the real answer was Zephyr. Feeling left behind, Ophelia admits she feels abandoned. She and Altair were raised like sisters, but now it seems like she isn't needed anymore. Drinking with Ned, she vents her hurt, while he figures she either doesn't understand romance or just doesn't like him. Even so, Ned tells her to pull herself together, get some rest, and help his disciple later, when she's feeling like herself again. As Ophelia keeps drinking, Ned wonders what his disciple is doing right now, then shrugs it off. It's his second time, so he'll probably be fine. Meanwhile, the protagonist walks up to Altair's room feeling strangely nervous. He remembers what she told him. If he beat the blue dragon in under 10 minutes, they could continue where they left off. He did, and things had already started heating up that night before they were interrupted. Now outside her door, he can't help wondering what Altair has planned. He also remembers Altair using the kiss of darkness on him, forcing him to reveal parts of his past life. After that, he kissed her like a madman and just went with it, but she cut things off. He knows Altair has feelings for him too, but to her he's only been around a little over a month. She doesn't remember their past lives, so of course her desire isn't as intense as his. Even so, Zephyr is willing to let her take the lead for now, though he expects her to make up for it someday. There are bigger things to talk about anyway, like their next move and the dragon heart. So he steps into her room, and when he sees her, he realizes he's in trouble. For once, Altair looks away shyly, then meets his eyes. She had so much she wanted to say, but nerves hit and her mind goes blank. Instead of speaking, Zephyr kisses her right at the door. Altair thinks his kiss is sweet. That night they lie together, and she remembers how sure she was that she'd always be alone, that love meant nothing. Then Zephyr changed everything. He gave her more love than she ever thought she could have, and she gave hers back just as freely. Altair used to think she was walking a hard, lonely road by herself, but now she knows he was beside her the whole time. Her thoughts returned to the night he told her about his past. It shook her deeply. She had spent so long hiding from her own loneliness, and now she can't even picture the pain he carried after losing everyone and being forced to keep going alone. It hurts her just to think about it. She stayed up all night after that, unable to sleep, wanting to do anything she could for him. That's when it finally becomes clear, this is love, and she's in love with him too. On the 44th day of the lockdown in the 3rd parish, Fade presses a dagger to a priestess. She's stunned, sure the holy barrier should have kept him out, but Fade says he came for something else. Finding this was unexpected, and now he wants to know who gave her the poison she's carrying. Somewhere else, Dariel trains with his bow. He remembers being 15, when his mother briefly woke up. In that moment, she gave birth to Kiara and said the girl had a different fate, one that would take her out of the forest. Now Kiara is grown, and when the time comes to leave, she chooses to go with Zephyr, saying it sounds fun and maybe she'll run into Fade too. Still, Dariel keeps thinking about how sad Kiara looked at the banquet. Was it really just because she was leaving, or was there more to it? Maybe it was because of the rumors among the elves. People whispered that her unusual eyes and bright hair meant she was half human. Some even blamed her for the queen's punishment, and the forest's fading life force. So Dariel wonders if she was never meant to stay in the forest at all. While he keeps training, his mother comes to watch, catching him off guard. She smiles and says he's impressive, and Dariel is surprised he didn't sense her coming. She says she came to hear his sound, and after listening, calls it the most beautiful sound in the world. With his mother awake and his father physically present for the first time in decades, Dariel feels truly thankful, and he quietly thanks Zephyr. His mother studies his stance, and gently says his mana flow is uneven. His shots are accurate, but she tells him to fire with his heart and trust the people around him. As part of the training to earn the moon title, she gives him a new mission: leave the forest and take Kira with him. Elsewhere, Philip Pilgrim arrives with an urgent letter for Princess Altair. Zephyr answers the door and after a brief pause of surprise takes the message at once when he sees the seal. A meeting is called right away. There, Altair thanks everyone for coming so quickly and announces that, as agreed with the Elf Queen, Kira and Dariel are now official members of the party. Both thank her for it. Dariel then quietly needles Kira about saying she'd leave alone before, and she gets embarrassed, saying there was no way she could have known what her mother planned. That morning, Kira's mother had given her the last seed of the Tree of Life. She reminded Kira of the old prophecy that she would leave the forest and grow a new tree. As the last queen of the forest, she places the future in Kira's hands, telling her to lead the next generation and build a kingdom that can survive the harsh days ahead. She believes this may be their people's only chance to endure. Kira's mother says only Kira can do this because of what she is. Her link to Lord Yggdrasil is weaker, she explains, because she was born as an empty vessel meant to carry the power of a new tree. Then she hands Kira the box with the seed. She adds that Kira's weaker bond to her father was no accident. It was meant to make her seem smaller and less important than the others. Only now does Kira learn it was all done because she was the miracle child they had waited for. Thinking back on it, Kira gets emotional. She was happy when her mother woke up, but part of her was scared too. Deep down, she feared hearing truths she didn't want confirmed, and that fear made her want to leave without talking to her. Now she understands how much her parents loved her and how well they saw the pain she carried. With that, she walks away feeling like she can finally let those doubts go. Back in the meeting, Princess Altair praises Dariel for what he did in the dragon raid and says his efforts were clearly noticed. she tells him that he and Kira are now counted among the 10 great warriors and will take part in future operations. That means meetings, missions, and access to supplies, information, and other support when formally requested. As the meeting starts, she brings out 2 urgent letters. Before anyone decides which to discuss first, Philip Pilgrim raises a hand and explains. One letter came from a contact in his caravan near the Third Parish. After Lord Lucius the Holy One cleared the Dungeon Princess quest, one of the hardest in the world, he sealed off the area and vanished from sight. Many think he's doing it to hide where the dragon heart, the quest's final reward, really is. Zephyr already knows what most people would suspect. Since almost no one knows he came back from the future, they'd likely assume Lucius is recovering after absorbing the dragon heart, secretly sold it, and is covering his tracks. Or maybe faked the whole thing and the dragon heart never existed at all. No matter which is true, investors are in chaos. The dragon heart would sell for an unbelievable price, so its disappearance looks suspicious. Philip says that if Lucius used it up, got rid of it before anyone could confirm it, or if it was just a lie from the start, he'll be buried in legal trouble for years. And since the Temple of Light promoted the dragon heart to pull in funding, it may be blamed for the damage too. To protect themselves, the investors have already hired legal teams. The temple's financial board seems ready to dump all the blame on Lucius and save itself. Philip adds that Lucius is badly behind on payments for borrowing the Stake of Faith, a legendary great item. Because of that, the Vatican's Holy Relic team has been sent to collect. At the same time, others have come looking for Lord Olden, who has gone completely silent. They all suspect Lucius did something to him that has drawn in more major figures, including the head of the 4th Parish Temple Knights, along with many adventurers hoping to claim a place among the 10 great warriors, after hearing about Olden and the Twin Knights dying. With all these groups gathering, the 3rd Parish is turning unstable and is close to being besieged. The troops outside are restless and demanding entry, determined to face Lucius and recover what they invested. Ned points out that the 3rd Parish was already weakened after the raid, so it wouldn't hold long in a siege without backup. Then Ned asks how the second letter could be even more urgent. Philip says it came from a butler at Lindell Fortress and is about a knight fighting for Lady Ophelia in the marriage contest who was recently defeated. What matters is the weapon used, a famous blade tied to Zephyr's past. MC instantly recognizes the weapon. Requiem, the legendary sword once used by Blademaster John Howell, the top-ranked member of the 10 Great Warriors. A little later, at Lindell Fortress, an old man tells Zephyr the visitor is already inside waiting. He thinks back on how Requiem had been his final weapon in his previous life, even though at this point in time neither he nor the Blademaster should have it. When he enters, he finds a warrior relaxing with girls around him. The protagonist recognizes him right away, Erdirius, the Blademaster's last disciple. Erdirius notices him too and casually asks who he is. From the moment this guy showed up, he became the strongest man on the continent, which irritates MC to no end. That title, strongest on the continent, started with one knight's words. 5 years earlier at Cayenne Palace, Lord Lucas is praised for beating the mercenary King Gladys through both smart command and direct combat. But Aaron humbly says he's only the 6th strongest warrior in the land, stunning everyone there. Even King Leo wants to hear more, so Aaron starts naming the people above him. At the top is Blademaster John Howell, then Henrik the Grand Sorcerer, Roland the Blessed Knight of the Sky Temple, and the rest. He puts Dariel in 7th, Dominique of the Temple of Light in 8th, the mercenary King Gladys in 9th, and the Twin Knights in 10th. Back in the present, before Zephyr leaves for Lindell, Philip Pilgrim recalls that Lucius's fame helped the ranking spread across the continent fast. A lot of self-proclaimed strong fighters challenged the people on the list and lost, which only made the ranking seem more real. Before long, everyone treated it as the official 10 Great Warriors list. After the mercenary king's execution for treason, Ophelia took 9th by beating the Twin Knights. Since then, the rankings haven't changed for 2 years. Dariel remembers fighting a powerful human knight near the forest 7 years ago without knowing how famous he was. Now that he's being counted among the 10 Great Warriors, he questions how reliable the whole list really is. He seems much stronger than him, and Ned isn't even on it. Zephyr says the list was made 5 years ago, back when both of them were still improving. They also stayed out of the spotlight on purpose since too much attention would only make things harder. Ned adds that no matter how the list began, getting on it now means beating someone already ranked and proving it, usually by bringing an item that belonged to the fallen warrior. That's the unwritten rule. The protagonist remembers that in his previous life, chaos exploded after Erdirius appeared. Erdirius claimed his master had given him Requiem before dying, and that drew challengers from everywhere who wanted his place among the great warriors. Around that same time, Ned became wanted for stealing the Black Dragon's heart, making the whole region even more unstable. Princess Altair says that a mysterious man carrying Requiem, John Howell's legendary sword, is claiming to be the Blademaster's final disciple. If that's true, then this is extremely urgent. She adds that John Howell matters a lot to the leader of the Demon Lord worshippers, since she's one of the few people who could stop his plans. John Howell, also called the Sorceress Elva and the White Queen, is rumored to really be the White Dragon. She's also the one who passed down ancient Median magic, which people thought was lost. Elise is stunned. She's never heard of a dragon taking a disciple before, and she can't believe that kind of magic came back. She also says the princess really has a way of drawing in rare things. Daryl gets stuck on the name John, thinking it sounds like a man's name. Kiara says names can be misleading. It could come from a sword style or just be fake. Still, the bigger shock is that this supposed master is a dragon disciple. Edwin brings up an old story saying the white dragon was killed by the black dragon 1,000 years ago. Altair corrects him. The white dragon wasn't killed, only sealed, and every 100 years it sends out a body to train a new disciple. She adds that her master's last incarnation vanished 6 years ago when its time ran out, so it makes no sense for this new disciple to have trained under her after that. Kiara guesses the man could just be lying, but Altair already knows Erdirius really is her master's disciple, thanks to Zephyr. She can't say that out loud though. Too many questions would follow, especially since only she and Ned know about the future, so she chooses to steer the talk carefully. Philip Pilgrim shifts to the real problem, the sword. If Requiem were fake, this wouldn't be such a big deal, but if it's real, they can't let it end up with the Demon Lord worshippers. He asks why Erdirius would enter the marriage tournament when the duel was public and impossible to hide. Then he wonders if the sword might be a copy. Zephyr says the timing is what bothers him. Altair asks him to explain. MC says the Demon Lord worshippers have taken one loss after another. They failed to get the Dragon Heart, and they also lost Olden and the Twin Knights. Even so, they gained Matthias, a close aid of the Holy One, which gives them a way into the Third Parish. He adds that they also left behind clues to make the Demon Lord worshippers suspect each other. There were signs of Olden's demon form, burn marks from lightning tied to Dragon King martial arts, hints that one of Jinrang's disciples was there, and even a rare poison that shouldn't have appeared. Put together, it points inward. His guess is that Jinrang the Holy One and the agent called Tarantula joined hands and took out Olden. So why would the Demon Lord worshippers make a move this reckless when their whole group could crack apart? The protagonist says anyone blamed for betrayal would have to look outside the group to clear their name. Once that happens, they'll realize Ned can't be behind everything alone. Lucius will probably take most of the blame first, but the sharper ones will start thinking about a hidden mastermind. Someone in the shadows using both Ned and the Holy One like pieces on a board. Altair understands what he's implying. Sooner or later, that suspicion could turn toward her. Philip Pilgrim asks if Zephyr means this could all be a trap. Real sword or not meant to drag Altair down. MC says yes. Erdirius showed up far too neatly, and that makes a trip to Lindal dangerous for Altair. Then they move on to how to test the sword. Altair says Requiem is supposed to react to Dragon Hearts. If he touches it, he may be able to tell whether it's real. He agrees to leave for Lindal right away. If the sword is genuine, he'll take it. If this is a trap, he'll deal with that too. He reaches Lindal before sunset. Erdirius is already there, clearly expecting the princess. Instead, he asks who Zephyr is. The protagonist figures the head of the Demon Lord worshippers has probably heard about Erdirius by now, but won't move yet. Even with his worries about the Blade Master, he doesn't expect big trouble for another 2 years. And he didn't come just because Erdirius made a name for himself. He has another goal. One of the girls notices MC and challenges him, backing Erdirius's victory and telling him to speak up. Before it turns into a bigger scene, Erdirius steps in. Grinning, he says his master told him he'd meet interesting warriors here and he's amused he found one this fast. Then Erdirius suggests they take the fight somewhere else. Zephyr agrees but tells him to listen closely. Inwardly, he's annoyed by Erdirius's attitude, like he expects people to trail after him like pets. Then he activates Dragon Tongue, and Erdirius suddenly loses control of his body and drops to the ground. He's completely baffled. Zephyr says nothing and simply walks off. The girls panic, unsure what to do next. One of them points out that Erdirius was just taken away, and whatever the protagonist used was strange and incredibly strong. Nina says they should go help him. MC looks seriously dangerous. A nun sent from the Sky Temple to the Baron family stops them. She says there's no need because Erdirius can handle it himself, and they should stay out of it. She remembers when Erdirius first came to the fortress. He was sitting alone on a ledge when Nina joined him. She said a month had already passed, apologized for keeping him there, and urged him to go meet Princess Altair like his master wanted. Erdirius said he'd do it later. He couldn't leave while monsters were still threatening the area. Nina remembers how he saved the fortress by himself during a huge monster wave. He's rough, but his heart is in the right place. The sister teases that Nina might be starting to like him. Then she goes on. Erdirius barely cared about rest, food, or sleep. In the end, he charged alone into the boss monster's den and killed it a week later. He drew it out, toyed with it, and fought like someone possessed, wild and non-stop. Over the next 6 months, Erdirius cleared monsters from 3 nearby regions. Baron Rixia thanked him for protecting the land and couldn't believe someone only 18 was that strong. Even knowing Erdirius wanted to marry Princess Altair, he offered his own daughter instead, and promised a good reward. Erdirius turned him down politely, saying he had to go to the princess, but the Baron pushed for his daughter to go with him. The sister agrees with that plan. Erdirius is reckless, and cares only about fighting, and she warns that he hates being interrupted in the middle of battle. When Nina asks what they should do, the sister says they can follow from afar and watch in secret. Outside, Zephyr sits calmly with tea while Erdirius lies tied up on the ground. But Erdirius soon breaks free and proudly yells that he's loose. He is mildly impressed. A basic dragon tongue usually takes knights at least 30 minutes to break, but Erdirius did it in 12. That tells him he's carrying something powerful. Erdirius didn't expect a human to use such high-level dragon magic, and the feeling reminds him of his master. He starts wondering what the protagonist really is. A dragon servant maybe, or someone with a dragon heart. Then he uses Cradle of the Earth, a rare white dragon skill that lets him store items underground. After that, Erdirius decides it doesn't matter. His master warned him never to hold back against people like Zephyr. He gives his name properly, a disciple of Blade Master John Howell. MC can already see why he stands above most fighters. Huge talent, top training, and a legendary item. That item is the Silver Lion Mithril Armor, made from the white dragon's bones. It blocks many debuffs and resists heat, cold, poison, curses, and even the weakening effects of dragon skills. That's how Erdirius has lasted through so many brutal fights and even battled dragons without having a dragon heart. Zephyr notes he's already wearing it, judges his level, and pulls out his own weapon with a silver key. It's Graham, a famous dragon-slaying sword forged 1,000 years ago. He says it was only recently stained with dragon blood. He also makes it clear that he has a dragon heart in his chest. To test Erdirius, the protagonist pours water into a glass and sets the terms. If even one drop spills during the fight, Erdirius wins, and Zephyr will hand over both Graham and his dragon heart. Erdirius asks if that means MC wants Requiem in return, but he says no. If Erdirius wins, he can keep it. He only wants the right to give him a nickname, something like Whitey Baddock, or just Mutt. As the duel starts, the protagonist mocks him for crawling after him for 12 whole minutes under dragon tongue, saying Mutt is already kinder than he deserves for being that slow. Then they clash. MC attacks first, and Erdirius blocks it. Erdirius answers with confidence. If he loses, he'll gladly become his lapdog. Both of them start going all out. Erdirius quickly realizes Zephyr is the real deal, especially when he sees him swing that huge sword so easily with one hand. Wanting to test himself, he activates Lion's Roar, a special power from the Overlion Mithril Armor. His defense jumps up and he charges hard, but the protagonist answers right away. The counter hits so hard it blasts Erdirius away. Watching nearby, his girls and an old man think the same thing. Erdirius has gotten even stronger since they last saw him. A moment later, Erdirius leaps up and dives straight at Zephyr, his sword crackling with power. MC calmly blocks it, and that only thrills Erdirius more. To him, this is finally a real fight. Then he suddenly uses Dark Hand, catching Erdirius in midair and smashing him into the ground. Erdirius is stunned. He can't even move, like some unseen force is pinning down his whole body. The protagonist stays calm, still holding the glass of water. Erdirius now realizes the protagonist used Dragon's Way, a power drawn from an absorbed dragon heart. That skill lets the user call up the dragon's former image and borrow its powers and traits. Using telekinesis, MC keeps him pinned while thinking back on the future. In his past life, Erdirius became the strongest of the 10 great warriors, which made him someone Zephyr always planned to test and recruit if possible. After seeing where Erdirius is now, he realizes he still had a lot more room to grow. He remembers exactly what caused that jump in power. That thought also relieves him. If he'd left Lindal Fortress out of boredom, they might never have met again. Back then, the protagonist couldn't have held Erdirius down. This time he can. For MC, Erdirius is the first real powerhouse he's faced since leaving his master. He sees huge promise in him, and decides that this time he won't rise alone. Erdirius will fight at his side. When the duel ends, he declares his win, tells him to accept him as master, and sticks him with the nickname Mutt. Then the story jumps back 6 years. A gray-haired woman, Princess Altair's teacher, grabs her arm and says her time is almost up. Calling Altair her dear student, she tells her she's taught all she can. Even if her teaching isn't fully complete, she believes Altair will finish the magic on her own. More than anything, she urges her to defeat the leader of the Demon Lord worshippers. After spending 25 years in that body, the teacher looks back on a long path filled with mistakes and gifted students. Some gave up and some fell to corruption, but Altair never broke. Proud of her last student, the teacher believes she'll keep fighting and give the world hope. Quietly, she wishes she could have healed Altair's heart completely, and hopes someone will stand beside her when she meets her original self again. As her body starts to fade, she suddenly feels that something is off. Instead of returning in peace, her spirit is dragged somewhere else like it's caught in a trap. Confused and struggling even in spirit form, she ends up in a strange, dusty place. Too weak to resist, she gets stuck inside the body of a tiny lizard, and a young orphan boy catches her. That boy is Erdirius. He casually wonders whether to grill or boil her, having no clue who she really is. The dragon spirit is horrified at the thought of getting eaten by a child. Back in the present, Erdirius explains how he became the Blade Master's student. She taught him swordsmanship until her body vanished about 6 months earlier. Before leaving, she gave him a sword and armor, and told him to help Princess Altair. Now Erdirius, especially serious when a bet is involved, swears loyalty and says he'll do whatever Zephyr asks. The protagonist is satisfied. Erdirius used to be wild, but now he shows restraint and discipline, and the protagonist sees that as the natural result of what he's been through. Training alone under a dragon master couldn't have been easy for someone who lives for battle. Meanwhile, the battered Erdirius thinks about how boring fights have been since he left his master. Bandits, knights, even boss monsters. None of them pushed him. He started wondering if combat had anything more to offer, and where he could ever feel that thrill again. Meeting Zephyr feels like the answer. Erdirius can tell MC still hasn't shown everything, and he's dying to learn what he's hiding. Someday he wants a rematch, and next time he plans to win. But he knows a warrior like him is like a dog. You can't just teach him to bite when told. With a joke, the protagonist asks if he wants treats too. Erdurius eagerly says yes and promises he'll have the energy for anything. Hearing that, Zephyr beckons him closer, then flicks him so hard that his forehead dents in an instant. The blow launches Erdurius into a wall with a huge crash. MC then calmly reminds him to keep his distance and not forget that his master, the White Dragon, won't be returning to the physical world anytime soon. Her last wish was for him to protect the princess, so Zephyr asks if risking his life in a duel really honors that request. Erdurius annoys him, but he did win the marriage tournament, which gives him some right to speak. He doesn't plan to send him away, but he does decide to keep an eye on him. Erdurius accepts that and thanks him. The protagonist casually gathers mana in his hand and says he'll need a safety measure, just in case. 2 days later, at the third parish of the Temple of Light, while spying, Ned notices something disturbing. The knights may belong to different groups, but officially, they're all temple knights. Using a potion of true sight that reveals the marks of demon lord worshippers, he discovers many of them have already been corrupted. Ophelia says the worshippers have likely slipped into these units, or maybe even taken them over. For now, they're just showing their strength. Since they're still hiding under the temple's name, they won't launch a full assault without a good excuse, like solid proof that Cardinal Olden was murdered, or that the dragon heart was stolen. Until then, they'll wait for the right moment to strike. That's why Zephyr said timing was everything. And for now, the enemy still lacks its excuse. Ned and Ophelia came to scout the area and contact Lucius, who's still locked down. They were picked because they're fast and hard to detect, but there's one awkward problem. Because of the power in the bands they're wearing, they have to hold hands. The Elfin Queen gave them those bracelets before they left the Great Elfin Forest. She explained that holding hands while wearing them triggers a shared stealth effect, so they have no choice but to use it. Neither of them likes it, but Altair reminds them they already agreed. She also says their mission includes stopping dangerous wildcards from interfering, people like the Smiling Woman. Since Ophelia is the only one who can recognize her, she has to be there. At the same time, the third parish is getting ready for invasion. With enchanted tools, they've laid traps and hidden tombs, turning the whole place into a dungeon. Ned helped Lucius build those traps so he knows where everything is and how it works. Altair knew the two would work best together, so she pushed them to keep holding hands and stay hidden. That idea left both of them deeply uncomfortable. Earlier, after the dragon raid ended, Altair told the Danakil and Magic Tower members to stay in the forest a little longer. She also had the healers help with recovery. Milia was nervous about that order. She wanted Altair to recommend her thesis, so the delay bothered her. Daisy tried to calm her down, saying being close to the Elven Princess could help her career. Milia quickly saw the opportunity. She also remembered Altair asking them to make a special tool for the Ice Dragon raid. Seeing her chance to stand out, Daisy eagerly shared her plans and designs, hoping to prove herself to Her Highness. To make that happen, she needed Milia's help, so she started trying to win her over. After that, the rest of the party was sent to the third parish. Back at camp, Zephyr makes Erdurius cut onions. He does it by turning on the training mode in the silver helmet, a gift from the White Dragon with a hidden function activated by Dragon Tongue. Annoyed, Erdurius curses the White Dragon for leaving that setting on. Now he's forced to chop onions. Nearby, MC controls the training mode through the lion mark on the helmet and keeps Erdurius occupied from a distance, which gives him time to rest. Still, Zephyr knows Erdurius isn't here only because he loves fighting. He senses something greater in him. Within a few years, another talent will awaken and change his future. More people depend on him than he knows. In his past life, they failed, and even though Erdurius gave everything, he still couldn't save everyone. The protagonist knows that if Erdurius ever goes astray, the result could be terrible. If he has to, he's ready to kill him. At the same time, Zephyr prepares food for his new guests, guessing they've nearly reached the third parish. But before he goes there himself, he has another serious problem to solve. The reason he couldn't use the Sword of Light against Black Moon. If low stats were really the cause, then he shouldn't have been able to use that power against the worshipper's leader, or deal with the strange secrecy pact tied to him. Looking at the silver key in his hand, MC realizes he has to learn the truth before entering the Temple of Light. Sometime later, he forges 2 strong weapons, and Erdurius is instantly thrilled. Seeing that reaction, the protagonist asks if he can use anything besides a sword. Erdurius excitedly says yes, thinking it's a gift until the hammer and axe slam into him with crushing weight. That knocks him flat, and Zephyr notices the axe suits him better, so he hands it over and orders him to chop down a tree and carve a cute squirrel into it. Erdurius is clearly irritated, but MC keeps pushing, saying the others managed it just fine and hinting that maybe Erdurius just lacks mana control. That hits his pride, and Erdurius shouts that he can absolutely do it. Zephyr immediately sets a time limit. Finish it within a few hours, and don't leave the castle grounds. To make sure of that, he uses the silver helmet to lock Erdurius inside a set area. Though stunned, Erdurius obeys and rushes off to start. He then goes back to his own task and activates the silver key, ready to see what it shows him. Meanwhile, Ned and Ophelia move through the shadows. The parish is enormous, more like a fortress, and it has enough food to hold out even if sealed shut. This time, even carrier pigeons are blocked so the Smiling Woman and the Demon Lord worshippers can't get news from inside. But the sewer system is still a weak spot. It can't be sealed completely, and Ned knows that's the most likely way in. At a graded entrance, he uses a magic tool called the Labyrinth Maker, which twists space so only people who make the right choice can pass. Its location is hidden by magic too. He reminds Ophelia of the trick he taught her earlier. Then the two of them start dancing to open the path. It looks weird, but the ritual is the only way in. Red-faced, they work through the steps, and Ophelia mutters that only a crazy person would make an entrance like this. Each dance unlocks another layer of the magic seal. But then they reach the ballroom part, and Ophelia steps on Ned's foot. That mistake breaks the condition they needed to meet. The path spits them out at once, so they have to start all over. At the same time, inside the main building, Lucius looks out the window. Then someone slips behind him and presses a knife to his head. Even with the blade on him, Lucius stays calm. He's more shocked that anyone got through the tight security. With a slight smile, he turns a little, curious about what the intruder wants. The person calls it a robbery, but Lucius calmly says there's nothing left to take. He whirls around to catch the intruder, only to find his wife joking with him. The threat vanishes, and the two share a playful, flirty moment. Later, after some time alone together, they sit down to eat. The Holy One is relieved to enjoy a quiet family meal again. For Lucius, it almost feels like a holiday, a rare break. Since he wiped out the demon worshippers in the parish, nearly half the senior priests are gone. The raid also cost many temple knights, leaving too few skilled people for key jobs. With all that pressure, this calm time with his family feels precious. He knows harder fights are coming, and when they do, moments like this may disappear. That thought tightens his chest. He remembers a holy priest from the central parish saying that if he clears the abominable princess dungeon and reports the results, the temple might free the woman he brought from the Twilight Mansion. Until then, she has to stay locked in the third parish. The priest even called that generous, since temple law says she should be in the underground prison. Lucius doesn't know what to make of it. A woman who spent 100 years in a dungeon and holds strange powers might not even be human. Even so, he knows her freedom depends on the priest in charge and the Inquisition's vote. That's why he's thinking about clearing the princess's tomb. It may be his only way to sway the one in charge. Still, he doesn't trust the temple to release his wife that easily. He also fears some people high in the temple secretly serve the demon lord and would vote against her. Worse, if this fails, she could suffer something far more terrible. For Lucius, keeping her safe comes first. Just as she's about to return to confinement, she suddenly passes out. The sight catches him completely off guard. The Holy One quickly guesses it's sleeping gas and throws up a barrier around himself. The shield blocks more of the gas, but he still has to find whoever attacked. To his surprise, the intruder doesn't hide at all. It's Fade, already sitting beside him. He's even smoking like this is nothing. Lucius never noticed him come in. Even sitting there so casually, Fade leaves no opening. Lucius also notices a tattoo on his arm, the mark of the legendary Assassin Guild. That makes him uneasy. If Fade really belongs to that guild, then he's likely deadly with both blades and poison. The toxins may not do much to Lucius, but they clearly work on his wife and son. What bothers him most is the sleeping gas. A real assassin would likely use poison, take them hostage, and demand something for the cure. Fade's timing, confidence, and actions don't fit. Lucius starts to think this is a test, maybe even a riddle with a hidden point. He wonders if his father sent this man. Fade confirms it, hinting that Lucius is thinking clearly, just as he should. Lucius's father is Duke Cesare, head of the Cayenne Kingdom's Eastern Alliance. His lands are famous for hosting powerful guests, and rumors say even royals from fallen kingdoms and assassins stay there. Fade says the Duke sent him to check on his son. He explains that he slipped into the temple a week ago, studied the situation, and even made the priest talk with truth serum. He also confirmed whether Lucius had the worm. That catches Lucius by surprise, but he quickly uses the chance to send a message. He asks Fade to tell his father that he plans to repay the loss of the dragon heart by investing in the princess. Fade agrees and says Lucius's wife and son will wake up in 6 hours, so purification magic isn't needed. With that done, Fade turns serious and brings up the real reason he came. He asks about Zephyr, and Lucius is stunned that Fade knows the name. Before he can ask more, Fade cuts him off. This isn't Lucius's time to ask questions. He should worry about what happens if he answers wrong. Then Fade reveals he's poisoned the top 50 priests with a slow toxin and spread traces of it through the area. Sooner or later, they'll be forced to flee through the culvert. That alarms Lucius. The culvert connects to the sewage line, and if even one priest gets out that way, their words could spark a bigger move against him. Anyone waiting for a reason, maybe even to start a siege, would finally have one. Fade opens a small vial of antidote and says Lucius can have it, but only if he tells him everything he knows about Zephyr. The third parish culvert isn't a normal exit. A space warping barrier protects it, and only special magic lets someone enter. Getting out is much easier, and soldiers are posted there. But the real defense is hidden runestones linked by an invisible magic formation. Their job is simple: sound the alarm if anyone passes through without permission. A moment later, Lucius hears alarm after alarm, proving Fade was telling the truth. Fade warns that only 5 minutes remain and demands an answer. Even then, Lucius doesn't bend. He says his knights are already waiting in the chamber beside the culvert and can easily stop the priests. At the same time, Lucius catches an important detail. Fade offered the antidote, yet says the priests are already in the culvert. That means the poison might be removable from a distance, even without the antidote. Pouring holy light into his relic, Lucius decides that if he beats Fade now, he may still force a detox on the priests. Feeling the odds swing back his way, the Holy One demands to know who Fade really is, but Fade is already ahead of him. Without a pause, he pulls out the rosaries of Lucius's knights and calmly says they've all been put to sleep, and in the knights' waiting room, they're already out cold, trapped in their own dreams. Back in the chamber, Fade draws his blade and aims it at Lucius, saying the only one in trouble here is Lucius, whether he chooses to fight or stall. But before he can finish, someone slams him from behind with a thunderous slap. It's Ned. Fade staggers in shock. He was on guard, yet this man still landed a hit. For a second he thinks Lucius set up a trick, but Lucius looks just as surprised, so that can't be it. Fade's head spins, and a strange smell hangs in the air. While he watched the room, something unfamiliar slipped past his senses. It was Ned's mist bracelet, an artifact with incredibly strong stealth, even when only one half is worn. Fade grows more uneasy as he watches Ned's stance. Ned is hiding his weapon on purpose, making his next move hard to read. Ned, meanwhile, sticks to hit-and-run attacks. He knows getting stuck in close combat with a poison user like Fade is too risky. Then Fade pulls out his whip sword. He lashes it around wildly. The blade is coated in poison, and the strikes sweep across the whole room with no room for mistakes. Even so, Ned dodges every blow. As he moves, Ned remembers what Zephyr told him about Fade, that if he ever got the chance, he should try to recruit him. The idea still makes Ned uneasy, but the protagonist said Ned is perfect for it. Fade respects strength and nothing else, so if Ned beats him, there's a good chance he'll join them. He also warned him that Fade uses poison. One of those toxins boosts Fade's physical power, and the effect changes depending on the type and dose. Still, even at full power, it shouldn't surpass Ned's strength. Ned knows Zephyr is making him do something absurd again, but he understands the reason. MC trusts him for more than just brute force. Ned is also the only one who can break stealth magic. On top of that, he carries the Elf Queen's blessing, making him especially suited for this fight. Seeing Ned, Lucius finally relaxes a little. If Ned is here, then the dragon raid must have succeeded too. With that, Lucius knows what he has to do next. Across from him, Fade faces Ned, still trying to understand what just happened. He can't figure out how his stealth got broken, and the force Ned hit him with feels strangely familiar. Meanwhile, in the culverts, Ophelia knocks out the poisoned priests and is glad she stayed near the entrance, especially since she stepped on Ned's foot 12 times during that dance. But Ned has been inside for an hour now, and she knows it's time to go after him. To get ready, she uses a magic seed the elves gave her. When she pours water on it, the seed grows into a huge tree-like root creature. Once it's formed, she orders it to guard the entrance and rushes inside. She's worried Ned may need backup. Elsewhere in the angel room, Mercedes hears loud crashing from the main hall. She runs over and finds Zephyr already there. Caught off guard, she demands to know why he suddenly showed up. He brushes it off and casually says he's just making some upgrades. Then without waiting, he starts smashing furniture and decorations with his axe. Mercedes is left stunned. Then she starts shouting at him to stop, saying those things are valuable and can't be replaced. Zephyr, clearly annoyed, says he'll replace everything with better stuff when he's finished. Then he lifts his axe again and the old turtle-shaped clock suddenly rings out. The protagonist stops and mutters that the time is up. Then he holds out a big marinated rack of blue dragon ribs, made from his grandfather's recipe. He explains the meat was treated with a special toxin, since a normal blade can't even cut it. He says the poison was called venom spear, and he purified it with black moonstone so it wouldn't be harmful. After that, he sealed the cleaned venom in a jar as a liquid. To cook it, he used a weak dragon breath flame, and roasted the ribs slowly until they turned perfectly tender, a true rare dish. For a second, even Mercedes is tempted by the smell. Still, she quickly warns herself this could be part of his game. She pretends not to care and tells Zephyr the room is his. He can cook, wreck things, or enjoy himself. But she warns him that causing a mess won't help him at all. To her, this is pointless. MC stays calm, starts cutting the meat, and offers her some. Mercedes is still upset, but the taste wins her over. As she bites in, he casually asks how it is. Then his voice suddenly changes. He clamps a hand over her mouth, calls them untrustworthy, and demands the truth. He's furious. He thought the sword of light was meant for him, but right when he was about to use it, they told him he couldn't. Mercedes says they have no idea what he means. Zephyr doesn't buy it. He throws her down and says, if this is how they want to play, then he'll do whatever he wants. Without a pause, he drops onto the throne and says he's done being a tool. From now on, he'll relax, eat, and let the gods watch. If they want something, they can pay more. Then he tells the angel to get out. Mercedes is outraged. She can't believe a human would talk to them like this and act with such nerve. Just as she's about to strike back, two glowing letters fall from above and land in front of them. She's shocked the gods actually answered his outburst. Turning to Zephyr, she congratulates him and says he got what he wanted. The protagonist looks confused, so she explains, these are sealed letters from the gods, each carrying an answer and a reward, but he may only open one. The moment he chooses, the other disappears. They came from the god of light and the god of sky, and now Zephyr has to pick. Back in the third parish, Ned and Fade keep trading precise strikes. Fade already questioned Nun Rose. Under torture, she said MC used a strange style she'd never seen. Injected poison with a needle, and was last seen following the Saints' raid party. That was all she knew, so Fade is sure the man in front of him is Ned, and the silver-haired one must be him. Even so, Ned's movements bother him. They seem to hint at who he really is. As their blades meet, Fade asks how he learned so fast and what he was doing 4 years ago. He suspects Ned trained in Eastern martial arts, maybe even worked as an assassin. That thought distracts Ned for a second. He strikes, Fade blocks, then fires off a storm of poison needles. Ned shuts them all down at once, but Fade follows with poison smoke. Ned reacts first and blows it away with a sharp clap that sends out a shockwave, catching Fade off guard. Only then does he notice that during the fight, Lucius slipped out through the door. Fade realizes Ned exposed himself just to buy time for the Holy One to escape. Still, he thinks Lucius was a fool not to stay and help. Ned, on the other hand, trusts Lucius. His speed and healing aren't great for this fight, but they're perfect for protecting his wife and child. He also knows beating Fade will take a special skill, but its conditions are too hard to trigger in a one-on-one battle. For now, he just needs to stall until backup comes. While they fight, Ned tries talking to him. He asks if Fade wants revenge on the man using dragon arts or on their former master. Then Ned reveals that 4 years ago he was also kept in isolation for training. After being betrayed by the people he trusted, he joined the Saints' side against the Worshipper's master. He points out that their goals may be the same and suggests they work together. Fade doesn't trust him. He says the one who was truly tricked was him, by Zephyr. In Fade's eyes, the protagonist cares about nothing and throws people away once they're no longer useful. He remembers MC joining a group of Eastern martial artists 4 years ago, then betraying them and getting their whole guild wiped out. Since then, Fade has chased every rumor he could, always trying to find Zephyr and always missing him, until now. This is his first real lead, and he won't let it go. Knowing Ned is stalling for help, he swears he'll capture and torture him for answers. With that, Fade forms a dragon-shaped sword in his hand and declares that killing traitors is still his final duty as an assassin. The weapon's strange energy shocks Ned. It feels crushing, making him dizzy and unsteady. Fade suddenly rushes him, but Ned's mind slips to the past. He's felt this same energy before from a corrupted monster that poisoned its victim's thoughts, a living weapon used by the Demon Lord's cult. That old fear comes back at once, but right before Fade can land his attack, a strong kick slams him into the ground. He's stunned, especially when he sees the blow came from the woman beside him. Even worse for him, she got close without him noticing. A second later, she lets out a sharp scream and he freezes on the spot. At first, he thinks the scream did it, but then he understands. She's one of his kind. Right then, Lucius returns with his priests. Together, they pin Fade down with chains. That leaves the final step to Ned. As he walks up, he remembers when the Elf Queen gave him a rare spell. She warned him it was dangerous, something humans once wanted, but she refused to hand over. The spell needed both eye contact and physical contact with the target for 30 seconds, and she made him promise never to misuse it. She said this power was meant to help him gain an ally, someone important to saving mankind. Keeping that in mind, Ned grips Fade's shoulder and starts the spell. About a month earlier, while Zephyr was getting ready for the dragon raid, there was a small hut Olden's infected followers used to pass messages between him and the others. Olden wasn't the strongest apostle in battle, but he was great at gathering information. He had contact points all over the country and even climbed high in the demon cult through politics. But that's all in the past now. Now, inside that same hut, dead demon cultists are scattered across the floor, and a smiling woman walks in, calmly stepping over and crushing the bodies. She's looking for Olden, but the hut already tells her the truth. After his death, the cult fell into chaos, so there's no point checking the other contact points. She starts to think the nobles who suddenly got sick and shut themselves away may be hiding something. Her master's warning comes back to her. Before sending her out, he told her not to trust anyone outside their sect, not even the cult, because everyone else lives by lies. He ordered her to investigate everything herself and kill any traitors she found. Back then, he also gave her his hairpin so others would know she carried his authority. She accepted it and quietly vowed not to shame the Dragon King's style. Now, as the succeeding disciple, her first duty is obvious: save her master, who was imprisoned for no fair reason. But her master said helping him escape would only make him look guilty, so he ordered her to deal with the traitors first. Before she left, he added that some disciples searching for his lost brother might be returning soon, and they could bring good news. Later, while looking at his old pocket watch, she realizes that after losing her memory, the only things she still remembers are her name and the gift from her brother. She also quietly thanks her master for keeping his promise, and gets ready to begin her mission. This changes everything. Her top priority shifts. She has to find this new factor, and either control it or destroy it to make sure she wins. Her master's place, and maybe even his life, may depend on it. She'll do whatever it takes to protect him. Meanwhile, outside the third parish's main building, Ned tells Fade that the Master of the East trained 2 official succeeding disciples, but also raised several secret shadow disciples as backup. One of them was said to be like Zephyr, or like Ned himself, and may have used poison or face-changing techniques. That's what Ned chooses to tell Fade, since Fade still doesn't fully understand what's going on. He adds that all of the Master's shadow disciples were taught poison arts. What troubles Ned is that the poison used by Fade and him looks like one he saw 8 years ago from his own brother, who was later caught by the master and punished for a full month. Their master only values martial arts, so Ned never heard much about that poison before. From Ned's explanation, Fade starts to think the person they're talking about may be the same one who guided him 8 years ago. Ned is still confused inside. His master taught him Eastern arts like needle techniques and acupoint blocking, so why is Fade using them as an assassin? The style is clearly deadly, and Fade keeps feeling more dangerous. Still, there is one good sign. He's sharing information and seems willing to help with the siege. Then Ned notices something that catches him by surprise. Ned notices the red mark on Fade's face has spread since the last time he saw him. For the next few days, everything around the castle stalls. The army outside doesn't make a move. Ophelia keeps watch all day, but she sees no sign of a real siege starting. The enemy seems inactive, aside from drilling their troops. At the same time, Lucius takes advantage of everyone focusing on the Blue Dragon raid and starts setting up a second strike, the Ice Dragon raid. Still, something feels off on both sides. Lucius senses a gap in his own plan, and the enemy seems to have one too. It's like both armies are waiting until they hit their limit. Then the stalemate suddenly ends when a strange figure appears outside the gate. Every soldier and commander turns to look. The moment Lucius sees the person, he loses his calm. He can't believe what he's seeing. It's Matthias Grimmer, the old Inquisitor of the Third Parish and former Vanguard captain from the raid. The mages outside know him too. To them, he's Lucius's old subordinate, the one kicked out of St. Candidacy early and mocked as Lucius's leftover dog. While the others react to Matthias, Lucius stays locked in shock. He saw Matthias turn into a demon, killed him himself, and watched the body burn to ash. Ophelia figures it out right away. This is a setup, an illusion made by someone who knows their past and knows Matthias's body was never found. She traces it to Jin Rang, the master of the East, who trained that weapon into an expert of disguise and deceit. That means this is the smiling woman. Ophelia understands the trick, but she still finds it odd they used Matthias as bait. Even so, the goal is obvious. Pull attention, confuse everyone, and dump the blame elsewhere. Then fake Matthias starts telling his story. He says he and others joined the first raid, only to be abandoned after learning Lucius's so-called scheme. According to him, Lucius planned to cheat his backers, steal the dragon's heart, and keep the money. He also claims Lucius worked with Ned, calling him a demon worshipper. After that, Matthias openly charges Lucius with blasphemy, putting him in direct danger. Ned is just as shaken. Matthias looks exactly like his older sister, and he can't understand how she could call him a demon lord worshipper in front of everyone. He remembers Zephyr saying she lost her memories as a child and doesn't even know his name anymore. One member of the waiting group takes interest in the accusation. He seems amused by it, but points out that a senior inquisitor still has no power to arrest the Holy One, who stands far above him. He explains that formal charges only count if 3 high priests approve them. Then he removes his mask. Benjamin reveals that 3 qualified priests are already here, and warns that if the charge is fake, the accuser will die at once for insulting the Holy One. Next, he activates a hero-grade holy relic called Themis's Judgment. It's an old kingdom tool once used in trials. If someone lies, it fires an arrow at them, and it can do that 3 times a day. Holding up the relic, Benjamin orders everyone to testify and says the angel is watching. He points it at Matthias and asks about the charge that the Holy One worked with demon worshippers. The smiling woman remembers that this relic once belonged to the old Inquisitor Themis, who blinded herself to stay fair, and judged lies by sound alone. The relic reads tiny signs, heartbeat, breathing, and shaking in the voice to sense fear and dishonesty. But the smiling woman can control her muscles and fake emotion deep down, so she's sure even a holy relic won't catch her. As Matthias, she confirms the accusation. No arrow fires, which means the relic accepted the statement as true. Cornwall, a first-class inspector from the Temple of Light's Financial Council, accepts that result and approves the charge. Benjamin, a senior member of the Vatican's Holy Relic team, gives his approval too. The smiling woman quietly thinks about how ridiculous all this is. If accusing the Holy One is blasphemy, then surrounding him and threatening him should be too. To her, this crowd has traded faith for money, shameless people waiting for someone else to open the temple for them. She wonders if she's only glad to be here, then mentally ties the name Matthias to a burning stake beneath the Holy One's title. Her thoughts turn even darker, and she starts thinking it may be easier to burn everything down. Then Matthias asks Gertrude where she stands. Gertrude doesn't really care about money lost because of the Holy One. The only thing that matters to her is whether Olden is alive. Right as she's about to answer, lightning cuts in. Ophelia steps forward, stunned that anyone is even listening to these claims. Gertrude recognizes her at once. Ophelia, one of the 10 great warriors and a known guard of Princess. Cornwall also notices the man beside her, and his face feels strangely familiar. Ophelia asks Benjamin how trustworthy Themis' judgment really is. He answers without doubt. It's completely accurate. She pushes back at once. What if someone gives false testimony under hypnosis or mental control? Even if they sound sure, the belief itself could be fake. Pointing to Ned, she says he was sent by Princess Altair herself to support the Holy One. She calls him her servant, and says he slept beside her horses in the stable for 12 years. To her, that proves his loyalty. Then she accuses the fake Matthias of lying and twisting the situation, and right then the disguise starts to break. The lightning burns the outer clothes and disrupts her mana flow, exposing the real body underneath. The crowd realizes this isn't Matthias at all. It's a disguised woman. Exposed, the impersonator admits Ophelia has ruined her plan again, making this the second time. She turns to Ned and calls him a traitor, swearing he'll die before the day is over. Then she and her two men pull out the Hypnos ocarina and start to play. At once, a huge corrupted monster rises from the ground. Ned quickly recognizes it as a Shoggoth, but something is wrong. The tune needed to control it is much longer than normal, which means the creature has evolved. This isn't an ordinary Shoggoth anymore, it's a Basilikos. Now fully back in her real female form, the impersonator readies herself and asks if they're prepared. She declares that the Song of Swords and Screams is about to begin. Cornwall is hit by fear at once. He knows the Basilikos cry spreads across the field and causes terrible dizziness in anyone without magic protection. A nearby soldier tells him the mercenaries will open a path for retreat. Cornwall soon realizes everyone just reacted to one of the Basilikos' skills. When they try to fight back, more monsters appear. Cornwall understands right away this is a full monster assault with the Basilikos leading it. The name means Little King, and its strength fits that title. The troops begin falling back in panic, shouting for help. Benjamin watches the chaos and warns them not to scatter. He remembers that anyone who meets the Basilikos' glowing eyes turns to stone. As people start petrifying, he summons the Staff of Benevolence. Once set into the ground, it creates a purifying magic circle. More staffs resonate with it, spreading the safe zone wider. Using the barriers to hold the line, Benjamin orders everyone to focus on the monsters, then asks Cornwall to buy him time because he knows a way to kill the creature. Cornwall agrees. Benjamin leaves the front line to them. Meanwhile, Cornwall pulls out the spear servant of the goddess, the weapon they had saved to break the castle gate in Sage. When he activates it, a giant stone statue appears and attacks with its spear. It tears a huge hole through the monster's body and keeps striking without stopping. Benjamin thinks over what a Basilikos is, an evolved Shoggoth that attacks the mind. Like normal Shoggoths, it spreads fear and mental corruption until victims start hallucinating. If that corruption reaches full strength, they go berserk and attack even allies. Physical attacks don't work. Only magic or elemental damage can hurt it. Most of its abilities can be countered by a priest's purification, so the light-based attacks don't worry Benjamin much. What does worry him is one special trait reported in past battles, a second mouth on the tail. That mouth can charge a deadly spell for anywhere from 5 minutes to an hour, and if it goes off, up to 80% of the force could die. Since every Basilikos has a different tail skill, there's no easy way to predict it, so stopping that cast becomes the top priority. As the fight grows worse, Benjamin asks for a report. A priest tells him land monsters will arrive in 10 minutes and flying ones 2 minutes after that. Benjamin says they don't have time to waste and orders everyone to protect him for the next 3 minutes. He decides to use the Holy Family's golden mirror, a legend-grade holy relic. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Holy Relic management team, the mages standing by a portal mirror receive the signal that Father Benjamin has activated the golden mirror. They say it's their turn to help. To do that, they all use the Dagger of the Holy Sanctuary, a skill that draws mana from its users. They feed that power into the golden mirror and send it to Benjamin. He channels it through his relics and is nearly overwhelmed. It's far more power than he's used to, and he can barely stay upright. He remembers bringing the golden mirror as a backup for the siege. If he'd rented it like the Stake of Faith, he could use it more freely. But this relic was assigned only for siege work, so using it outside those orders could bring heavy punishment. Even so, he chooses survival over the rules. Just as he aims at the monster, Gertrude grabs him from behind. She reminds him the mirror is only cleared for use on fortress gates. Then for Olden's sake, she forcibly turns the aim toward the gate. When the blast slams into it, one of the worshipper apostles watching is pleased. The apostle is sure Gertrude's obsession with Olden will keep her following their plan. Elsewhere, another apostle says he'd rather handle the threat himself than sit around and wait. The other agrees in part, but says full war has to be the very last move. He says they need a proper reason first, formal notices, repeated talks, and clear orders from above. If they follow that process, no one can say they acted without cause, and with that justification, stronger allies will stand with them. More importantly, they won't have to worry about the kingdom's guardian, the golden dragon, turning on them. Othello says he's trying to squeeze everything useful out of the Holy One while keeping his own place safe in the spotlight. Wilhelmina simply says that's how nobles and elites always act. She reminds them the apostles are tied down by rules. They've climbed too high in the Temple of Light to throw away their power now, so she tells them to gather themselves and get ready for a second attack. Back at the battle, the interruption doesn't last long. Cornwall demands to know what Benjamin and Gertrude think they're doing. Then the pair fires a third blast from the golden mirror. At the same time, in the forest near the third parish, a golem leading Altair's group reports that the attack has started. It also says they'll reach the weakened temple barrier in 30 minutes. Elise figures the golden mirror caused it. She explains that it packs divine power, or mana, into a short burst strong enough to tear through almost anything. Princess Altair worries the barrier from the dungeon. Princess Relic may not hold much longer. Dariel says he'll provide arrow support and asks Kira to work out the coordinates. She says she needs 15 seconds. But while she starts calculating, Dariel spots something strange. He instantly tells everyone to jump on the count of 3. Even though they try to avoid the incoming slash, some of the soldiers still get hit and go down. Princess Altair can only watch it happen. When the dust clears, a voice mocks how lucky they were. The attacker steps forward. It's Jingbal Jinryong's son and the top student of the Dragon King style. He draws his weapons and says he'll send them all to hell. Back in the third parish, Ned and Ophelia team up against the smiling woman in a 2-on-1 fight. In the middle of it, Ned tries to reach her, begging her to remember that he's her little brother. She rejects that completely. To her, there's no way the person in front of her could be family. She attacks again, but Ned slips past it. Then she says he's been fooled, and if he's going to trick people, he should at least make it believable. All at once, the sound of a barrier shattering rings out. The fortress gate falls, and Ophelia quickly realizes the defenses are gone. The smiling woman understands at once and activates her electric speed skill, racing toward the temple. Ned and Ophelia run after her without delay. As they chase their leader, the Demon Lord worshipper guards start playing a flute, knowing their job is to help her no matter what. That music triggers the monster's strange mouth skill, meant to stop the priest chasing after them. The creature opens that mouth and roars a spell into the sky. A dark magic circle forms above them, and blood begins to rain down. At first, the priests freeze in confusion. Then their minds start to twist. The Cursu rain works right away. Anyone touched by it goes berserk. Even with purification barriers up, the priests can barely protect themselves. A moment later, things get even worse. The wild monsters arrive and attack everything in sight, ripping through anyone they reach. As Ned cuts through the chaos, he hears his allies screaming and realizes just how bad it's become. The Demon Lord worshippers stay safe under the flute's protection, and Ophelia is protected too. Now Ned has to choose, chase his sister or save the teammates getting overwhelmed. He remembers Zephyr's advice, taking down enemies matters, but saving allies who can still fight matters too. Numbers matter, and in moments like this, Ned has to trust his own call. So Ned tells Ophelia to go after the smiling woman since she can recognize her right away. He stays behind to deal with the monsters. He knows chasing his sister with the Queen's elf blessing might have been the better move for catching her, but the battlefield needs him here. As Ophelia closes in on Matthias, ready to strike, the monster cuts in and traps her before she can finish it. At that same instant, the smiling woman disappears and appears behind Ophelia in a flash. She starts charging Falling Thunder as she drops in for the hit, but before it lands, a poison whip snaps into her midair and stops the attack. It's Fade, showing up at exactly the right time. Seeing him, Ned realizes he isn't fighting alone anymore. He has allies he can trust, so he pours mana into his sword. He's set on carving out a path for Zephyr. With that resolve, Ned swings again and again, cutting through monsters and enemies with his electric power. While he fights, he thinks of the protagonist's dream to become Altair's king. Ned believes helping MC reach that dream will finally end this war the right way. So he charges straight into a giant monster's mouth with sword in hand. Outside in the parish, Lucius grabs a megaphone and speaks to every party member and follower of light. No one has heard his voice in 50 days, so the sudden message shocks everyone. The Holy One says he spent those days praying to Goddess Arya to place their enemies in their hands. Now he says he brings her answer. He tells them not to doubt and to honor her followers as they would a god. Those who believe will receive her blessing. Then he calls on everyone to witness a miracle. A huge beam of light falls from the sky and tears through the monster's body. When everyone looks up, they see Zephyr in dragon form. He's holding a lightning weapon. The attack came from him, blazing across the battlefield. He had finally opened the letter from the Goddess of Light, and that act starts the miracle. The other party leaders are stunned to see such a young boy holding the Sword of Light. They can hardly believe someone his age has a top-class item that can wipe away dark magic. They know this sword appears only once every few hundred years, and is given only to the chosen. Then they notice something else. With the sword in hand, Zephyr has dragon traits and gives off an aura much like the gold dragons. He thinks back to his past life. At this same point then, hardly anyone noticed him. Erdirius had taken all the attention, but looking back, staying unseen, let the protagonist move quietly, ambush enemies, and grab rare chances to grow stronger. Now he knows he could hide behind people like Lucius or Dariel again, but this time he doesn't need to. It's time to show himself to the world. A few days earlier, inside the Silver Key, Mercedes told him something important. The voice that stopped him from using the sword wasn't Arya's, because he can't hear a god's voice directly. That made him remember how he once thought he'd heard the goddess through Mercedes, even though he'd never truly heard Arya herself. Even now, he still doesn't know what her voice sounds like. Mercedes also revealed that the goddess had fully allowed him to use the Sword of Light, but the sword itself had refused him. That brings back another memory. When Mercedes said the goddess gave him the sword on one condition, he had to protect the Holy One. Only then does Zephyr finally understand everything. He realizes he can use the sword for 10 months, but once he fulfills the goddess's order and protects the Holy One, the sword will have no choice but to obey him, and 10 months is plenty of time to take what he needs. Back in the present, MC uses Dragon Tongue, forcing every human to kneel and locking the monsters in place. To everyone's shock, it works at once. Everything stops, even Ned and Ophelia are caught by it. Then, with one swing, Zephyr cuts through all the frozen monsters. The smiling woman is left stunned, unable to understand what she just saw. Then she realizes the one before her isn't the saint with the dragon heart. It's a dragonoid. Knowing that, she decides her only choice is to run. Luckily for her, the chaos Zephyr caused gives her just enough time to change her appearance. But just as she's about to escape, something hits her from behind and leaves her dizzy. It's fate again. He had been watching carefully and noticed her steal someone's cape and change her energy to copy another person, but he still tracked her. He knows it's really her, because he marked her earlier with a special poison, and its smell still gives her away. The woman silently admits to herself that his skill is rare. Meanwhile, Zephyr stays deep in thought, fully aware of how strong he's become. With the Sword of Light and the 2 dragon hearts inside him through Yggdrasil, his current output has reached 24.5 for both hearts. With power like this, he no longer needs to hide. All he has to do now is wait for the right moment to reveal who he is and take the final missing piece. In his past life, no matter how strong he got, people never truly believed in him. To them, he was beneath them because he had been a slave. That way of thinking stole important chances from him, and helped lead to his separation from Altair. Zephyr finds that bitterly ironic now. Even though he was the only one who could save them, the powerful people back then refused to accept him. Their pride kept them from letting him lead, even when working together was the only way to survive. Even so, he still chose to help them. He knew he would need numbers against the enemies ahead, and strong allies mattered no matter how they felt about him. Now he understands the Great War can't be won by just a few powerful fighters. The people need someone to rally around, and that role belongs to whoever carries the Sword of Light. Right now, that's Zephyr. The proof that he's the chosen one is in his hands, and even Lucius kneels before him, saying he's waited for this day. He says he has done what Lucius asked. Then from inside his silver key, he takes out the blue dragon's severed head, using it to expose the real problem, the corruption inside Danakil. The leaders stare at the dragon's head in total shock. That same day, Lucius's public prayer spreads across the whole continent. Word of the Chosen One reaches every land, along with letters telling nobles and officials to accept the Goddess of Light's choice. The message also confirms the dragon heart, making Zephyr's claim even stronger. After reading it, the royal court grows uneasy. It sounds a lot like overreach, maybe even theft, but once the goddess's name is attached, almost no one dares fight it. On top of that, too many people saw what happened, and no one is going to question the missing dragon heart. With all that, Lucius and the protagonist score a huge win. From here on, the protagonist stands at the center of the world's story. In reply, the people begin formal prayers to Goddess Arya, asking for her endless light and guidance. Then the story shifts to Jingan, who thinks back to when he was the most talented disciple in the Dragon King style. He was born with a gifted body and learned martial arts faster than anyone else. Even after taking the demon worshipper's worm, he kept getting stronger and gained terrifying power. With a name that means strong dragon, Jingan believes it fits him perfectly. In his mind, he's powerful and completely right. Still, he deeply resents his father, who never stops talking about going back east to take back his throne. He also sees Ned as stubborn and stupid for refusing the worm. To Jingang, everyone else is wrong. Since the world is falling apart, he thinks loyalty and pride are useless. Refusing the worm is just empty pride to him. Jingang is sure those values won't matter at the end. The only thing that will matter is demon power, power that can grow past weak human limits. He believes that's why his father cast him out of the east, and why Ned turned on him. Even so, he has no respect for Ned, and believes he alone is meant to become the true dragon. But things don't go the way he expected. Now Jinganok is trapped, pinned down by magic roots and sealing spells from Altair's group including Dariel. He can't understand how he ended up captured. Altair recognizes him at once as Ned's older brother, and she can tell he's far stronger than the rest of the family. He's already beaten dozens of Dragon King-style disciples by himself. Even so, they still manage to catch him. As Altair holds him with her dark hand and ghost magic, she calmly says he should have brought healers. Meanwhile, Kira backs everyone up with her root spell and pollen rush, handling the other demon lord worshippers who came with Jingok. Elise focuses on healing and keeps the team battle ready. Dariel's enchanted bow, boosted by Elise's support, works especially well. With the speed boost, he slows the enemy group and tears through them. As the fight nears its end, Altair tells Jingang he made a fatal mistake. He dropped his guard and gave them time to stack their buffs. In other words, his loss is his own fault. That only makes Jingang angrier, and he starts screaming at her. But before he can finish, one of Dariel's arrows hits him in the head and blows it apart. Altair watches Jingang fall. She knows he was useless as a hostage, and if he linked up with the smiling woman, he'd become a major danger. Killing him was the safest choice. Once she realizes Jinganok was here, Altair starts to think the smiling woman may be with Lucius now. The flash she saw earlier might have been Zephyr, and as that thought sinks in, a small blush creeps onto her face at the idea of seeing him soon. After that, the group checks the area, heals up, and gets ready to head for the third parish. They arrive at night and finally reunite with MC. The locals are stunned by Dariel. It's been centuries since any of them last saw an elf. Watching from afar, Cornwall gets confused when he sees Princess Altair standing so close to Zephyr, and starts wondering if they knew each other already. Fade is there too, and the moment he sees him, he knows this isn't the person he's been hunting. Seeing him hesitate, Ned offers to introduce him to the protagonist. Fade turns it down, saying he doesn't like him. That calm attitude vanishes in an instant when Kira calls his name. As she runs toward him, he disappears. Outside the parish, the 10 strongest challengers start pulling back. They know this isn't the time to face the saint, and if he really beat the twin knights, fighting him now would be pointless. Elsewhere, in a temple hallway, a knight finds Gertrude caught in a magic trap. She crazily calls for Olden, swearing she'll find him. At the 13th parish, Prince Polaris finishes reading the report and laughs, entertained by how things turned out. Curious. Now he says he wants to meet Zephyr himself. The boy has amused him so much that Polaris thinks he deserves a reward. Wanting another round, he turns to the Golden Dragon and asks if it's time to set up the next event. The next day, every force surrounding the third parish withdraws. The officials in charge of the holy relics also recover the stake of faith. At the same time, the Finance Council is pleased by a new investment tied to Zephyr. The parish defenders watch all this and get ready to report back to their clients. One major update is that the Ice Dragon raid may change now that a Dragon Slayer has arrived. Meanwhile, Gertrude and the knights who slipped into the parish to find Olden are arrested and thrown in jail while the case is investigated. The High Priestess had been worried about how to explain Olden's supposed link to demon worship, but she's surprised by how neatly everything's settled. Strangely, the people involved seem to have lost their memories, which avoids further trouble. The priest beside her says things could have become far worse if Olden's death had gotten out. He also believes the fourth parish is still scheming and only backed off for now. To the High Priestess, it almost feels finished, yet something still seems off. While Lucius is being escorted, he overhears them and confidently says this was a simple victory. Looking back, he has a point. They dealt with the smiling woman, and even an angel appeared, delivering Lucius a letter from the goddess of light herself. Before leaving, she only told him to keep praying. When the Holy One opened the letter, it said an emissary of the goddess would soon come from the haven, carrying a divine artifact. Lucius feels deeply honored by the message, and quickly assumes the emissary must be Zephyr. From that moment on, he's ready to do whatever the goddess asks. What Lucius doesn't know is that the letter is fake. MC wrote it himself after bribing an angel during the Dragon Corpse barbecue. Certain Lucius would never learn the truth. He quietly decides he'll reward that loyal faith later. Meanwhile, something more urgent happens. Fade gets a letter from Lucius's father saying he has arrived at the third parish. The Holy One is stunned, but when Fade adds that his father told him to lend his aid, the priest lights up. He knows Fade could be a huge help in the coming Ice Dragon raid. Fade agrees, though he makes one thing clear. He's helping only out of goodwill, not because he owes anyone. A little later, Zephyr approaches and asks whether the smiling woman gave Fade anything useful. He adds that if Fade knew something about the tarantula, he wouldn't have left in the middle of the night. Fade looks ready to answer, then stops. Watching this, Ned starts to think his guess was right. The real issue with the smiling woman is that his queen's blessing doesn't work on her. Even a truth serum gets nothing about the tarantula. Ned figures Fade only learned where the Dragon King's style is, which still leaves too many gaps. He also remembers how hard the tarantula are to trace, and with Jingang dead, the only ones who might know more are Master and Zephyr. At that point, the protagonist offers Fade help with his revenge. If he shares what he knows, then he warns him not to say no. In a sudden blur, MC moves right up to Fade and catches him off guard. Startled, Fade quickly agrees to hear him out. Later, the whole group gathers for a meeting, and the new member Erduro introduces himself as the wielder of the Requiem sword and a disciple of the White Dragon. He says his master sent him to help Altair, and he's here to carry out that order. The group gives him a warm welcome, and Altair suggests he train under Zephyr for now. Erdurois agrees right away. He understands the princess wants him to watch first and get a feel for the current situation, but he's still a little let down. He didn't arrive earlier, ideally during the Blue Dragon raid. He's very confident in himself and believes that if he'd been there, he might have killed the dragon with one strike through the heart. Deep down, he remembers what the White Dragon told him. When the Demon Lord comes to this world, all dragons will follow and bring ruin. So his mission was simple: kill them all before the end begins. That was what his master told him while in lizard form, which also meant he would one day have to kill the White Dragon's true form too. Erdurius knows he can't do that, so his goal changes. Instead of killing every dragon, he now wants to stop the Demon Lord from descending at all. He also realizes dragons could become powerful allies if used well, and that could make the coming war much easier. Still, he doesn't get why Altair hasn't thought of that. Then it hits him. Maybe it's fear. Maybe everyone at the table is being weighed down by that same fear, and it's clouding their thinking. Erdurius doesn't like that feeling, so he stays quiet for now, planning to watch the group and follow along until he understands more. While he's thinking, Zephyr glances at him and notices something he doesn't like. After the meeting, Elise uses Angel's Embrace, a spell that checks a person's condition. The newcomers are clearly nervous about it. Elise, though, has fun with that fear, joking that she rarely gets to examine a dragon, a veteran fighter, and an elf. That annoys Fade, but then Elise hits a surprise. Her spell can't read him at all. Around then, Altair arrives and asks about the smiling woman. Elise says they tried the Queen's blessing under every known condition, but it still wouldn't work on her. Kira guesses the woman might already have another blessing, or maybe a curse blocking it, but that idea doesn't fit. Elise says their test points somewhere else. The problem may be in the woman's brain. That catches Altair off guard. The High Priestess explains that strong healing magic can fix a fresh injury, like a severed finger, but it can't restore damage from years ago. Since the smiling woman lost her memory in the shipwreck, She likely suffered brain trauma, and now experiences the world differently. Elise adds that the woman didn't even understand she was looking straight into Ned's eyes, so the Queen's blessing was never truly triggered. That may mean she doesn't even see people as people anymore. Later, Zephyr goes to the holding cells to see her for himself. When he gets close, she looks right at him without a hint of fear. 13 years earlier, after the shipwreck, the waves carried her to an island. She woke in darkness with a sharp ringing in her ears and no memory of who she was. Terrified, she screamed. One day, crushed by pain and close to giving up, she smelled incense and the ringing suddenly stopped. Then a deep voice told her to open her eyes. When she did, a strange master healed her, and a little of her sight came back. That was how she met her mentor. She spent her days learning the Eastern tongue and meditating under him. Little by little, she found some peace. Her vision improved during meditation, but what she saw horrified her. Everyone looked like monsters. Only her own reflection still looked human. Sick of living among monsters, she wanted to find her little brother. She didn't know his face, but hoped she'd know him if they looked alike. Then one day, even though she had followed all her master's teachings, her vision changed again. Now she saw symbols and arrows floating over people, and it deeply unsettled her. Back in the present, Fade says this sounds like extreme trauma treatment, a cruel method that damages normal brain function so mana can flow naturally. It often uses poison, and most subjects die. The survivors gain warped senses. Their smell, taste, or sight can sharpen so much that their whole view of reality changes. As the smiling woman got used to those strange images, she realized the arrows were guides. By matching her face to the patterns, she learned how to change her appearance completely. She remembers how her mentor saved her, gave her value, trained her in martial arts, and even tried to find her brother. She once tried to bring him a dragon heart and failed, but her real goal is still to save him. To do that, she has to escape this cell. Zephyr reads all of this just by studying her. When she notices him staring, she assumes he's the odd one. Then she says she'll be killed if she's set free, and asks one last favor, a bath before she dies. She offers any information she has in return and begs him to help. If he won't untie her, she asks whether he'd wash her himself. Zephyr steps into the cell and tells her not to move. He gently lifts her chin, and when their eyes meet, she thinks her charm has worked. She's sure he is already caught. Seeing her as some unforgettable prize of war, he'll soon give in. She wants out badly enough to try anything, because she believes even a dragon heart bearer or the Sword of Light's wielder can't fully resist instinct. Instead, Zephyr leans in and coldly tells her to spit out the worm inside her. Right away, something rises in her throat, and she starts coughing up blood. Zephyr just watches with a faint smirk. He remembers her from before, how she once tried to play him, acting close only to use him and toss him aside. Now he crushes the squirming worm she throws up while she gasps for air. The protagonist says he could kill her now, but he won't, for her brother's sake. Her life from here on depends on how she behaves. With that, he forces her eyes open and pulls her back to awareness. A burst of light suddenly erupts from the cellar, and soon after, Zephyr walks out. Waiting outside, Altair asks if it's done. MC says he made sure she'll slowly return to normal, and her senses, maybe even her memories, should come back with time. Altair asks how long that will take. He says easing the side effects of removing the worm is the safest way. Still, he's a little surprised. He thought Altair wanted the smiling woman dead, not saved. Altair admits she did want her dead, but someone with abilities like that could still be useful. And deep down, she knows the truth. The smiling woman is Ned's sister, so she can't ignore her. Back in the cell, the smiling woman collapses unconscious. Zephyr already left a safety seal there just in case. With that handled for now, he turns to the next problem. Truthfully, he never wanted to face the smiling woman. He meant to kill her, but because she's Ned's sister, he couldn't. Even so, seeing her again stirred feelings he had to push down. What bothered him more was the question he still couldn't answer. Why do so many people keep following the demon god cult even after learning the truth? Why stay loyal to ruin? He knows he can't dwell on that. The future he's chasing depends on the memories he already has. While he stands there thinking, a sandal flies past his head. He looks up and sees Altair on the stairs with a slight smirk. She threw it on purpose. For a moment, everything around him feels unreal. There on the cold steps, they share a quiet, close moment. Zephyr thinks about how often he's been betrayed, and how he built his life in darkness with no room for trust. Then Altair appeared. She gave him honesty instead of lies and became the reason that no matter how many times life resets, he still wants to be with her. The next morning, the lockdown at the third parish ends, and the council announces a big ceremony to celebrate the raid's end. At the banquet after, Altair uses the chance to reveal her plan for the coming Ice Dragon raid. The event also displays the rewards from the princess's dungeon raid, and several powerful party members are present, giving the gathering even more weight. It's the perfect setup to draw investors, and Zephyr is honestly pleased with how well it all turned out. But that good mood vanishes the instant Polaris enters with a group of knights. He applauds, praises Altair, then turns to the protagonist, praising his performance and saying he came here just to meet him. Caught completely off guard, MC can hardly believe Polaris showed up, especially here. Polaris Albert Kayan, the first prince of the Kayan kingdom, and the youngest cardinal in the temple, is famous across Aslan. Unlike the weak second prince, Polaris is known for his brains and looks, earning the name Aslan's brightest star. Zephyr feels both uneasy and confused, seeing someone that important here, especially because Polaris is also the leader of the Demon Lord cult. Before he can respond, Lucius quickly steps in to greet him. He looks calm, but he's just as disturbed. Polaris has no good reason to be here, and Lucius silently decides he won't let the protagonist become the man's next mark. Noticing the tension, Polaris tries to smooth things over by reminding everyone he's only a priest. Then he smiles and says that if his presence bothers them, he prepared something else. With a snap of his fingers, a group of cheerful children rushes in and gathers around Zephyr. At Polaris's signal, they begin to sing together. MC is caught off guard with no clue what Polaris is trying to do. Polaris then says the children are war refugees and orphans. He took it himself. He adds that while he doesn't have much power to change the world, Zephyr stopped the recent disaster at its source. Then Polaris kneels and thanks him. The crowd answers with applause and cheers, but Altair doesn't buy it. She knows her brother too well to think he came all this way just to praise him. Polaris smoothly changes the subject and starts talking about the dungeon bubble collapse and the damage it caused across the continent. He explains that new dungeon laws were recently passed. One rule says all treasure and loot from dungeon raids must be appraised by a state-certified evaluator and reported to investors. Another says those items must be priced by current market value and economic conditions. Then to everyone's shock, he says the current market value of a black dragon heart is officially 0 gold. He goes on to say that raid items don't legally belong to the party until they're reported. If the party uses anything before that, like healing items or special loot, their value has to be paid back from the party's profits. Polaris argues that if the dragon heart is officially worth 0 gold, then using it should cost nothing, but he makes it clear that paper value and real value aren't the same. That instantly sets Lucius off. Polaris stays calm and says this wouldn't be his personal claim anyway, it would be the public's. Then he addresses the crowd. Since the dragon heart was used to carry out the goddess's will, he says no human price can measure it, so of course its value is 0. He turns back to Zephyr and praises him as someone who never cared about money, only the goddess. His words sound warm and kind, but Lucius and Altair both feel the trap under that sweet talk. Polaris keeps going, saying the protagonist saved everyone from disaster without taking a single coin, and that alone makes the dragon heart beyond price. Zephyr, though, is getting fed up with the performance. Polaris goes on, saying that the moment he heard the news, he ran to his father and asked for MC's arrest order to be undone. Next, he brings out a scroll and says that after that, he visited bishops from every parish and got all their signatures. They agreed his act was a miracle from the goddess and couldn't be judged by human law. Putting a hand on the protagonist, he says they all honor him for helping humanity and giving up so much. He adds that the bishops will fully back him with troops, supplies, and even a foundation for people in need. Lucius immediately understands this is all a setup, just not the kind he expected. The same religious excuse they used to dodge responsibility is now being used on them. Now they're being pushed to help for free. If they refuse, the dragon heart's legitimacy gets questioned. If they agree, they lose the profit. Zephyr looks at Altair, hoping she'll step in, but quickly remembers this whole scheme came from her brother. Polaris used to be the Gold Dragon's left hand. He gave up the throne, became a priest, and rose to bishop in the Gold Dragon's lands. That gives him huge power, and going against him is basically the same as defying the Golden Dragon. The investors watching all this lose heart. Realizing Polaris is steering the outcome for himself, they back out since there's no money left in it. Then Polaris moves closer to MC and says he didn't come to start another war, he came to beat him. Even with all the tension, Zephyr almost laughs. He knows this man is completely ridiculous. What Polaris is doing is a classic trick used by temple groups and nobles to crush smaller guilds and lone people. First, they cut off funding with vague reasons, and at the start, they keep their promises once or twice. After that, the delays begin. Money is still being processed, another office must approve it, and eventually the support never comes. Then soldiers end up lacking gear, and raids start failing. To stop their best members from leaving, guilds have to pay them too much. And dungeon gear, especially enchanted or special equipment, is costly. They also have to cover workers, potions, food, camp supplies, and even raid rights. For teams ranging from a dozen people to hundreds, the costs pile up fast. So when powerful people take all the profit, the party is doomed. That's exactly what Polaris is trying to do. Back in the moment, Polaris mocks Zephyr for not answering properly. He pushes the idea that if he wants to be treated as important, he has to obey the system no matter how strong he is. He even says Altair will run out of money without financial support, and because she's a princess, he will be expected to live up to that image too. Every word is meant to rile him up and drive him toward anger, hoping one reckless move will ruin him. But instead of lashing out, Zephyr calmly starts reciting an old prophecy. It tells of red smoke like blood rising from the south and spreading over the whole world. He says this will be the sign that the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse have awakened, bringing war and death everywhere. Lucius recognizes the prophecy right away. At the same time, the protagonist uses his silver key to call forth the Sword of Light. He says an angel told him, when he first received it, that he would use this blade to stop the world's destruction. Filling the sword with mana, he says the goddess gave him both the dragon heart and the sword, so he can't hand either one over. Instead, Princess Altair will decide what happens to the dragon heart. After saying that, he calmly shakes Polaris's hand and thanks him. With that, the bishop leaves. As he goes, he's thinking hard. For someone of low birth, Zephyr handled that much better than expected. Polaris starts wondering if MC plans to give the dragon heart to Altair to make her side stronger against him. That thought darkens his face. To him, he has chosen a path that will only destroy him. Polaris believes all 7 pieces of the dragon heart must be gathered and joined. Otherwise, having them means nothing. Even on his way back, he keeps thinking about Zephyr. He suspects the boy still doesn't understand how the world really works. His alliance with Altair, that strange prophecy, and how calm he stayed all bother Polaris. He doesn't buy that the protagonist is simply acting out of kindness. He even considers using a mana dedication ritual to test him. But there were too many witnesses. Still, he reminds himself that his real goal is summoning the Demon Lord. Everything else is just amusement for now. Besides, he already prepared a special gift, one he made himself. That gift is Erdirius, whom Polaris had met before. He lied to Erdirius and told him he'd found a way to reunite him with his master. Erdirius seemed to believe him and accepted a necklace from him. Later, back in the third parish, Altair and Zephyr talk about the meeting. Altair is relieved they still have the dragon heart, but she's a little surprised to see MC smiling. When she asks why, he says he expected things to go much worse. The whole encounter also helps him understand some of the cult leader's actions in his past life. Back then, Polaris' sudden appearance confused him, but after hearing Altair mention the white dragon, he forms a theory. Maybe the cult leader came to check whether the white dragon had anything to do with Olden showing up. Even so, one thing still doesn't make sense to him. In his past life, Polaris never moved against Erdirius for 2 full years, even though Erdirius was tied to the white dragon. The answer came from Erdirius himself. Earlier, Zephyr had met him, and Erdirius showed him his ice dragon deity. From that talk, the protagonist learned Polaris was never able to gather the dragon hearts. That explains why Polaris seemed relieved in their last meeting. He probably thought they would never gain enough power to threaten him, so MC decides to play along. He acts like he doesn't know how to use the dragon heart, and it works exactly as planned. Polaris leaves and chooses to fight with money and influence the usual human way, and Zephyr understands that very well. But when he says humans, Altair briefly remembers her brother's demon form. He keeps thinking, if the bishop had shown his real power, they would all be dead or at best forced into a brutal fight just to survive. But Polaris leaves without touching him, and never reveals his tie to the Demon Lord cult. The protagonist figures there must be limits he still can't cross. That means Polaris can only paint him as a danger to the kingdom, and try to destroy him through the Gold Dragon's influence, likely by stirring conflict inside the temple. MC almost finds it funny. For all his schemes and pride, Polaris truly thinks he won, but he knows better. Sooner or later, the cult leader will realize he made a mistake and regret missing this chance, and even though Polaris stepped back today, he knows he'll come at them harder next time, especially with Altair beside him. At their next meeting, the protagonist prepares several tasty dishes using dragon meat along with water taken from the Lake of Life. He says the mix boosts their stats, and they'll need that for the coming battles in the snowy fields during the Blue Dragon raid. When Zephyr tells everyone to dig in, they're shocked by how good the food is and how filling it feels. The Elven Lake water doesn't just speed up recovery, it can also lengthen a person's life. While everyone eats, Altair asks when MC learned to cook. He says his grandfather taught him and that the old man once ran a restaurant. Altair jokes a little, then points out that Erdirius is the only one missing. Zephyr simply says dragon meat doesn't agree with him and leaves it at that. She still worries Erdirius might grow to hate them, but he is sure he won't act on it, not while Dariel is around. Meanwhile, Erdirius quietly decides it may be best to kill the protagonist now. Even with Polaris interfering earlier, the dragon raid still moves forward on schedule. At the next meeting, Lucius shows them a list of items set to be sold at the coming Lauren auction. It's the biggest auction on the continent, handling millions of gold and goods, including legendary items. Lucius explains that getting something into it takes a long time. You need months just to submit an item, then more time for evaluation. Only after all that does it enter the official catalog, which only auction staff can see. Usually it takes about half a year for an item to be listed, but Zephyr spots one item set to be auctioned in only 2 months. He remembers that once the date is locked in, a seller can't pull out unless the auction house rejects the item. That gives them a chance. If they can offer something better, the auction house may cancel the old listing and take the new one instead. So MC studies the list, looking for something useful for the raid. He also realizes he can't use his usual trick of checking the past, since these events haven't happened yet. Then he remembers an important event. It started when Erminiris came to meet Altair. He arrived with a big group behind him. Back then, Altair and the others had already left the castle to chase Ned, who had run off with the dragon heart. With the castle nearly empty, Erminiris went to find the dragon by himself, saying he only wanted to talk. When he reached the ice castle where the dragon stayed, he hoped to meet her before the princess did. Instead, he found something he never expected. The ice dragon was nothing like he imagined. She looked like a horned girl, and carried herself like a ruler. The moment Erdirius stepped in, she rushed over, sensing her sister's presence on him. She had suspected her sister was mixed up in all this from the start. Thinking Erdirius came to test either his own strength or the dragon heart, she drew her sword, named herself Morenia, the ice dragon, and said if he wanted anything, he had to beat her first. Though surprised, Erdirius feels excited too. In a way, they're alike, both driven by strong feelings and a need to protect their master and their own kind. That silent understanding leads straight into a clash. Mirania is quickly impressed that Erdirius can keep up with her non-stop attacks. Since he's her sister's disciple, she expected him to be tough. Then she calls forth hundreds of ice swords and fires them at him. With one huge swing, Erdirius smashes every one of them. Mirania instantly dashes in and keeps the pressure on. Their styles are so similar it feels like watching mirror images, every hit matched, every move answered. At the same time, her aura keeps rising, and with every breath, the space around the castle starts to freeze. Once the fight spills outside, Mirania finally overwhelms him and knocks him down. But then she realizes he never came to kill her. Curious, she decides to learn more about him. In that brief pause, while neither knows what comes next, a quiet magical winter begins to spread. Even after being dropped, Erdirius gets back up and attacks again. But Mirania slips past it and knocks him right back down. She tells him he'll need another 100 years of training before he can truly challenge her. Still, she gives him a way to keep going. Mirania summons 7 magic swords and tells him to try them out, especially one called Requiem. He takes the blade and they spar for hours until he's almost too exhausted to move. At one point, he uses flint to make a fire, which Mirania has never seen before. Curious, she watches him cook over it. Then the two share the roasted meat. After eating, they go right back to sparring until Erdirius finally falls asleep. As he rests, Mirania can't make sense of him. Most humans lose their nerve under her dragon power, but he stays curious, almost excited. She remembers her sister's other disciples too, all of them strange in their own way. The dungeon princess and her armored guard stand out, especially the guard whose monstrous strength left a deep mark on her. She once knew him as a child, but now he's grown into someone that even unsettles her. Now Erdirius impresses her as well. He's strong, handles mana well, reads space around him, and most of all, he welcomes challenges. Even after getting knocked down, he keeps studying his mistakes, figuring out what failed and how to do better. He knows he can't beat her yet, but he doesn't train just to win. He enjoys testing himself. Every clash helps him grow, and he loves that struggle. Erdirius improves so much that Mirania starts sparring with him in her real dragon form. 3 months into training, he's thrilled by how far he's come. Now he can even land hits on Mirania while she's a dragon. Then the excitement turns to panic. He remembers he has to return to Lindal Castle in 2 months before the princess arrives. By then, he's carved out a small place to live inside the ice. One evening, Mirania calls him outside and points out the northern lights. As he watches, the shifting colors leave him spellbound. He remembers his master once saying she had seen the same lights with Mirania and wanted to see them together again someday. That makes Mirania look back on the past. Long ago, the great dragon heart shattered into many fragments, and over 100 years, those pieces became dragons. Her own piece carried both blue and white. After waking from the ice, she met her sister. The two were different from the other dragons because they shared a deeper bond. Her sister was full of passion, and even though both of them looked white, Mirania could never call herself the White Dragon, because that title already belonged to someone else. She goes on to recall that after Chrysaorus died, her sister fell into a long sleep, and the other dragons began acting strangely as if preparing for some huge mission. Since then, Mirania hasn't had a talk like this with anyone, especially not someone tied to her sister's memories. Hearing all this, Erdirius can't hide his feelings, and Mirania notices at once. Inside, he's torn. His mission is to kill all dragons, but that would mean killing Mirania and her younger sister too, and he knows he can't do it. So he uses the Earth Cradle skill to bring out the preserved body of the white dragon lizard, showing that it once belonged to his master when she traveled with him near the end of his life. Mirania immediately feels her sister's aura on it. She even notices the flowers her sister loved, and that stirs her emotions. Erdirius then excuses himself and says he still has to find another of his master's disciples, Princess Altair. As far as he knows, the princess plans to destroy all dragons and he means to help her, just as his master told him. But deep down, he wants to avoid that ending. He thinks he's found another way to stop the world's end without killing dragons, and he needs Mirania's help. Everyone knows that when the end times come, everything, even dragons and the Tree of Life, will turn toward ruin and side with the Demon Lord. That's the law of the end. Only death escapes it. Even so, the white dragon got a second chance by taking over a lizard's body. When her condition worsened and her body finally reached its limit, she told Erdirius she had cast a spell so her will could reach him after death. She wasn't allowed to say it while alive, so this was the only way. She told Erdirius to find Princess Altair and help her stop the end of the world. Altair meant to save it by destroying all dragons. Even while saying that, the white dragon struggled to accept that Erdirius might not be able to do it, especially if it meant killing her or her sister. With her last breath, she told him not just to save the world but to live for himself too. After she died, Erdirius set off to carry out her wish, but he stayed conflicted. The idea of wiping out her kind weighed heavily on him, and he never reached a firm answer. Still, he kept moving, telling himself he was helping people. Then one day in a dungeon, he found something his master had once mentioned, a summoning altar for the Demon Lord. The moment he recognized it, he destroyed it, believing that if he erased those threats early, he could stop the apocalypse without killing dragons. But later, the Ice Princess told him there were thousands of altars, hidden all over the world, making that plan nearly impossible. She said he was fooling himself even about her. If he wanted her help, then both he and Princess Altair would have to prove themselves first. She said the timing was perfect since Altair planned to take down Artalis. If Erdirius proved useful there, she'd consider joining him. After that, Erdirius went to Lindal, where Princess Altair welcomed him as a fellow disciple. Over the next year, he cleared dungeons, gathering loot to prepare for the coming raid. During that time, he stayed away from the Blue Dragon, knowing her touchy nature could make things worse if he approached too soon. So he stuck with the party and acted like he fully supported Altair's raid, hoping that would eventually win over both the Blue Dragon and maybe even the princess. Later, Princess Altair announced they had gained more funding for the Blue Dragon raid, and gave Erdirius credit for bringing in more volunteers. He brushed it off as just dungeon clearing, but she said the praise was earned. As plans moved forward, a mercenary named Ralph showed up, and introduced himself as someone assigned to help Erdirius after losing a duel. Not long after, Fade joined too, sent by Duke Giornetti, and his first question was about the pay. Erdirius felt things were finally falling into place. When the time came, he opened the dungeon gate, signaling the start of the raid, and sent the vanguard toward the Lake of Life. After the Blue Dragon fell, Golem shouted in celebration. Erdirius hid his grief and acted happy, knowing he had to keep up appearances. Then he said he would eat the dragon heart as promised, and Princess Altair approved. Quietly he accepted it, planning to gain the group's trust and build enough influence to one day surpass the princess and lead the party himself. Fade wanted to rely only on his own power, and while Erdirius preferred fighting alone too, he knew he couldn't watch Fade during the battle. So instead, he focused on getting close enough to heal the Blue Dragon. For that, he used the demonic sword of sacrifice. The moment he saw the dragon, he realized the truth was far more complicated than he'd thought. Even so, he was thankful for the healing items he had gathered. As he attacked, the dragon briefly came fully awake and remembered the divine blade Requiem. It knew the sword's real power only awakened for someone with a dragon heart. To the dragon, that blade was both a gravestone and a funeral song. While thinking of the White Queen, the dragon admits she no longer has to obey her. Still, she refuses to hand over her power to someone unworthy, and challenges Erdirius. He barely avoids the first strike. Unable to convince her and unable to escape, Erdirius is forced to fight. When Dariel rushes in, Erdirius realizes he has no choice and slashes at the dragon's horns, apologizing again and again as he stabs. In that moment, he starts wondering if this ordeal is awakening some hidden talent in him. He thinks about his limits and all the times he failed to protect the ones he wanted to save, and realizes he has to grow stronger. He decided he had to take over the raid group. If not, they might kill Morania next. Until then, he kept pretending. After thinking it through, Erdirius was glad the Blue Dragon was part of his contract. He couldn't accept anyone else taking it. But before deciding anything, he wanted to meet Morania first, until that hope was crushed, when Black Moon burst out of the dragon's stomach and blew up the moment it touched the heart. In an instant, this became Adaru's worst raid ever. He lost both the Blue Dragon and its heart. He was furious and blamed Fade for pulling him away to save him. Sure, he could have stopped it if he'd stayed. Fade didn't buy that. He said even if Adaru's got the heart, the poison in it would have badly hurt him. With that risk, retreat was the smarter call, and it wasn't just about Adaru's. His armor helped him survive, but everyone nearby could have been poisoned too. After that, Fade said his contract was over, and he was leaving. He told them not to call him back, especially if Adaru stayed with the team. He even warned the princess not to give Adaru's any power. The princess didn't fully understand the warning, but she started watching Adaru's more closely. Later though, something happened that made her put those doubts aside. The Ice Dragon came to back Adaru's herself, saying he had proven his value. To help him, she froze all of Elfin and the Danakil farmlands. That wrecked Danakil's resources, but by freezing the river, she stopped the poison from spreading across the continent. After that, the Ice Dragon officially joined Altair's party. Adaru, now called the Dragon Knight, fought beside her. But this was also when the party started going the wrong way. Adaru pushed the party to make destroying the summoning altars their main goal, and everything went toward that. During the fight with the Black Dragon, Philip, head of the merchantry, was lost, and Fade left soon after because of his constant clashes with Adaru. Things also got tense between Dariel and Kira after the Ice Dragon joined. Both of them knew she'd have to die eventually, but Adaru refused to accept that, which split the group even more. More and more people took Adaru's side because he kept helping others without asking for anything back. Dariel, who wasn't very charming, couldn't win people over the same way. Adaru said he was only trying to earn everyone's trust, but that shift ended up driving the elves out of the party. What was left felt less like a team and more like a tight circle, centered on admiration for Adaru. Altair grew more uneasy, thinking her master must have ordered the Ice Dragon's death for a reason. At the same time, the split Adaru created gave Zephyr the opening he needed to. When Fade arrived, he recognized the protagonist from the Third Parish right away, and pinned him down, shocked that the boy had learned how to fight. That made him wonder who trained him. Then the story jumps back to when MC once held the Dragon Heart and first connected with Fade. Because of all that and Zephyr's growing influence, Altair started turning toward him. She understood that if she wanted to challenge Adaru and show he might be leading the party the wrong way, she needed strong allies like him. So Altair convinced the protagonist to join hands with her. our boy wasn't playing around. He told her to settle the terms first. Since a former party member had already stolen their kill once, he wanted the spoils returned, saying the Demon Lord worshipper's body and belongings were rightfully his. Their first meeting was tense, and working as a two-man team wasn't easy for either Fade or Zephyr. Even so, their goals matched, so they agreed to work together. Still, Aderus wasn't happy. Dariel and Fade were back, and now so was the person who had once taken the dragon heart. He had brought up that same concern to the ice dragon before, and she reacted with rage. She froze MC in ice and questioned him. The knights who saw it felt relieved that the dragon was on their side. Aderus meanwhile used Zephyr's appearance to quietly turn opinion more in his favor. Back in the present, he watches the boy train and quickly sees the truth. He's naive but naturally sly and hungry for fame. Knowing his limits, the boy pushes himself hard, hoping the next raid gives him one shot at freedom and influence. Meanwhile, Aderus keeps working through the raid prep, still annoyed that the protagonist can control him through the Silver Lion. Even so, he expects those training limits to be removed once the dragon raid starts, since his full strength will be needed. Aderus stays convinced that only he should decide whether his master, the White Dragon Familiar, lives or dies. At the pre-raid meeting, Altair splits everyone into teams. The auction team will buy gear, while the farming team, including Aderus and the priest, will gather loot from monsters. Hearing that, Ned realizes he needs to watch Aderus carefully. The scout team is Fade, Dariel, and Dariel's sister, and their job is to find more members. Seeing the party split up like this reminds Zephyr of his old days. At the same time, Ophelia quietly asks Lucius if it's really safe to leave the parish with his father about to arrive. But since the Holy One said he might be late, going to find him directly may be faster. Lucius also brings up his firstborn and second sibling, which catches Ned off guard. Meanwhile, Altair is focused on another job waiting in the capital. She remembers the Elf Queen asking her to pass along greetings to a human scholar named Vaughn, who had visited the Elfin Forest 61 years earlier. Altair was stunned to learn Vitel was still alive, and even more shocked that he was now the Academy's dean, the same school where she once studied under him. The Elf Queen gave Altair a letter for him, saying Vitel had major influence among the nobles and might help with the coming raid. Still, Altair hesitates. She remembers barely showing up at the Academy and leaving the dean with a bad impression. To help smooth things over, she decides to bring Lucius, knowing his top grades might help. At the same time, Fade and Kira talk over what they'll need for scouting, but Fade thinks running light and fast is best. Zephyr, meanwhile, has another urgent problem. He still has to complete the Goddess of Light's quest, protect an unknown target for 10 months. The reward is huge, but so is the punishment for failure, and he still doesn't know who the target is. All he has to guide him is the prophecy tied to the Sword of Light. As he gets ready to return to everything else, his sword suddenly starts glowing. A beam of light shoots into the sky, and Zephyr instantly knows it's pointing at the target, who seems to be getting closer fast. A moment later, two riders on dragons come down from the clouds. One is Lucius's father, the Duke, and the other is Vitel, the Academy Dean. When the dragon lands, Philip, leader of the merchantry, is with them. Zephyr recognizes him at once, and remembers leaving him in the Elfin Forest to keep him safe. Altair feels a little relief when she sees Philip, and he's just as glad to find them after hearing they captured the smiling woman, the very reason he had gone into hiding. Philip quickly explains why they're here. Seeing the group's condition getting worse, he brought the Duke and Professor Vitel with him. When Ned sees the Duke, old memories come back. He remembers the Duke as one of the people who helped shape the world into this mess. The Duke profited heavily from the bubble collapse, and his harsh investments only made the damage worse. Ned partly blames that disaster for his own family's fall, so he has no reason to think well of the man. Even logically, the Duke seems like the worst kind of person. Selfish, short-sighted, and focused only on his family's profit. That's why Ned can't believe someone known for greed would willingly help the human resistance. Altair, on the other hand, is excited to see him. She had planned to ask for his help anyway, and now he came on his own. In Zephyr's past life, the Duke did help eventually, but only after Lucius was brainwashed by Olden and his grandchild and valuable goods were taken hostage. In that timeline, the Duke badly underestimated Olden. He let Matthias stay close to Lucius and even moved Olden to the Third Parish, never realizing what Olden was really planning. Once his mission was done, Olden got a powerful item from the cult leader, took the Master of the East as a subordinate, and built his forces so fast that even the Duke couldn't stop him. Now Altair knows Zephyr already ruined Olden's plan, but she also sees the problem that came with it. Because the Duke never saw Olden's crimes or what would have happened, he has no reason to feel thankful. So when they meet, the Duke immediately voices his disappointment to Philip, saying MC, the one some people call noble, looks ordinary. Philip calmly defends him. He says he has real battle experience from the dragon raid, and adds that he and Ned even beat the dungeon princess by themselves. That catches the Duke off guard, and he asks if the two of them really did it alone. Philip says yes, and adds that they also saw what happened inside the world. The Duke wants to hear more, but holds back, knowing too many questions could reveal what he's really after. Instead, he changes direction and makes one thing clear. He won't be giving them money. If they want his knowledge and his connections, they'll have to pay him. Lucius, shocked, tells his father not to talk like that. He reminds him that Zephyr saved his life and is the only one who can help with the dragon raid. but the Duke shuts him down at once. That only makes Lucius more upset. The Duke mocks him too, telling his son to worry about paying off his own debts first. As for the Ice Dragon raid, the Duke points out that the Guild Union is already waiting and can move whenever needed, hinting that he has other choices. Before the Duke can pile on more terms, Zephyr steps in and cuts him off. He says whatever deal the Duke is about to offer, he can beat it. Then he summons the Light Sword and swears an oath, declaring that he was sent by the Goddess of Light. He reveals that she ordered him to protect the Falked. Then the protagonist locks the Duke down with light chains, telling him to quit the act and stay still. After that, the Duke quietly agrees to help, and Big Cap sends each group to its job. The farming team heads for the desert. There, they meet Harvey from the Galliano Guild, who was told to join the Princess Raid. Philip leads the auction team toward the capital. At the same time, the scout team leaves for its own mission. Kira is nervous without Zephyr around, but Dariel tells her not to worry. Even so, she can't shake the feeling, especially since Vitel, the man said to be her real father, is with them too. She thinks about talking to him, but seeing him as an old man, she decides there's no point. After traveling for a while, the scout team reaches the blazing forest. At the same time, Zephyr and the Duke climb Mount Scylla at the center of the continent. As they keep moving, the Duke starts wondering why MC brought him somewhere this far out. MC only says they have to reach their destination, but he has another reason too. He wants to figure the Duke out, and that's easier when they're alone. In his previous life, they once used the Dungeon Princess's tomb as a hideout, and the Duke was truly thrilled, saying his dream had finally come true. Zephyr was there when the Duke confessed he had spent millions of gold wasted years, and even lost his son just to see the dungeon boss room. He didn't care about the dragon heart. He was after something much more important. Back then, the protagonist didn't bother asking, and even with all his power, the Duke never let anyone know what he really wanted. Now MC remembers the Duke's face when the tomb was brought up. It looks like he still hasn't given up on that old wish. He wants to help him reach it, but if the Duke goes too far, he'll stop him.